general election like no other. More than 190 candidates from 11 political parties and one independent, all vying for a seat in Singapore's 14th Parliament.
This year's vote is seen as a watershed election. The polls take place during what's been called the crisis of a generation.
The COVID-19 pandemic has left jobs and livelihoods at stake, and safe distancing has also meant this has been Singapore's first ever digital election.
Campaigning has been conducted almost entirely online, with candidates having to adapt to a new normal.
Which way will the votes go under these exceptional conditions? Can the PAP receive a strong mandate to steer Singapore in an uncertain post-COVID future, or will the opposition make further inroads?
We will have all the answers as the evening unfolds. We'll bring you the results and reactions as they happen, right here on CNA's special coverage of Singapore Votes 2020.
Polls have just closed after a 2-hour extension for the first time in Singapore's election history. The ELD says that this was to allow all eligible voters to cast their ballot after long queues at some polling stations today.
We're now waiting for the first sample counts. These will give us an indication of the possible results as we await the official word from the Elections Department.
For the second time since independence, all constituencies are being contested, and this means that eligible voters had the chance to exercise their right to vote.
And we'll be tracking all the results and reactions all night. Glenda's here too. Glenda, walk us through what we can expect as the evening progresses.
All right, so this is what's going to happen when the official results start coming in. And here's where we will be able to see the next parliament taking shape. For this election, Singapore has been divided into 31 electoral divisions. There are 14 single-member constituencies. 4 are new and are mainly located in the north and eastern region: Kebun Baru, Marymount, Punggol West and Yio Chu Kang. Then there are 17 group representation constituencies. 6 are 4-member GRCs, including the new Sengkang GRC, which is seeing a contest between the People's Action Party and the Workers' Party. The remaining 11 are the bigger 5-member GRCs. East Coast and West Coast were upsized from 4 seats to 5, while Mo Kio and Pasir Ris-Punggol were downsized by 1 seat. So add all the constituencies up and you have 93 seats in the next parliament. That's 4 more than the previous one. So that means that the magic number we're watching is 47. That will give a party the simple majority to form a government. The next crucial threshold to look out for is the 62-seat mark. That would give a party a 2/3 majority to make constitutional changes. The People's Action Party has always had this supermajority since independence. Over the next few hours, we will get sample counts. It's the second time that these are being released. The official results will come in slightly later on, and this map here will reflect the state of play as they begin trickling in. We will be able to see what the results mean immediately after they are announced.
The official results will be announced by the Elections Department, and you're looking at the room where Returning Officer Tan Cheng Bock will make the announcements. This is Mr. Tan's debut as Returning Officer.
And we also have teams on the ground to bring you all the developments as well. They are where the political parties are gathered to bring you the reactions as and when we get them.
I'm Olivia Seong, tracking developments with the People's Action Party, helmed by Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong, who is contesting here in Mo Kio. Now, he has asked Singaporeans to give the PAP a strong mandate amid this COVID-19 pandemic, also as a leadership transition is underway.
The Workers' Party was the only opposition to secure seats in the last election. This time it has fielded 21 candidates challenging the ruling People's Action Party in 4 GRCs and 2 SMCs. All eyes will be watching to see if the WP can defend its crown jewel Aljunied GRC, which it retained in 2015 by a razor-thin margin of less than 2%. And can it also make inroads into other areas it's contesting in the east? I'm Afifa Arifin outside the party's headquarters, tracking the latest developments.
I'm Isabel Lim, and I'm outside here in Nanhua High School. Now, it's the principal counting center for 4 constituencies: Jurong GRC, Yuhua SMC, Bukit Batok SMC, and of course, the closely watched contest in West Coast GRC, where Dr. Tan Cheng Bock is leading a team from the opposition party, the Progress Singapore Party. Now, we're stationed outside here in the hopes of catching candidates as they make their way into the counting center to witness the process, and I'll bring you all the updates.
And we have experts on hand to help make sense of the developments as they unfold tonight. Eugene Tan is a law academic at Singapore Management University. He's also a political commentator and former nominated Member of Parliament.
We also have another political watcher with us, Mustafa Izzuddin, a senior lecturer at the National University of Singapore. Thank you both for being here this Friday.
I'm Leong Waikit at the eastern part of Singapore and standing in front of this principal counting centre for various wards, including East Coast GRC. Deputy Prime Minister Heng Swee Keat made a surprise move, shifting from his Tampines ward to helm East Coast GRC. For the People's Action Party's 2015 general elections, apart from not being able to win Aljunied GRC back, East Coast was its worst performing GRC. Will the tide turn? Stay tuned.
I'm Vanessa Lim, and I'm here at Teck Ghee Secondary School, the principal counting center for 3 GRCs. They are Aljunied, Mo Kio and Bishan-Toa Payoh GRC, as well as a single-seat ward of Hougang SMC. Now, you're going to want to keep a close watch on this counting center because not only does it have a constituency that is led by Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong, it also has the Workers' Party's crown jewel, that's Aljunied GRC. Now, in the 2015 election, they won by a razor-thin margin, and this time round, they're up against almost the same slate of candidates again. So it will be a rematch of sorts. Will history repeat itself? We'll bring you the updates.
I'm Tan Hui, and I'm coming to you live from Chong Fu School, and I'll be tracking all the updates from Nisun GRC, Marsiling-Yew GRC, Sembawang GRC, as well as Kebun SMC. Now, all eyes on Kebun as it returns to its SMC status after nearly 3 decades. And this year's election is like no other, with staggered voting times for residents, as well as no physical rallies for candidates due to COVID-19.
And it's all hands on deck here at MediaCorp as well. You're looking at live pictures of our Nerve Centre. Together with our crews on the ground, fanned out across the island, there are some 1,000 people working as one to ensure seamless and complete coverage of this general election.
And here at Mission Control are our studio colleagues. They have a heavy responsibility to ensure we bring you all the results and the reactions as soon as they happen tonight.
I'm Saiful Ismail, and I'm outside Bendemeer Primary School. This is the principal counting place for the Jalan Besar GRC, the Tanjong Pagar GRC, and the Radin Mas SMC. It was a straight fight in all of these constituencies. The People's Action Party was up against People's Voice in Jalan Besar, the Progress Singapore Party in Tanjong Pagar, and Reform Party in Radin Mas. The big names to look out for in these constituencies are Trade and Industry Minister Chan Chun Sing and Manpower Minister Josephine Teo.
I'm Geraldine Yap, and I'll be tracking the results from the hotly contested Aljunied GRC. The candidates from both the PAP and Workers' Party are expected to show up at the counting centres to observe the counting of votes. Now, the People's Action Party has...
I'm Nisha Rahim. I'm here outside Potong School, the main counting centre for Hougang SMC and Tampines GRC. Now, Tampines GRC is the constituency to look out for. This especially after Deputy Prime Minister Heng Swee Keat had left his Tampines stronghold to contest in East Coast GRC. Now, will the People's Action Party defend their seats against NSP this time? Now, for Hougang SMC, Workers' Party Dennis Tan is up against People's Action Party Mr. Lee Hong Chuang. Now, will the Workers' Party defend their 29-year legacy in Hougang? We'll find out soon.
Yeah, apologies for that, a little break in image just then, but let's keep on moving here. Singapore's 13th general election has finally drawn to a close, but not without some trouble, drama and surprises on polling day. A last-minute 2-hour extension of the voting time after polling stations continued to show long queues was the last twist, and it caught many by surprise.
It certainly did, but in a statement released at around 7 p.m. this evening, just 1 hour before voting was to close, the Elections Department said that it was extending polling hours to 10 p.m, and this applied to all polling stations except for those in stay-home notice designated facilities.
The ELD said that while the queue situation across most polling stations had improved, a small number continued to see long queues. It said the extension would allow voters to cast their votes. As at 8 p.m, more than 96% of voters had cast their ballots, about 2.56 million voters. Signs of trouble in the polling process, though, began surfacing almost right after voting began at 8 a.m.
When the polls opened, seniors above the age of 65 were among the first to vote. Among those who voted earlier in the day included President Halimah Yacob and Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong. Many of the opposition party leaders also joined the queues to cast their votes. There are 1,100 polling stations nationwide, 220 more than the general election 5 years ago. The ELD says this is to reduce potential crowding. Still, snaking queues formed at some of these stations, as some turned up outside of their voting time bands. Additional safety measures like the donning of gloves was also a contributing factor. The ELD did away with this extra step, as voters would have sanitized their hands when they entered the polling centres. The queue situation improved considerably in the afternoon, with less than 20 voters in the queue for about 70% of polling stations. During the day, there was also false information being spread online, with claims that the self-inking pens provided do not stamp properly, rendering votes invalid. ELD clarified that voters can stamp without pressing down hard on the ballot paper. There was also an allegation claiming that a voting agent had influenced a voter's decision. The ELD says it will look into the matter, adding that it's committed to ensuring voting security and secrecy. It says rigorous controls are in place at every step of the voting process to ensure this.
At least 4 opposition parties have taken issue with that 2-hour extension of voting hours. Progress Singapore Party's chief Tan Cheng Bock says that a plain reading of the election rules shows that the returning officer has no power to extend the polling hours.
Last-minute call for an extension of polling hours is highly irregular and has compromised the integrity of the process. To announce an extension just 90 minutes before polls are to close demonstrates arbitrary last-minute decision-making. It has obviously been done with a little thought about the implications and consequences. This is a direct result of bad planning and the incessant urge to rush an election during the COVID period. This underscores the disregard for public health as well as our democratic processes. Singaporeans serving their stay-home notice are required to vote between 7 to 8 p.m. They may be asymptomatic. Because of this extension, Singaporean residents are now mixing with others on SHN. This puts people in grave danger. It is wrong. Politics has been prioritized over people's lives.
In its statement, the Singapore Democratic Party says the call to extend voting by 2 hours to 10 p.m. is highly irregular and, to its knowledge, has never been done before. It adds that some of the party's polling agents had to leave as they understood the polling would end at 8 p.m.
Well, the party says that this will leave some polling stations unattended when the boxes are sealed and may render the results questionable. People's Voice, meantime, says that it's totally mystified why voting was extended. Party leader Lim Tian says that a tour of polling stations showed that by 4 p.m. there was only a trickle of voters going to cast their ballot.
Mr. Lim says if the Elections Department claims that there are still long queues at some polling stations, special provisions may perhaps be made for them to be open longer. But there is absolutely no grounds for a general extension of 2 hours to the voting.
Well, he also says that the party reserves the right to challenge the extension and any electoral results arising from this irregular and unlawful extension.
People's Power Party chief Goh Meng Seng, who is contesting in MacPherson, says he'll protest the irregularity.
Is the election department methodology that have caused the extension. And as far as I'm concerned, in MacPherson, there is no queue, absolutely no queue in any polling station in MacPherson. Why should it be extended? We will protest this irregularity that election department have set up. And we demand an answer from election department. Please stand with me on this issue.
Victor Lai has also responded to the extension.
I think it's good that everyone has chance to vote. It's a very important process and the right of a citizen to vote. So I think it's good, if necessary, that the election department has extended the time and people will have the time to vote.
Well, let's go live now to Leong Wai Kit, who is at one of tonight's counting centres. Wai Kit, what's happening where you are?
Well, Dawn, the quick answer is nothing is happening. And this is significant because it reflects just how atypical this general election is, as we all know. No supporters are allowed to gather. It's very quiet. However, we can still bank on typical political practices, such as candidates visiting counting centres to witness the counting process. This area here in the eastern part of Singapore, this school is a consolidated counting centre, which means all the ballot boxes, sealed ballot boxes, will be sent here for consolidation. The GRCs that are under this school include East Coast, Pasir, Ris-Punggol, and the new Sengkang GRC. Will we see the leaders of these GRCs, such as Deputy Prime Minister Heng Swee Keat from East Coast, or will we see Senior Minister Teo Chee Hean from Pasir, Ris-Punggol, or from the new Sengkang GRC, Labour Chief Ng Chee Meng? We don't know. That's because I've been in touch with some of the candidates and they tell me that their plans are very fluid, and I've been told that in the interest of time, some candidates will probably be spreading out across the counting centres to witness the counting process, and it's very unlikely that the GRC teams will travel together from one point to another. Now, on the opposition camp, Workers' Party, Singapore Democratic Alliance and People's Voice have also contested in the GRCs here, whose votes are set to be counted and consolidated at this part of the school.
Wai Kit, thank you very much for that.
Okay, let's get some thoughts from our guests here in studio, Eugene Tan and Mustafa Izzuddin. 2 hours later than scheduled, gentlemen, but thank you for sticking with us, and we're going to be with you for long into the night, I'm sure. But first, let's get your reactions to this 2-hour extension. Eugene.
Well, it's unprecedented. The LD has given its basis for the 2-hour extension, and it's quite puzzling why some of the opposition parties are up in arms against the move. I think in the end, they are entitled to their rights to challenge the decision, in the process of seeking an avoidance of the election. But I think we must try to understand that given that there were long queues, and if the ELD were to enforce that 8 p.m. close of polling, I think then people may not be able to vote. And I think that would create even more unhappiness. I think here was an attempt to enable as many people who were already in the queue to vote. And I think that's ideal. You are allowing as many voters to be able to exercise their democratic rights. Now, it doesn't matter, if some polling stations do not have the queues, right? Because you don't want a situation where some polling stations have extended hours and others do not. So you need that sort of uniform application to all. But we'll see. The courts. In the event that there is a legal challenge, as some of the parties have indicated that they're reserving their rights. The courts will deal with it. But based on the evidence that we have, in my view, I think it is a right move, right? I mean, it shouldn't happen, right? But I think there were exceptional circumstances.
Mustafa, it seems that the returning officer, at least he says he was exercising his right to make this extension, but there seems to be disagreement among the parties as to whether he had that right at all. Could this have been avoided?
I think it would have been difficult because we have seen long queues, and then we do want the voters to cast their ballot. So I think at the end of the day, we have to see what the voters want, and if the voters want to queue, they want to cast their ballot, I think we should give them the opportunity to do so. Yes, it's unprecedented, it's somewhat peculiar, but I think these are things that can be looked at after the results have come in. I think right now the focus of the ELD should be, and this is what the public service officers and all that, they're looking at the counting and everything that's going to go on now. I think that should be the focus. And once that's done, I think we have to deal with it. And certainly have to be dealt with it because it has been brought up. And I think a more detailed explanation is certainly in order.
Well, speaking of the voters, Singapore will get an early indication of the election results tonight with official sample counts for each electoral division. The Elections Department first released them to the public in the 2015 polls, and this is to prevent speculation and misinformation from unofficial sources.
Ballot boxes from 1,100 polling stations island-wide are sealed and moved to the counting centres. Even before all the votes are counted, people can get an early hint of which way the polls have gone in each electoral division. For the sample count, counting assistants pick up a random bundle of 100 ballot papers from the votes cast in each of the polling stations in front of the candidates and their counting agents. They then tally the votes from the polling stations in each electoral division, with more weight given to stations with more votes cast. The sample count will be shown as a percentage of votes secured by each candidate or group of candidates. Sample counts held up in the 2015 general election, with the final tally coming in well within the error margin of ±4%. Still, the Elections Department stresses that the election outcome could be different from the sample count. For the first time, counting machines will help to speed things up in the counting process. According to the Elections Department, this means the final results are likely to be out earlier. The first round of counting will be done manually, then the machines will be used to verify them. The results will be formally announced by the returning officer.
Plenty more to come on our coverage of Singapore Votes 2020. We'll be bringing you the sample counts and official results live as and when they happen.
This July, ride a wave of optimism as a region opens up in the face of immense change. Artists unstaged, the creative community rethinks art and self-expression. What can audiences expect in this new reality? Deciphering Japan, a nation in the midst of sweeping societal change. Has this crisis accelerated the shift? Insight, Asia opens up, shaped and strengthened by a crisis. How will it face the challenges ahead? This July on CNA.
I'm like blank.
Oh, it is quite scary though. One in 3 seconds. Wow.
Are you at risk? If you have concerns, ask your healthcare professional today. Scientifically formulated with Photosyn Connect, Silvanate has high levels of nutrients such as DHA, EPA, choline, and phospholipids. An active mind builds connections for a happy life.
COVID-19 has paralyzed the world. In Wuhan, the Wang family faces tension even after surviving the lockdown. And in Singapore, how does the Su family stay home and stay sane with 3 hyperactive boys?
My reaction was, holy.
4 Families' New Normal, the season premiere of The Family Affair, Monday on CNA.
Critical situation hai.
Survival premieres 26th July on CNA.
African sea coconut bran cough mixture.
Mum?
African sea coconut bran cough mixture relieves cough, soothes throat, loving and caring through generations.
Even when kids are playing at home, there are stains on clothes that may have unseen bacteria. Breeze not only tough on stains, but it also removes 99.9% bacteria. Breeze, tough on stains, tough on bacteria.
Holistic Whey Vitamin C series, added with antioxidants to support healthy immune system, for healthy capillaries and supports collagen production. Maintains healthy skin, bones, gums, and teeth with Holistic Whey Vitamin C series. Manufactured in Canada and New Zealand.
And you're watching CNA's special coverage of Singapore Votes 2020. Polls have closed after an unprecedented 2-hour extension to voting. We are now awaiting the first sample counts. They're meant to give an early indication of which way votes have gone.
There is lots to expect tonight with all seats contested across the island.
And we're seeing boxes there being taken, ballot boxes being taken to counting centres after they've been sealed at the voting stations.
Well, for the second time since independence, all constituencies, that's 31 of them, are being contested. And here are some of the ones to watch. So let's start with the GRCs. There is East Coast. DPM Heng moved here to contest in a surprise move on nomination day. His PAP team is up against the Workers' Party, which has contested the GRC for the past 3 elections. And while familiar faces like Gerald Giam and Leon Pereira are no longer here, there's Nicole Seah. The 33-year-old proved a hit in the 2011 GE, and there is anticipation she might boost the WP's prospects in this constituency. Another constituency to watch is across the island, West Coast GRC. Progress Singapore Party's chief, Tan Cheng Bock, and his team are contesting the seats. The 80-year-old political veteran is arguably the face of his party, but they face stiff competition from the PAP, which has fielded 2 full ministers here. Social and Family Development Minister Desmond Lee, having been moved here from Jurong GRC to join long-timer S. Iswaran. Now, another key battle in the new Sengkang GRC. The PAP is up against the Workers' Party here with a team helmed by Minister Ng Chee Meng. The WP team has some star power on their end as well in the form of Jamus Lim. The 44-year-old has been one of the party standouts this year, his performance in the political debate garnering much attention. Now, when it comes to the SMCs, Bukit Panjang is definitely on the radar. The PAP has fielded Liang Eng-wah there, a 3-term MP. He's up against the Singapore Democratic Party's chair, Paul Tambaya, an infectious diseases expert and opposition heavyweight. Dr. Tambaya has gained a higher profile in recent months because of the coronavirus pandemic. Another one to watch, Bukit Batok SMC. The PAP's Murali Pillay is defending the seat from Singapore Democratic Party chief, Chee Soon Juan. This is the second time both are locking horns, and the first being the 2016 by-election.
Olivia Xiong joins us now. Ollie, what's the latest where you are? Get us up to speed.
Well, Steve, where I am, I'm here in Mo Kio outside the People's Action Party's branch in its Teck Ghee division. Now, Teck Ghee is the division that has been held by Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong, who is the Secretary General of the PAP. And just to give you a sense of how different this election is, in past elections, we had seen candidates and their supporters gather in huge stadiums, and it's a really loud affair. But this time, tonight, it's really quiet. We're outside the branch office. Not many people here except for the media who are waiting. Over the last few hours, we have seen volunteers, the PAP's counting agents, polling agents coming in and out of this office. But other than that, it's been relatively quiet. And that's because we are told that supporters have been given instructions not to gather because of safe distancing concerns. And that speaks of the election that we are in amid this COVID-19 pandemic. Now, here in Mo Kio, the People's Action Party team that's led by Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong is facing a challenge from the Reform Party. Once again, that's the same party, same opposition party that had contested here in Mo Kio back in 2015. But this time, the Reform Party team is being led by its Secretary General, Kenneth Jeyaretnam. And so we shall see, we are waiting for the results and the sample poll results as the night goes on. But it may be a bit of a wait because Mo Kio GRC is the largest GRC in Singapore in terms of voters, and we are seeing that there are over 180,000 voters. So it could take some time for those votes to be counted. But just as a reminder, in 2015, the PAP team won Mo Kio with 78.6% of the vote, and it was the PAP's second best performing GRC.
Olivia, with regards to the PAP team, what are we looking out for tonight? Walk us through that.
Well, there are a few things we are looking out for. Here where we are expecting Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong to arrive here at the Teck Ghee branch together with his Mo Kio team later on this evening. And this is the fourth election that PM Lee is leading the People's Action Party into, also as Prime Minister and as Secretary General of the party. We will be looking out for the vote share. In 2015, the PAP won 69.9% of the popular vote, which was its best result since 2001, and it saw a swing in its favor of close to 10 percentage points from 2011. So we'll be looking out for that vote share. But what's also been significant this time around is that COVID-19 has been front and center of the PAP's campaign. Given the challenges that Singapore is facing, we've seen the growth forecast for Singapore being slashed, and there are concerns about jobs and unemployment. And so during this hustling period, what the PAP has done is to pledge that it will be looking into saving jobs and businesses as well as reskilling workers. It also says that it will be taking efforts to ensure that the healthcare system is not overwhelmed as COVID-19 virus still continues to spread in the country. So we will have to wait and see as to how this message has resonated with voters as the night goes on and as we await the results from this election.
Olivia, thank you very much for that update. We will be checking in with you a few times, I'm sure, throughout this night. Live now, though, to Afifa Arifin. Afifa, what's the latest development on the ground where you are?
Well, Guy, that's right. I'm here outside the Workers' Party's headquarters, which is just across the street behind me, and it's been very quiet so far. It's very different from the previous elections. That's when all of the Workers' Party supporters would gather at an assembly point that's usually in their stronghold in Hougang, and they will wait for the results together with all of the candidates. Now, we've been here from as early as 6 p.m. and we haven't seen any activity so far. Just some of the Workers' Party's volunteers. No candidates in sight, and that could be because, the polls was extended until 10 p.m. What we do know now is that candidates are all dispersed. They're all visiting their own respective counting centres in their respective constituencies just to oversee the counting processes there. So again, it's really very quiet. In fact, even the Workers' Party had issued a statement discouraging their supporters and even the media from gathering or having physical gatherings due to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Yeah, Afifa Arifin they're speaking to us. A very different night here for an election in Singapore. We're going to turn our attention to our guests now. And Eugene, you found out something for us with regards to the returning officer and that decision to extend the voting hours by 2 hours.
Yes, Steve, I think we sometimes forget that in making this sort of major decisions, the returning officer doesn't act alone. He would obviously consult the Attorney General's chambers, and according to the Parliamentary Elections Act, Section 39, subsection 3, the returning officer apparently has this power, and in fact, in order for the polling hours to be extended, the returning officer direction, will also have to be gazetted, and the government did issue the gazette. In fact, to be precise, on today at 6:29 p.m. And it says, in exercise of powers conferred by Section 39(3) of the Parliamentary Elections Act, the returning officer appoints that the poll held on 10th July 2020 at all polling stations in Singapore, except special polling stations, must close at 10 p.m. Instead of the time in Section 39(3) of the Act. So, just based on this reading, it would seem, that there is a legal basis for the returning officer to extend the polling hours. It's unlikely that he acted without, the power, or what we call ultra vires in Latin. So I think, the opposition parties who question this, will probably have a tough time. The Attorney General's chambers was consulted, and I think there is a legal basis given the special circumstances for the extension of polling hours.
Perhaps there still might be questions, though, as to why it was left as late as it was, because I think it was, at around 7 p.m.
Correct. So I think in the end, there could have been this issue of, the rather late notice, but I think here we are looking at very exceptional circumstances. The need to consult the Attorney General's chambers, which I believe was certainly done. And the need to put the necessary mechanisms in place. I think we should consider the other situation, right, in which, let's say, you close at 8 p.m. and you do have voters who are denied the opportunity to vote, not through any fault of theirs, right? They were there. It's just that, they didn't register. They were still in the queue and they couldn't register by 8 p.m. I think, that would cause even greater unhappiness. And I think, we are looking at an election where it was conducted under very unusual circumstances, right? We saw in the earlier clips, about the need to put on gloves and all. I think it was an unusual sort of situation. And I think the decision, to extend the polling hours was a right decision, right? We are ensuring that everybody who wants to vote can vote. And I think for anyone to object, I think that to me is very hard to explain.
To some of the concerns, perhaps, Mustafa, come from the thinking that perhaps now is not the best time to hold an election in the middle of a pandemic, and was enough preparation done beforehand? Those are sort of arguments that the opposition could put forward.
I'm sure there'll be questions as to the extension of the time, as well as whether it was the right time to hold it during the pandemic period. Well, I think these questions are important, and we've heard that there is this legal basis for extending this period to another 2 hours. But I think just as important is to explain this to the general public, to Singaporeans, as to, okay, they have this legal basis, what does it actually mean practically, and what does it mean for us now having cast our vote? And very importantly as well, one of the things that has been assured is that safety will not be compromised when voters cast their ballot. So I think these are questions that will certainly arise. I think these are questions that certainly will need to be answered. But I think at this point in time, we're looking at the results coming in. Let's see what that tells us. And certainly after this, the questions that have been asked, I think, is important to answer them.
Yeah, and speaking of results coming in, you can see on your screen, for those of you watching at home, that a bus has just arrived at one of the counting centres. We're expecting some of the ballot boxes to be taken from there for the counting to begin, and hopefully we'll get some sample counts in the next hour or so. So let's come back to Eugene and Mustafa and talk a bit about, we heard from our reporters on the ground, Olivia and Afifa, talking about the PAP and the Workers' Party and some of the sort of interests or issues they're looking out for. What do you see as some of the constituencies that are really going to be quite hotly contested today?
I think it depends on what one's definition of hotly contested is. I think we know that there are certain constituencies where there were very important debates. For example, West Coast. But the question of whether, in the end, the race for ballots, the race for votes, will it be as close as it's been made out to be? I think that remains to be seen. But I think, if we just understand hotly contested as referring to seats which has generated a lot of attention, where the public is concerned, then I think, the reporters on the ground have rightly identified those, right? So people are looking at East Coast, West Coast, Aljunied, and some of the late addition, Sengkang. And I think, if we look at Aljunied, the big question of whether, WP will be able to defend the seat successfully for a second time. I suppose one of the concerns there, if WP is not able to defend the seat, then it raises the possibility of, an opposition wipeout. Although I think that's probably not going to happen. I think Aljunied, there is a very good chance for WP to retain it, and Hougang as well. East Coast, because Deputy Prime Minister Heng Swee Keat is contesting there for the first time, and I suppose Singaporeans will be looking at a sort of vote share. I don't think there will be an upset, notwithstanding that the Workers' Party has fielded the second best team there, and this is a constituency that's always been said to be the constituency that is next right, that is right to fall to opposition.
But Eugene, does Heng Swee Keat need more than just a win in East Coast? What kind of a win does he need?
Well, I think, given that he was only moved there on nomination day, in 9 days, I think it would be quite unfair to expect any politician, to be able to work the ground, such as to change the voters' perceptions. So I think, if they're able to improve on their performance from 2015, so securing more than 60% of the popular vote, I think, that's a good start, right? I know, there's this tendency to perhaps even overanalyze the results, whether, if he hit 60, does that mean that, voters are not confident of his leadership? I don't think, an election is really a referendum on Mr. Heng's leadership. I think in an election, voters are driven by multiple considerations. And so some voters may use it as a referendum, but I think majority would not.
Okay, Mustafa, just quickly, your thoughts?
So I think there are certain battlefields that are quite clear. I think Aljunied, certainly, you have to look at Aljunied, because if you look at 2015, it was a very, very close fight. So you have to see that's one battleground that you need to keep a close watch on. If you look at East Coast, yes, I think it has been a battleground that Workers' Party has been contesting in earlier elections as well. So they will certainly be wanting to do well in that particular GRC as well. Now, DPM Heng moving there certainly has strengthened the East Coast GRC team. And if you look at in 2015, it's still quite a bit of water margin that they will have to make up as well. So I think, yes, East Coast, you could look at it as well. Sengkang, certainly. because it's a new GRC, there's the unpredictability factor. Young voters there, so certainly another one to look at. And you have to look at the SMCs as well. There's West Coast GRC, of course, with PSP there. And some of the SMCs like Bukit Batok, Bukit Panjang, Potong, Pasir. I think some of the SMCs also certainly worth looking at and keeping a close watch on.
Well, we'll have plenty more to discuss on this as we go through the night. We are with our coverage, of course, on GE 2020, and we will be bringing you the sample counts and official results live as and when they happen.
Kebun Teck Ghee, a new pain relief plaster from Korea. Relief backache, joint pain, muscle ache, and inflammation. It comes with 8 patches to drive your pain away effectively. Kebun Teck Ghee's airflow system enhances breathability and reduces skin irritation, keeping you comfortable as you heal. Available at all major retail stores.
Japanese women are not staying silent. They're fighting back against age-old patriarchy.
日本人っていうのはもともと男性を女性が支えるもの。
And redefining what it means to be a woman in modern Japan.
社会を変えていきましょう。
Deciphering Japan, Saturday on CNA.
Looking to nourish your hair with botanicals? New Dove Botanic Sakura, the first shampoo with Sakura essence and visible petals, dissolves as you lather. Argan oil nourishes from within for soft, free-flowing hair. New Dove Botanic Selection.
Centrum 世界第一综合维生素品牌，全面营养 A 至 C， 让男士精力充沛、脑部健康和心脏保健。此外，维持女士的更年期、眼睛和骨骼的保健。Centrum 50+，让你活得更精彩。
What time did the patient collapse?
The normal is not normal anymore.
Value Max enables me to shine like a star. Value Max offers authentic, timeless jewelry that holds its value. Instantly, I'm transformed. I feel lucky. I feel confident. I feel happy. Value Max empowers me. Let Value Max help you shine.
Shop at hdt.com.sg and authorize retailers for your BYD Care mask today. BYD Care presents Mask for the Nation. We received over 2,000 designs and they look amazing. Log on to the official website to vote for your favorite design now. 2 lucky voters will walk away with prizes worth $1,000 each. 3 winning face mask designs will be produced for public sale. All proceeds will go to the MediaCorp Enable Fund to help persons with disabilities. Visit MediaCorp.sg/Mask for the Nation to cast your vote now. Voting closes on 10th July. Main sponsor, Dora, the tummy, hip and thigh slimming expert. Co-sponsor, BMW. Main sponsor, Allianz Insurance Singapore. We care about what matters to you.
Protect your loved ones. Walsh Laundry Sanitizer Disinfectant kills 99.9% of germs. Imported from Germany.
You're watching CNA's special coverage of Singapore Votes 2020, close to an hour since polls closed at 10 p.m. and vote counting is now underway. Voting was extended after long queues formed at some of those polling stations, with the Elections Department saying that this would give every eligible voter a chance to cast their ballot. We're waiting for the first sample counts that will give us an indication of which way the vote has gone today.
A record 11 opposition parties are contesting seats at this time, some brand new ones to the scene. Let's cross over to Gwyneth Teo, our reporter on the ground, who happens to be at Progress Singapore Party Chief Tan Cheng Bock's house. Gwen, tell us what's the latest and where you are.
Well, it's the 2-hour extension has completely messed up everyone's plans, including ours. You know, we've been standing here since 5 p.m. and we were expecting to also be following Dr. Tan Cheng Bock to Nanhua High School at about 9 p.m., where we expected that would be where he'll be observing the sample count for West Coast GRC, which is where he's contesting. But, you know, it's past 10 p.m., it's almost 11, and Dr. Tan hasn't stirred from his house except to give that statement, which was his party's opinion of the 2-hour extension, where, just to recap, he said that after studying the Parliamentary Elections Act, they don't think the returning officer has the power to extend polling hours, especially not as late as on polling day itself. And of course, you know, you discussed whether that would fly, you know, in this kind of very unusual circumstance. But Dr. Tan also pointed out that it does cast doubt on the entire electoral process. He shared that some of his polling agents actually had stepped away from the 7 to 8 p.m. hour because they thought there weren't that many voters at their station. So nobody knows what happens there. He also shared that the Singapore Democratic Party chairman, Professor Potong, also told him that some of their polling agents were concerned about their safety because 7 to 8 p.m. is the special voting hour for those who are on medical leave for acute respiratory infection or those running fevers of 37.5 degrees Celsius and above. So concerned for their own health and safety, they had stepped away instead of observe those ballot boxes. So his point is just that it's also about it casts doubt on the entire process as well. But when we asked him whether he would be contesting the constitutionality of it, he said he would wait for the Elections Department to respond to the party's statement first, and they will also do a little bit more studying into the Constitution as well. But, you know, things are changing so much now. We're also in the heat of counting of ballot boxes arriving at counting stations. Lots of things are going to happen in the next few hours, as you and I well know. So it really remains to be seen how this particularly will play out tonight or over the next few days. But regardless of that, we'll be sticking with Dr. Tan, we'll be sticking with the Progress Singapore Party tonight. They are fielding the largest slate of candidates of any of the opposition party. That's 24 candidates in 9 constituencies. So a lot of action is definitely going to be coming from here tonight.
Yeah, it certainly is. And thanks for keeping an eye on it for us. Gwyneth Teo there from Dr. Tan Cheng Bock's driveway.
That's right. And those of you with keen eyes would have seen that a cat did indeed jump into the gate. We can't tell you whose cat that was. We can't verify its identity. But live now to Deborah Wong. She's on the ground for us. Deb, you're tracking the Singapore Democratic Party. Please don't tell me you're at Chee Soon Juan's house?
I don't know. I'm not at Chee Soon Juan's house. I'm actually outside the Singapore Democratic Party's headquarters in Mo Kio. So it's all pretty quiet at the moment, and the only people streaming in so far has been volunteers and members of the media. Now, just behind this door, the volunteers have been setting up tables and chairs for a press conference, which we are told will be happening at the end of the night. So we're not sure what time that's going to happen, because as you know, everything's been delayed by about 2 hours. And you've just heard from Gwyneth that Progress Singapore Party has released a statement saying that they are questioning the integrity of the voting process. And this is a similar statement that the Singapore Democratic Party has also issued. Now, they're saying that because their polling agents had stepped away at 8 o'clock, they were not there to observe the sealing of the ballot boxes. And so this leaves this leaves the voting process questionable. And they've actually called for the Elections Department to rescind the decision. But of course, as you know, that didn't happen. Now, ELD has come out to clarify that polling agents can still remain in the polling centres during the extended hours. So it remains to be seen how SDP will respond to that, because they're not here at the moment, but we'll sure to bring you the updates as soon as we hear from them. Back to you.
All right, thanks very much for that, Deborah. We've heard from our reporters on the ground. We've heard from our experts in studio. Let's hear from some candidates now. And the PAP's Sito Yee-Pin is going head-to-head with SPP Chairman Jose Raymond in Potong Pasir SMC. Mr. Sito has represented Potong Pasir since the 2011 elections, when he edged out SPP's Lina Chiam by just 114 votes.
That's right. Well, he shared some of his experiences with voting earlier today.
Whatever happens, we would respect the decision of the voters. We will listen to the voice of the ballot box.
Been able to get any sort of sensing as to how things may go tonight?
No, I don't do things like that. I try my best, and we're near the finishing line. So We hope for the best, but whatever it is, we will respect the decision of the residents.
SDP Chairman Paul Tambaya, meanwhile, said holding the election during the pandemic is reckless. Dr. Tambaya is contesting Bukit Panjang SMC, and he said he's not optimistic about the opposition's chances tonight.
The odds are stacked against us. We had no rallies, we had no large walkabouts. I think it'll still be a miracle if we win. We've been receiving very encouraging feedback during the campaign, but whether that translates into votes, given like I said, the tremendous obstacles that are against us, we have learned our lesson from 2015. You don't ever count your chickens before they're hatched.
Well, let's get some thoughts from our guests in studios to what we've just heard there. Mustafa, I'll come to you first. Dr. Paul Tambaya there, so it's fairly sombre about his prospects given this sort of inability of the opposition to rally. What are your thoughts?
Certainly, I think he's contesting Bukit Panjang SMC. It's a SMC that has a lot of support for the PAP in earlier elections as well. But certainly, if you look at Paul Tambaya, he's an accomplished professional and established medical practitioner. Certainly has the profile. So, I mean, he might be somber, but I think he should at least, be a little more optimistic of maybe doing well in Bukit Panjang. SDP more generally, I think it has taken a position this time around of focusing on issues. Their manifesto is well thought out. And they have filled in the areas where they have filled up previously as well, so they know the area well. So we'll have to see how they perform. But certainly, I think SDP has to up their game in this particular election. So we'll just have to see how the results pan out.
Eugene, early on in the hustings, the televised debate, which featured the members of the different parties discussing issues to do with their manifestos, the 10 million population sort of disagreement sort of arose between Vivian Balakrishnan from PAP and Dr. Chee Soon-Juan from SDP. How far do you think that conversation, that there was some fallout from it with the electorate? One party claiming that it was a victory and, the PAP saying you can't call that a victory.
It's a tough one to call on that. I think voters would respond differently. But what it did, in floating that 10 million population figure, I thought was to draw voters' attention to the SDP's manifesto, where this would be the one no, right? Clearly, no, we don't want a larger population, and that also then provided the segue in which a few other parties jumped in as well, to discuss the population numbers. And I think this was an election in which immigration as a subset of population issues came right to the forefront, and how it would impact on how voters feel about the parties with regard to immigration, how external stakeholders like investors and companies may look at Singapore in terms of our reception towards immigration. I think these have been issues that the SDP have been able to bring to the forefront. And of course, if you talk in terms of their manifesto, their strategy, they too also decided to move their two most well-known candidates, Dr. Chee and Prof. Tambaya, out of Holland Bukit Timah GRC to contest in the SMCs. And I think this enabled them to make more headway, I would say, in this campaign. They are the better-known candidates. They have their credentials in different respects. And I think going on one-to-one, with the PAP candidates, would I think give them, a better opportunity. I think we see typically in elections, right, on the eve of, on cooling off day or eve of cooling off day, parties tend to talk up their chances. And then on polling day, parties tend to be a bit more subdued. And I think it's quite understandable, right? They're trying to rally voters on, particularly the undecided voters. And I think when it comes to polling day, I think that's when, after some stock taking had been done, I think candidates and parties tend to be rather modest. But I think all said, the SDP campaign, I thought was rather well done. I think they were able to draw attention to what were some of their key ideas in this particular campaign, and of course, they pushed very hard on their objections, to having an election during this COVID-19 pandemic. And of course, coming from Professor Paul Tumbai, an infectious diseases expert, that perhaps carried some weight as well. But whether all that, will be a game changer, I think remains to be seen. But I think they should make progress in this election.
Okay, well, thanks very much, guys. The PAP's Masagos Zulkifli and his team contesting Tampines GRC have arrived at the counting centre at Poi Ching School just minutes ago. Mr. Masagos and his team are up against the National Solidarity Party. The team is led by party president Reno Fong.
Now, some are long-timers like the PAP, WP and SDP, but several are new to the scene. So let's take a look at where they are contesting. First up, the Progress Singapore Party. It was founded last year by former PAP MP Tan Cheng Bock. He's leading a team to contest West Coast GRC. PSP is fielding 24 candidates this general election, the highest among the opposition parties. It's contesting 9 constituencies. Another political newcomer is People's Voice, which was officially registered in October 2018. Lim Tien is the face of the party. He's leading a team to contest Jalan Besar GRC. PV has also fielded candidates in Pasir's Punggol GRC and Mountbatten SMC. Then there's also Red Dot United, formed just 2 months back. It's led by Ravi Philemon and Michelle Lee, former PSP members. The party is contesting just 1 constituency, Jurong GRC. Now, RDU has said it's competing there to give Singaporeans a choice. And plenty more to come on our coverage of Singapore Votes 2020. We'll be bringing you the sample counts and official results live as and when they happen. Stay with us.
My eyes are the window to my soul. They speak more than words. 1 serum, 2 usages, 3 brightening benefits. Unveil brighter skin in 10 days. Eversoft Skin's Face and Eye Serum. Let your eyes speak.
This Saturday, Wall Street's tug of war with the economy.
The major stock indices are not reflecting the scale of this economic catastrophe.
Plus, saving money on your mortgage.
Refinancing allows you to enjoy substantial interest saving.
And what COVID-19 means for food safety and supply chains.
Restaurants who have cleaner, more hygienic, better sales.
Money Mind, Saturday on CNA.
As the pandemic upends global economies, being informed has never been this crucial. Stay ahead with the latest business developments in Asia. Track the financial activities taking place, monitor trade performance, analyse stock market trends, and understand the impact on the global economy and the road to recovery. Start your day with an accurate view into the world of business. Asia Business on Asia First CNA. Brought to you by Cisco. Collaborate securely with WebEx.
African sea coconut brand cough mixture.
Mum?
African sea coconut brand cough mixture relieves cough, soothes throat, loving and caring through generations.
Lifebuoy 特告：为防止有害病菌散播，谨记用肥皂勤洗手。若身旁没洗手液，沐浴露也能有效抗菌。让大家一起为新加坡防止病菌散播吧。
I'm like blank.
Oh, that's quite scary though. One in 3 seconds. Wow.
Are you at risk? If you have concerns, ask your healthcare professional today.
Scientifically formulated with Photosyn Connect, Silvanate has high levels of nutrients such as DHA, EPA, choline, and phospholipids. An active mind builds connections for a happy life.
Welcome back to CNA's coverage of Singapore's general election. It's been an hour since polls closed at 10 p.m. and ballot boxes are arriving, and some have arrived already in various counting centres. As you can see there, we are waiting for the first sample counts. We're hoping they'll be coming to us this hour. Now, these will give us an indication of the possible results as we await the official word from the Elections Department.
Our reporter Tan Cheng joins us live from the counting centre at Chong Fu School. Cheng, what developments do you have for us?
At the moment, it's really quiet here at Chong Fu School. It's the principal counting centre for Nee Soon GRC, Sembawang GRC, Marsiling-Yew GRC, as well as Kebun SMC. Now, we're actually waiting for candidates and party members to come over to Chong Fu School to actually inspect the ballot boxes. Now, earlier there was a little bit of uncertainty, especially after the extension, as to whether the parties and the candidates will be able to inspect the ballot boxes. But the Elections Department said that no procedural changes have been changed, so these people can still come over to the counting centres to inspect the ballot boxes. Now, over here, a little bit of context. For Nee Soon GRC, it was formed in 2011. For the People's Action Party team, we have K. Shanmugam helming the team, and he's up against Progress Singapore Party, which came as a surprise because in the last two elections it was Workers' Party that was contesting in Nee Soon GRC, but the Workers' Party lost in both elections. And if we look at Marsiling-Yew GRC, it's relatively new. It was formed in 2015. And for the People's Action Party, it's helmed by Mr. Lawrence Wong, and he's up against Singapore Democratic Party. And if you remember, in 2015, Madam Halima was part of the 2015 team for the People's Action Party, but she had to contest for the reserved presidential election in 2017. So without Madam Halima, her seat is replaced by Zaki Muhammad. So we have to see if this would actually affect the voting for this year. And over at Sembawang GRC, it is the oldest GRC among the three GRCs that I am tracking over here. It was formed in 1988. And Mr. Ong Ye Kang, he is helming the team for the People's Action Party. He's up against National Solidarity Party team member Spencer Ng, which lost by 27% of the votes. We'll see whether they will be able to get more votes this time around. Now, Ong Ye Kang is also helming the team for the first time since 2006, as we understand Mr. Kebun Wang recently stepped down. So at the same time, he's only served as a one-term MP. So he's helming the as a leader this time round. And so we'll have to see as well whether this would translate into more votes, as to whether residents will have that confidence with Mr. Ong Ye Kang. And now we look at Kebun SMC. It's the first time it's returning to its SMC status after nearly 3 decades. Now, Mr. Henry Kwek, for the People's Action Party team, he's contesting Kebun SMC. He used to be from Nee Soon GRC team. And now he's up against Kumaran Pillay, who is from the Progress Singapore Party team. Now, it's a brand new SMC after nearly 3 decades. So we will have to see whether this translates to votes for both parties. But from what we understand, it is a People's Action Party stronghold, especially with 2 out of 5 residents are seniors in the Merdeka and Pioneer generation. So we will be giving you updates over the course of the program, so stay tuned.
Sehwei, thank you very much for that update. Tan Sehwei there at Chong Fu School.
Now, many are closely watching this election, including those around the region. There's a watch party underway in Thailand's capital. Singaporeans and even non-Singaporeans have gathered to see who will win this year's general election. And Mei Wong reports.
Singaporeans based in Bangkok are not able to vote because Thailand is not designated as one of the overseas polling stations. But that doesn't mean that Singaporeans are not interested in elections back home. In fact, to get the Singaporeans in the election mood, the organizers, aside from having this particular get-together, they've also come up with some things that are quite special. Coming up with specific drinks, for example, at discounted prices. Red and white representing the colors of the Singapore flag. flag, and also having a trivia to quiz and test Singaporeans on the facts of this year's elections. But what's a Singapore get-together without food, of course? So in order to have a little bit of fun, the organizers have decided to allow the Singaporeans to vote for their favorite food for tonight. And out of 5 dishes, they're allowed to choose 2. That includes curry chicken as well as nasi lemak. And the people have spoken. They've decided to go for laksa as well as the char kway teow.
Because of COVID, there was no way that I could fly there, quarantine myself 14 days in Singapore with my 14-month-old baby, and then come back to Thailand and quarantine another 14, 16 days. You know, that's not possible. But if things were different, I would have loved to fly back to vote. It's not that I'm angry or sad, it's just that I feel left out as part of the statistic of non-voters now. I've never been that statistic. I've always been the voting statistic. So we are all in the same boat. We all want to vote, I guess, and we are unable to vote. So I think coming together, having a few beers, watching the election results, I think that's going to be interesting and exciting for us, even if you don't vote.
We thought it would be fun to organize a little get-together with some of our friends and fellow Singaporeans to kind of witness this very, very important and significant event for our nation, which happens, I mean, once every 5 years, right? So, yeah, so we thought it would be great to kind of like watch it together. There's been lots online, which is great, on Channel News Asia and on Instagram, Facebook. So I've been catching up on the news, catching up on the election news, the campaign, here and there from over here.
Even non-Singaporeans have decided to join in the fun.
I'm come here to watch the election result because we got friends from Singapore here, working here, and our friends in Singapore. So we want to see what is going on in Singapore.
Before I moved to Bangkok, I was in Singapore for 9 years. So 3.5 years already I am here in Bangkok, and I miss Singapore big time. And with the elections coming over, I would like to see what will be the results or how things will go forward.
More than 4,000 Singaporeans, I understand, are based here in Thailand. And even though they're not back home in Singapore physically, their hearts and minds will always be with the country, hoping that the next government will be able to make Singapore better and take it further. May Wong, CNA, Bangkok.
More than 200,000 Singaporeans live overseas, 13,000 of those in mainland China. Now, most of them are concentrated in Shanghai, China's most populous city. Lynette Lim spoke to Singaporeans who cast their votes there.
The Singapore Consulate General in Shanghai is one of 10 polling centres for overseas Singaporeans. It's open for people to vote from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the Elections Department has said that voting will take place subject to the approval of the overseas authorities and the prevailing COVID-19 situation in those cities. Here in China, Chinese health experts say the country appears to have gotten a second wave of COVID-19 under control, and life has gone pretty much back to normal in Shanghai. I cast my ballot earlier and it was a fairly smooth and orderly process. Within the building, mask wearing is compulsory and you're required to sanitize your hands and put on disposable plastic gloves before entering the voting booth. That's on top of safe distancing measures and temperature checks. And anyone with a temperature of 37.5 degrees Celsius and above will be turned away. Once polling ends, the sealed ballot boxes will be transported back to Singapore for counting. Due to its small number, overseas votes rarely have to be counted. However, if the returning officer deems that the overseas votes may have an impact on the election result, the elected candidate will be declared only when the overseas votes reach Singapore and have been counted. And this could take up to 17 days after polling day in Singapore. Still, those I spoke with say it's their democratic right and responsibility to vote.
I have a lot of excitement in the morning, but I feel good. I know I have done what I'm supposed to do as a Singaporean. Yeah.
I feel good, you know, just doing our part. You know, we live in Shanghai. Wife and me, we've been here like, almost 20 years. We have voted every elections, so it's been good. It's been good, you know, feel good to be part of it, yeah. I thought everything was very efficient. It just went very smoothly. In fact, I don't know, maybe because less people, but this time very fast. I remember in 1-5, right? Probably took about half an hour, 1 hour to clear everything, you know.
I think it's important to be part of the nation-building process, and since Shanghai is one of the polling centres anyway, it's quite convenient for me to come down and exercise my right to vote. Now that they've voted, they'll be closely monitoring the vote count just like their compatriots in Singapore, even though they're thousands of kilometres away. Lynette Lim, CNA, Shanghai.
Overseas polling was held in the Japanese capital of Tokyo. Many Singaporeans cast their ballots from 8 in the morning in wet weather. As of June 2019, the Japanese government says there are over 9,000 Singaporeans in Japan, but it's not clear how many are eligible to vote in this general election.
Well, voters practiced safe distancing as they queued for their turn. They had their temperatures taken, their belongings checked and underwent a body check before entering the premises of the embassy in Tokyo.
Yeah, it was really smooth. We just went in. There was a lot of measures taken to prevent coronavirus transmission. I thought it was really well run.
I am a bit worried because recently, especially Tokyo, the number is rising again for the COVID-19.
I would just stay at home. So stay at home is the safest. Except today. Yeah, because I have to vote.
Actually, I'm from Osaka, so I come all the way from Osaka to vote. Yeah, it's okay, but Shinkansen is 2 hours, so I thought, yeah, I'll come here and vote.
The Workers' Party is contesting 6 constituencies this general election. So let's take a closer look at some of them. The party is defending its seats in Aljunied GRC with Chief Pritam Singh leading the charge. The stakes are high. WP barely held on to the constituency in the 2015 polls, and the team goes into battle without 2 veterans, former leader Lau Tia Kang and Chen Xiaomao. The PAP team going up against them includes Samshil Kama, Victor Lai and Chua Eng Leong. All of them were part of the 2015 team. The Workers' Party is also defending its Hougang stronghold. The SMC is the longest-held opposition ward in Singapore, with WP holding it since 1991. Former NCMP Dennis Tan has been fielded here. He is battling the PAP's Lee Hong Chuang. WP is also contesting the new Sengkang GRC, and it's a relatively young lineup there. The only candidate who has contested an election before is He Ting-Ru, and she's joined by Louis Chua, Raisha Khan and James Lim, arguably the WP's most prominent new face this general election, and they are up against a PAP team led by Minister Ng Chee Meng. WP is also gunning for East Coast GRC, one of its stomping grounds. Its lineup this time is entirely different. Familiar faces Gerald Giam and Leon Pereira are gone, and instead the team includes Kenneth Foo and prominent new face Nicole Seah. But they face a PAP team anchored by the Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Heng Swee Keat moved here to contest in a surprise move on nomination day. So, gentlemen, I want to get your view on WP's strategy here. Dr. Mustafa, let's start with you. East Coast, completely new team up against Deputy Prime Minister Heng Swee Keat, who himself as well was moved from Tampines to contest in GRC. What do you make of this strategy?
Well, on the part of PAP, it's definitely a masterstroke. It has helped to strengthen the East Coast PAP team. For the WP, I think there has been a constituency that they have been contesting in past elections. So certainly they will be looking to do well in East Coast. If we look at the team there, yes, I think there is considerable political experience in that team. They'll certainly be looking at Nicole Seah effect, right, to try and get them to do well in East Coast. But I think in the end, when you weigh and you look at the 2015 result, you have to say that the PAP are in the front seat as far as East Coast GRC is concerned.
Well, I want to bring up Nicole Seah. Do you think she is as prominent as she was back in 2011? She seems a little bit more quiet, this general election. Do you think it's enough, though, for the WP?
Nicole Seah effect on her own is not. It has to be in combination with other factors. So that would include how Workers' Party have worked the ground in East Coast, how have they been able to connect with the electorate, what kind of issues they have been able to raise. So I think all of these things do matter, but certainly with Nicole Seah there, and she has contested in 2011, I think people will still remember who she is, but Well, I think perhaps to some extent that would help the Workers' Party team there.
Eugene, since GE 2015, the Workers' Party has had to go through something of a reality check. The results back then, it brought them back down to earth. The vote share for the Workers' Party went down. They've had to really reframe some of their strategy. I mean, talking about candidates that they've had to select. They brought out a broad swathe this time, people we didn't expect, faces from different backgrounds, a group of a certain calibre, I should say, that were rather impressive. So what factors do you think they've had to take into account since GE15 that were different for this year?
I think Workers' Party is going through a generational change, and I think that may have also changed the way the party looks at how it should contest in general election. And by that I mean, in this general election, for example, shifting to a much younger slate of candidates. And I think many of us would have been taken surprise, by the Workers' Party, not fielding Mr. Lau Tia Kiang, Mr. Peng Eng Huat, and Mr. Chen Shuo-Mao, three of their 3 MPs from the last parliament. And of course, other experienced contestants like Ms. Li Lian, who was MP for Punggol East between 2013 and 2015. And so, I think with this more inexperienced lineup, I think the question of, that may have posed to in many voters' minds was whether there was more change rather than continuity. And so I think in this election, I think they knew that they overplayed, the card of, let's keep the PAP, let's reduce, them to even less than a 2/3 majority. And so in this election, they have instead gone on the reverse strategy of saying that there is that real danger of an opposition wipeout. And so we'll see, right? Whether this strategy has worked. And I think Aljunied would be that key bellwether. Will tell us whether voters have bought onto that opposition wipeout concern that WP has raised. But I think they are banking their hopes on the younger slate of candidates. I think the idea is to resonate more with the electorate. We now have more than half the electorate which are born post-independence. And perhaps the idea here is that, the younger voters would more easily identify, with candidates who are around their age, who might come with very ordinary credentials but have the heart to serve the people. But they have to manage these changes, right? So when they decided not to show up for the televised national debate in Mandarin, that caused quite a consternation on the ground. And it took, Mr. Lau Tia Kiang, to come up with a video message on the last day of campaigning, to assure voters that the Workers' Party is still very much the same party. He still continues to provide guidance, to his younger colleagues. And so I think here, you have WP under Mr. Pritam Singh in his first general election. And so I think all eyes will be on WP to see how they perform in this very challenging circumstances.
If I could add to what Eugene has just said, I think it's certainly a political watershed for the Workers' Party, in particular because they have a new leader at the helm, Pritam Singh. So they will certainly be looking at this particular election. Number one, in terms of their strategy, is to retain Aljunied and Hougang. I think that will be their uppermost priority. Thereafter, they'll be looking at the other GRCs and SMCs as to what they can do to at least, put up a good fight, maybe increase the number of vote share that they have received in 2015. But I think more importantly, if you look at Workers' Party, you look at the candidates, the young candidates, they are preparing for the future. They are looking at subsequent elections to make an even more significant mark in the GRCs that they are currently contesting in. And certainly they'll be looking at Sengkang, a new GRC as well. So certainly one that they are hoping they could perhaps spring an upset, but we'll have to see and what the results tell us. But this is their strategy: retain Aljunied and Hougang, and then try and make headway in the other GRCs and SMCs.
Dr. Mustafa, you mentioned Pritam Singh's leadership. And during the hustings and with the media engagement that we saw of him in this social media election, so much of it online, he was very, very much front and centre, very much in charge. at the Workers' Party. You even visibly saw Sylvia Lim, sort of standing behind him on occasion, and in particular when he had to deal with some sticky issues, the Raisa Khan issue. You talked about, we shouldn't look at Heng Swee Keat's results tonight as a referendum on his leadership, but what about Pritam Singh's sort of performance in this election, a referendum on his leadership at the Workers' Party?
I think that would also be unfair, simply because this is in some respects an unusual general election held in a time of the global pandemic, and so many would say that it does advantage the ruling party. But I think when you look at Mr. Pritam Singh, I think he has held himself very well. When you look at how he handled the difficult situations, particularly the police report against Ms. Khan, over allegedly insensitive postings on Facebook. The way he was able to show support, for his candidate, but also putting very clear the party's position. And I think, that certainly helped to allay voters' concerns, about whether the Workers' Party has changed. And I think, that ability to take stock of a situation, quickly respond to it, respond in an authoritative manner, I think that has done a lot, and I would say, if we look at how he conducts the media huddle and all, for example, I saw one where, he told the reporter to lower the mic, I think, that shows that there's sort of confidence and savviness, so I think there's a lot going, so I agree with Mustafa, that there's a lot going for the Workers' Party, if they can continue, to ensure that these young candidates are nurtured. I think one of the difficulties that the Workers' Party have is, the fairly rapid changes in their lineups. So from the 2015 lineup, not many of them are in this current election, right? So I think about 11, with about another 9 or 10 new faces. I think voters want to see candidates, who are committed, who continue to work the ground. So I think that's something that they will have to focus on, rather than having, slate of impressive candidates, but staying power maybe of doubt to some voters.
And Dr. Mustafa, your thoughts on the Sengkang GRC? James Lim was doing a very good job in the debate. He was sort of hailed online for his sort of how he carried himself. You're talking about Pritam Singh and how he carried himself with the media. Do you think that sort of thing, sort of a new fresh face, speaking, articulating very well, is only going to stand them in good stead?
Well, certainly. I think the James Lim effect is something that has risen the stock of the Workers' Party. It has shown that the opposition can also attract good quality candidates to stand in an election. So I think James Lim has brought that to the opposition camp, in particular to the Workers' Party. More than that, I think he has brought the spotlight to Sengkang. He has made Sengkang GRC a GRC to watch. And also it's a young team there. The youngest member of the Workers' Party team, Raisa Khan, is fielded in Sengkang. So they're certainly looking at the young voters there. They're looking at the GRC that's newly formed. Perhaps there's a chance there. But I think you also have to look at the PAP team. And the PAP team is also very strong there. You had someone like Amrin Amin, who's gone there, who's also there to link up with the young voters in particular, but of course the other voters in the constituency as well. You have a minister anchoring that Sengkang GRC as well. So I think it's going to be an intense fight, I think a very close fight, and certainly an intriguing battle, if anything, in Sengkang GRC. And I think people are certainly looking at that and see how the results will pan out.
Okay, now we do have a word in my ear that we can bring you some sample results for you now. We can get some reaction from our guests in the studio. You're looking at Kebun SMC. This is a sample count results, which we explained earlier. A PAP with a 68%, through Henry Kwek, with PSP, the Progress Singapore Party's candidate, Kumaran Pillay, 32%. This is the first sample count result that we have seen so far.
Yeah, we would like to remind our viewers that there is a margin of error between sample count results and the final results. It is between 1 to 4 percentage points. So that means that sample counts do have a 95% chance that they will be within that 4 percentage point range. They were very accurate back in 2015. But looking at that interesting. Henry Kwek there appears to be in the lead.
Yeah, we do have another result to bring you as well from Hong Kong North. Let's bring this one up onto the screen as well for our viewers. Hong Kong North SMC, Amy Khor from PAP, there with 63%, and Zhijin Wong, a new face for the PSP, with 37%. We'll get some reaction from our guests here in studio, maybe with this one. Hong Kong North, Eugene, 63% for Amy Khor, Zhijin Wong, 37%.
I think that's a very strong showing by Ms. Wong of PSP. Dr. Khor is one of the PAP's better performers in the single member constituencies. In the last election, I think she was the second best, with a poll in a berth of 75%. And at the current rate, going at 63, it doesn't look as impressive as a performance as in 2015. But these are just sample counts. I think they, as Dawn pointed out, they are quite accurate. But I think Dr. Khor would be somewhat disappointed, with the score at this point in time.
Eugene, you mentioned the fact of having some surprise there at Zhijin Wong's sample count at this point of the evening. Because she's brand new to politics, she returned to Singapore, having lived in China for a very long time, not known in the area, does not live in Hong Kong North, has said that, if she did win, she would move to live with the residents.
Now we are getting another report in for sample counts of an update. I'm just seeing if I can see it here for Potong Pasir. This one, we can see it on the screen as well for our viewers at home. Jose Raymond from SPP has garnered 39% in the sample count, and Sito Yi Pin, this is one we were talking about earlier, from the PAP with 61%. Dr. Mustafa, your reaction to seeing these numbers that we've got?
Well, Sito Yi Pin has had a strong showing in 2015 as well as in 2011 to some extent. So I think it's not surprising that he has that percentage right now with a sample count. But it also shows that Jose Raymond has also bringing quite a bit of percentage of votes as well. New face, certainly, but certainly making grounds.
Let's take a look at the GRC for Marine Parade. The PAP there, led by Tan Cheng Bock with 57%, against the Workers' Party with 43%. PAP GRC made up of Siak Yan Peng, Edwin Tong, Tan Si Leng and Muhammad Fahmi Aliman, against Rontan, Yi Jen Jong, Fadli Fauzi, Muhammad Azhar, Abdul Latif and Nathaniel Koh. Percentages in the 50s for the PAP here, Eugene. That's quite a big difference from what we saw in the election 5 years ago. But Marine Parade, your thoughts?
Yeah, in 2015, the PAP polled 64%. And so at this point in time, at 57, I think it's a bit behind pace. And I think the Workers' Party, if they were to maintain at 43%, I think that could very well earn this team, one member to be a NCMP. So I think, if we look at the sort of results that have come in, the PAP seems to be off the pace, if I could put it that way. I know it's still early days, right? But when you look at some of the contests, I think the opposition is putting up a very good showing. And
when you're saying off the pace, you mean compared to 5 years ago?
Compared to 2015, yes.
Well, Dr. Mustafa, looking at those Marine Parade results there, it's worth now, reminding ourselves and viewers that this is the PAP's first election without Emeritus Senior Minister Goh Chok Tong in that team. He did go walk the ground during the hustings with them. He introduced Dr. Tan Si Leng into the team as well. We have seen a number of very prominent PAP members. We were talking about the Workers' Party prominent members who'd stepped aside this year. PAP too, a significant number stepping aside. How do you think that may have influenced the vote?
I think it would be to some extent. ESM Goh Chok Tong is different when you're standing and when you are walking the ground with the candidates. There is a difference there. But he certainly is an important, it's Mr. Marine Parade, so people know him very well, ESM Goh Chok Tong. So I think perhaps this result, yes, slightly surprising, but I think it also shows there is sentiments on the ground as well. There is a little bit of movement and where there is maybe a little bit of unhappiness perhaps on the ground. So we are seeing with the sample count that we are seeing right now. So certainly with this sample count, we can see that the Workers' Party is performing relatively well.
Yeah, so looking at this sort of strategy that we talked about earlier, Eugene, with the numbers shaping up, then it could be for Aljunied, for example, the chances of them holding that GRC could be quite good.
Yeah, I mean, here you're looking at, a WP team is probably out of their 4 GRC teams. This is the third most experienced, and they're polling at 43%, and let's assume that, the WP team in Aljunied is able to maintain that, given that it is their A team, then I think, there's a lot going for the WP. I think that the ruling party would probably be quite disappointed with the result thus far. But, these are only 4 different constituencies, right? It's still early in the evening. Anything can happen. And that it could just be that, we're now looking at 4 constituencies where there could be peculiar issues.
Yeah, I've got another one for Marymount, a sample count coming in there. We've for SMC, Ang Yong Guan from the PSP party with 46%. This one even closer. Gan Xiao Huang has a first-timer for the PAP. This one, Marymount.
We don't quite have those up on the board yet, but let's look at the Bukit Batok sample count. Right now, we've got the PAP's Murali Pillay with 57% and Dr. Chee Soon Juan with 43% in that sample count. Let's take a look at the sample count for Marymount right now. Now, this was a close one to watch because we've got Gan Xiao Huang, who is a new face for the PAP. She has got 54% there in this sample count, with Dr. Ang Yong Guan from the PSP with 46%. That is a close result, a sample count result there.
Yeah, let's get your thoughts on the Bukit Batok SMC before we talk about this one for Marymount, guys. It was a rematch, Murali Pillay and Chee Soon Juan from the by-election a few years ago. What do you make of this one? Chee Soon Juan had made the decision to contest by himself in an SMC. He's come awfully close, Dr. Mustafa, but just not quite close enough.
Yes, I think the sample count does show that as well. I think Murali Pillay is someone very popular in Bukit Batok, and he's a grassroots MP, and I think the results are showing that.
Although Dr. Chee, it should be added. He polled about 38% in the by-election where he contested against Mr. Murali. And so at 43%, I think he would be encouraged. There is a significant gap still, but if you go by the current, sample counts, I think if a candidate were to poll more than 40%, I think there is a good chance that candidate would be eligible, for a non-constituency member of parliament seat. But you see the PAP, in the high 50s, the low 60s from the sample count so far, and it could make the more keenly contested constituencies, it could be fairly nerve-wracking, for all parties.
Yes, as the numbers seem to be narrowing by comparison from the year before, from the election before.
If I could, I think the polling data does show that he's doing a lot better, Dr. Chee Soon Juan, and I think he can be pleased with that. With the sample count right now. As mentioned as well, that may well also be an NCMP seat waiting for him if it maintains that.
So we were talking earlier about these, exceptional times that we found ourselves in with this general election, having to deal with COVID-19, having to deal with that. We are going to go to one more sample count result right now. We've got them in for Pioneer.
Yeah, we certainly do, Dawn. This was a 3-cornered fight in Pioneer between an independent PSP party and PAP. We can show you that on our screen now from the sample count. We have Patrick Tay from the PAP with 66%, PSP Lim Che Hong with 32%, and independent Chiang Ping-Hwa with just the 2% there. This 3-cornered fight, but really two people really in this one, I suppose, looking at the numbers there. Eugene, your thoughts on this and another sort of mid-60s coming in for the PAP?
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Patrick Tay is very strong on the ground, and of course he was moved from West Coast to Pioneer, replacing the previous MP, Mr. Cedric Foo. And so I think at 66, which is still about 10% of what Mr. Foo polled in 2015, but I think that's a commanding lead, over PSP's Lim Che Hong, and I think as poll data from the past has indicated, the person who ranks third, is likely to lose his election deposit, and so I think Mr. Chiang at 2%, is in grave danger of losing his election deposit.
Now, there certainly always is a concern when you have these three-cornered fights. This is the only SMC having this three-way fight here, but there's always that concern of vote dilution. But I think Patrick, at this point of the night, would certainly be happy with 66% in this sample count.
Yes, very much so. And I think, as mentioned by Eugene, is very strong on the ground. And I think this result certainly befits his support on the ground. So I think it's certainly not surprising with the result that he's got. He's certainly going to be pleased with it. And as mentioned, is the only SMC with a three-cornered fight. And I think it's unfortunate, perhaps for the independent, that he may well lose his deposit.
Yeah.
You mentioned sort of the NS non-constituency MP, and that if candidates get a high enough percentage, then they can get into be members of parliament that way. We'll have a discussion, I think, a bit later, maybe on the different thinkings of that from the PAP and the opposition parties as well. But what do you think is the number that's going to get people into the NCMP? I mean, we won't know until it's all sort of laid before us. But looking at what we've seen so far, high 30s.
No, I think looking at the sample count so far, I would say probably 40 would put you in the short list, and I think anything above 45, would certainly guarantee you.
Well, let's look at let's talk a bit about the strategy of SDP then. That from what we've seen so far with Dr. Chee Soon-Juan, it seems it could have been a gamble that paid off, because we were expecting him to be fielded for an SMC, but not Paul Tambaya.
But I think it was the right move, as I mentioned earlier, to move two of their most well-known candidates, to SMCs. I think they have qualities that could appeal to voters. When they contest in an SMC, I think somehow, it does get diluted, particularly on a slate where you have Dr. Chee. I think for Dr. Chee, for some voters, they still have some concerns about him. And I think moving to contest in a single-member constituency, one that he contested in the by-election in 2016, I think that's good, because I think for the voters of Bukit Batok, it shows that commitment in wanting to serve them, rather than moving around the different constituencies. I think for Prof. Tambaya, it has also enabled him to come out of Dr. Chee's shadow, the ability to stand on his own and to show, what he's capable of. And even if this is not his election, we can be sure, that this election has brought him, to the public eye. And I think, he has a lot going for him in future elections.
Well, Dr. Paul Tambaya will be contesting for Bukit Panjang SMC against PAP's Liang Eng Hua. We heard from him earlier, Dr. Mustafa, and he didn't sound too optimistic, but perhaps having seen the numbers come in for Bukit Batok with his fellow candidate, Chee Soon-Juan, he might be perhaps buoyed by what he's seen.
Well, certainly, and I think Dr. Paul Tambaya certainly would be looking at the results that are coming in and have a little more optimism in Bukit Panjang. He's certainly one that public are looking at because of his credentials and also about the sort of issues that he talks about and able to also debate those issues as well. So they will certainly be looking at him and how he performs in Bukit Panjang. But certainly for SDP, the strategy certainly is to, any party goes in to try and win the constituency. But if they can't, at least for the SDP, looking at those two SMCs, at least they hope one of those SMCs can give them an NCMP seat. And that would at least get them into parliament.
Tan Chuan Jin from the Marine Parade team just said a couple of days ago how important it is to be on the ground, that one thinks of this 9 days of intense activity during the hustings, but the work that potential candidates have to do, it goes much deeper than that, into years. So in the case of Dr. Chee Soon-Juan, from that by-election that you were talking about, Eugene, back in 2016, he didn't go away. He continued to walk the ground, talk to residents, and he's been very active on social media in terms of his communication and reaching out and engagement. Do you think that may have helped him as well?
I think it did, right? When there were some municipal issues in Bukit Batok, he weighed in as well. For example, there was this fire in one of the blocks in Bukit Batok, and the town council had locked, the box that contained the fire extinguisher, and he expressed his concern. So he does have a sense of what's going on, in Bukit Batok. So I think that has helped him. I think being present on the ground, or at least showing that willingness, to be there to understand residents, I think has helped. In many ways, voters tend to expect a lot more of the ruling party's MPs, right? Because they're incumbents. I think there's an expectation that they are there, they're visible, and that they do actively seek out residents and try to help them in the issues that they face. And so even if opposition parties are not so visible in between elections, voters, may not often put so much significance on that. I think they will probably take the view that in between elections, it's really the incumbents, and so if the incumbents are not able, right, to take advantage of being the MPs during that period, then I think there would be that comeback, during a general election.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Dr. Paul Tombaya and Chee Soon-Juan, but what about the sort of other SDP members? Holland Bukit Timah GRC, they're contesting there. They're also contesting at Marsiling-Yew GRC. Without their two sort of more prominent figures, how do you think they'll fare?
I think it'll be difficult for them, but I think they'll certainly put up a fight. And then looking at the sample counts coming in, they may well see that. Let's poll a little bit. Let's see whether they can improve on the performance of the opposition in past elections. So we'll just have to see how that pans out. I think for this particular election, it is not just a pandemic election, it's also a digital election. So you can see the importance of social media in this particular election. We've seen that across all the political parties, whether it's the ruling party as well as the opposition. You see that in the SDP, the PSP, the Workers' Party, as well as the other parties, NSP and the rest as well. So I think they have looked at social media as an important tool to connect with the voters. But it's also important that that's not a substitute for walking the ground. Those two have to happen in tandem. And in fact, it can be said that elections, while social media is important, it's not won on the internet. It is won on the ground. It's how you're able to connect with the voters, how you're able to relate to them. And if that face-to-face engagement is so crucial to get the support that you need to win an election in the constituency you're standing in.
And Eugene, you go along with that as well? I mean, this is a very unusual election in that, no physical rallies can take place. It's one thing to have a ground game, but, you also have to get your message out to those who, there's only so much ground you can cover in 9 days. And as well, if you're not on the ground day in, day out, perhaps. Your thoughts on sort of which parties you've seen sort of really embrace the fact that they have to reach out electronically?
Well, I think SDP and Workers' Party certainly understood that, the need. I think they saw campaigning online as being complementary and not supplementary. But I think these are parties which also recognize the importance of walking the ground. So in many respects, this general election has been very demanding on parties and candidates, right? Because they need to walk the ground, day and night. At the same time, they will have to prepare, for their online campaigning, whether in terms of prepackaged content or in a live rally. So I think this election has showed, the potential of, online campaigning. And we'll see many of the ideas, that have been used for online campaigning, being brought into the fiscal campaigning in future elections. One good example would be the fiscal rallies, right? The format has been pretty much the same over the years, right? It's typically one speech after another. But I think when you look at the online rallies, I think parties will probably think about how they could, in a fiscal rally setting, perhaps also put in prepackaged content. And parties have gone on in quite a big way onto videos. I think SDP is one example, of using videos to convey the message. And in many ways, it is a lot more accessible, than hearing a speech.
Those are short video clips, as well as the talk shows that we've seen online. I think that has been really, really significant. So you have a manifesto, yes, it's well thought out, but you also need to deliver the manifesto, and I think that has been done very successfully over social media, as well as, very importantly, on the ground too.
OK. Well, we've had a slew of sample count results that have been coming in, all showing the PAP leading, but the margin of victory in several areas narrowing.
That's right. Let's take a look at some constituencies where the sample count is out. The first sample count of the night from a GRC, Marine Parade, 57% for the PAP team led by Tan Cheng Bock, 43% for the Workers' Party team there. This is the GRC's first election without former Emeritus Senior Minister Goh Chok Tong, who has been synonymous with the area after helming the constituency for over 40 years.
In Potong, Pasir, the sample count shows 61% for PAP incumbent Sitoh Yee Pin and SPP's Jose Raymond with 39%. And the PAP's Sitoh Yee Pin has held the seat since 2011 when he edged out SPP's Lina Chiam by a razor-thin margin to put an end to 27 years of opposition control. Now, this is Mr. Raymond's first electoral outing. He was once Foreign Affairs Minister Vivian Balakrishna's press secretary.
In Marymount SMC, sample counts show that the PAP has 54%, while the PSP candidate Dr. Ang Yong Guan has 46%. Marymount SMC is one of the 4 newly formed SMCs in this GRC. And we have reports now that there is another sample count that's just coming in now. It is for Yeo Chu Kang.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeo Chu Kang SMC, a new SMC carved out of Mo Kio, of course, and the sample count there. Kailalo, the PSP candidate, with 39%, and Yip Hon Weng with 61%. Both of these individuals new candidates for their parties.
Yeah, that's right. Let's get you an indication of one from Radin Mas earlier. Melvin Wong, 76% for the PAP, with Kumar Apavu garnering 24% in the sample count so far. Let's also take a look at Yeo Chu Kang SMC, where we can see Yip Hon Weng from the PAP party, 61%, up against Kayla Low, 39%, as Dawn just mentioned.
They're both making their first foray into the political arena here.
Yeah, we've also got one from Punggol West we can show you as well. Sun Shui-Ling up against Tan Cheng Chen. PAP garnering 65% rather of the sample count against Workers' Party 35%. Let's get some reaction to our guests here. Dr. Mustafa, I can see you nodding along as those results were flashed up on the screen. Now, which one's caught your eye?
I think you see the percentage for the PAP is rising for some of these SMCs. And you can tell that these are SMCs, there's a lot of support for the PAP. And they are incumbents, and they are, I think, doing very well in getting the support from the ground. So you look at, you're looking at Punggol West here. So I think, this particular SMC, yes, I think that's the incumbent. And certainly she's polling really well, based on the sample count that we have.
Yeah.
So certainly I think this is the trajectory I think this SMC would go. It would be retained by the PAP.
Right. Well, Sun Shui-Ling, of course, was with the Pasir Ris-Punggol GRC team back in GE 2015. A very familiar face in the area now. So she, again, walking the ground. This is part of the PAP's winning strategy of having MPs, sort of first-time MPs, sort of come out, attempt to take an SMC, a single seat on their own. She's in the lead here. Tan Cheng Chen, of course, is a political newbie. Her first foray into politics. She has been involved, though, it must be said, in lots of Meet the People sessions. People do know her on the ground, but there is that time, again, the experience versus the passion, when we're talking about the performance of candidates as well.
I think it's useful for her to contest here, to give her the political experience. Again, it's about building for the future as well. So it's important to get this political experience and then, take the experience with you and, improve on it in subsequent elections.
Yeah, Eugene, you mentioned earlier about the sort of turnover of candidates with the Workers' Party. As Dr. Mustafa was alluding to, sometimes the long game is really how you have to sort of approach politics. But you were about to say something.
Yes, I think certainly, right? So the need to approach politics is a long game. And, you know, when I look at Punggol West, you know, sometimes I wonder whether the WP would have done better had they fielded Nicole Seah here. You know, because I think it's admirable for the PAP to field an office holder in an SMC. I think, you know, more office holders, you know, should go through, you know, that baptism of fire in a single-member constituency seat. But I always thought that, you know, given that Sun Sherling, you know, this is only her second general election, the advantage of incumbency would not be so strong. And had the Workers' Party, you know, fielded Nicole Seah, I think, you know, that may have left a stronger impression on voters. But that doesn't take anything away from Ms. Tan Cheng of the Workers' Party. I think for a first-timer in an SMC, you know, to poll 35%, I think that's not a bad result. I think, but when you look at the results so far, you know, I think you can see that PSP and the Workers' Party candidates are generally polling better, you know, at this early stage of the counting. Radin Mas, you know, where the PAP is up against a Reform Party candidate, you know, I think the difference in votes, you know, is quite significant, right? Although Radin Mas, of course, it must be said, is a strong PAP constituency. In the last general election, Sam Tan polled 77.25%. You know, but again, you know, credit to Melvin Yong, at least for this part of the contest. He's only a second time contesting in a GE and polling 76. You know, so far the best PAP performer. You know, and again, it must be said at this early stage.
Are you alluding perhaps a little bit, you know, when you talk about how well some of these candidates, especially the female candidates, do in SMCs, this sort of push of personality, you know, sort of politics as well. It does lend something into it. If we can pull up the results, the sample count results for Marymount, I want to take a closer look at that because I wonder whether we're seeing some of that at play here tonight because Dr. Ang Yong Guan, a well-known face, I think he would be very happy with his sample count result at this point of the evening. Gan Xiao Huang, are you surprised that the PAP fielded her, a political newbie? Yes, she has been walking the grounds, but this is her first foray, that they put her into, you know, to sort of go into battle alone here?
I'm not surprised. I mean, the PAP has been very reluctant, you know, in previous elections to field first-time candidates in single-member seats. They did that in 2015 with just one, Cheryl Chan in Fengshan SMC, and she won. And I suspect the PAP is encouraged by that result, you know. And here you're talking about the first woman general in the Singapore Armed Forces. And I think they probably took the view that she can hold her own. And so far she has, right? Although the lead is somewhat narrow. And anything could happen, you know, while the rest of the votes are being counted. But I think it is good for the PAP, you know, to move, you know, and field their newbies in single-member seats.
I think it's also worth pointing out that Dr. Ang Yong Guan, you know, he's new to the PSP. And he has been in several parties before. He is not new to contesting politics. He's been in several other elections in the past. And, you know, party hopping, a fair amount of party hopping, it doesn't hurt you as a strategy to sort of vote share, to doing fairly well.
Yeah, we've got another result to come in, a sample count for Sembawang. The GRC there, we bring it up on screen shortly. Just let me run through you. The PAP with 69% for the Sembawang GRC. Team members there are Liwi Kiek, Mariam Jafar, Ongi Kang, Poli San and Vikram Nair. And they were up against the NSP, which is made up of Ng Chung Hon, Sathin Ravindran, Sebastian Teo, Yazid and Yotung Bomba. Let's get to this one that we've got on the screen. One that we were talking about earlier from Bukit Panjang, the SMC there, which was keenly watched. Dr. Paul Tambaya with 44% there for the SDP. Just, you know, it's a 12% difference with PAP's Liang Eng Hua And this is one we were talking about earlier. Dr. Mustafa, your thoughts?
Oh, yes. I mean, we did expect this. This is to be one of the SMCs to watch. So it does seem with the sample count that it's going to be a very close fight. We spoke about earlier the personalities. I think the battle of personalities in this particular election, I think, is also quite clear. So it's about issues, but it's also about personalities, it's about strategies as well.
Yeah, we've got another one come in from Nisun, the GRC. Their PAP candidates led by Keishan Mugam, 61% in the sample count, along with Kerry Tan, Derek Goh, Muhammad Faisal Ibrahim and Louis Ng. And they were up against PSP that garnered 39% in the sample count. And that team made up of Damien Tay, Kala Manikam, Muhammad Taufik Supan, Brad Boya and S. Nala Karupan. Another one with the margin 60-40 on that one. Let's bring you, just to confirm, Sembawang that we mentioned earlier, PAP with this one, with the sample count ahead with 69%. Ong Yi Kang, Lim Wei Nyak, Vikram Nair, Lee Wei Kiak, rather, Polisan Mariam Jafar, and NSP's party with 31%.
And we've got another sample count for you for Jurong GRC. The PAP with 75% and Red Dot United, this brand new political party, just got its license, in the past few months, 25%.
Now, this is a significantly high margin, 75%. Yes. 5 years ago, they had 79%, so a bit of a drop from there. But the West is traditionally a stronghold of the PAP, Dr. Mustafa?
Yes, very much so. The Jurong GRC now, the sample count that's coming in, it does reflect that. We have to see how West Coast is doing. I think we'll get that count soon. But yes, they have been very strong in the West, the PAP, and it's reflecting in the sample count.
Yeah, this was a slate that the PAP's first-time candidate, Ivan Lim, was supposed to be on, and then he was replaced by Mr. Xie Yao Chuan, but anchored by SM Tharman Shanmugaratnam. I think this is so far, I think, the best performing GRC for the PAP. 1% short of the Radin Mas SMC. But I think it's against a very new party. The Red Dot United. But I think this is safe in the bag, where the PAP is concerned.
Yeah, do you have to take that into account, the opposition, I suppose, as well, when it comes to a result as heavy as this?
Well, we've been seeing a number of David and Goliath fights, in this general election this year. Definitely so for Jurong. Red Dot United, again, two of their key members having been in other parties before. I just wanted to get back to the point we were making before about party hopping as a strategy, or this idea of forming brand new parties and making an attempt for a GRC. But explain to us, these parties have passion. They are going in with a reason. They're not going in just, to sort of be seen as, having made a mistake, or it isn't a joke to them. So walk us through something about, their strategy, going against a team like hold that thought, because
we're just getting word in front from East Coast, actually. This one very closely watched. We'll bring it up on screen for you, but I can tell you that the PAP have, in the sample count so far, 54% of the vote there. Heng Swee Kiat is the highest profile there. We'll get that one on screen. We'll also get you to see the Hougang SMC, which you can see at the moment. Dennis Tan with 58% for the Workers' Party. So they've held on to that one. PAP's Lee Hong Chuang with 42%.
Well,
let's confirm East Coast though for you now and bring that up on screen there. 54 to 46. An intake of breath from the gentleman in the studio. We'll get your thoughts in a moment. But PAP, 54% with Heng Swee Kiat, Maliki Osman, Cheryl Chan, Tan Kiat Hao, Jessica Tan, making up the 5 members there. And for Workers' Party, we have Abdul Sharif Abu Qasim, Kenneth Fu, Terence Tan, Dylan Ng, and Nicole Sia. Workers' Party with 46%. Did we think it was going to be this close, Eugene?
Yeah, I wasn't expecting it to be that close, right? I mean, here
it's a sample count, obviously.
It is sample count, right? In the last general election, the PAP polled 60.73%, and now they are polling at 54. So I think they're off the pace again, and it comes as a somewhat of a surprise because this was a slate that the PAP put a lot of effort in terms of deploying DPM Heng Swee Keat into the constituency in an attempt to perhaps stop East Coast from being seen as the constituency that is ripe for the opposition's picking. So I think if this continues in terms of how the votes are being allocated, then I think there's a lot of work for this East Coast PAP team.
Well, Heng Swee Keat, in moving away from Tampines and in deciding to helm this team to go into East Coast, did say that he did it of his own volition, that he did it because they wanted to avoid a succession gap, because Lim Swee Say and Lee Shan had stepped down from contesting this year in this particular constituency. Look, the sample counts are, it's early hours still for the evening. What would the impact, though, gentlemen, be for the PAP and for Singapore if Mr. Heng were not returned to Parliament, were not returned this evening?
What?
Eugene, why don't you take this one?
Who wants to take
That's
that?
not likely to happen, I hope. But I think certainly, right?
But it's a fair question because this is what people were saying. Was this the right move for him? It was a gutsy move. I thought it was a checkmate move, on nomination day.
No, it is a fair question, right? And with an 8% margin, it can be very close in the end, given the margin of error from these sample counts. But on the question of, what if Mr. Heng was not elected, then I think that's going to throw the whole leadership renewal and succession into. Is going to upend the whole leadership renewal and succession plan, and that is going to cause very significant concerns, with regard to how the fourth generation leadership is going to lead Singapore. As I said earlier in the evening, I don't think we should look at this as a referendum on Mr. Heng. He moved only on nomination day. I think it's probably more a reflection of. How the PAP team had performed over the last 5 years. But we only have two samples, if you think in terms of GRC, Marine Parade and East Coast, where PAP is up against the Workers' Party. And it would seem at this early stage, Workers' Party has made up, for that 5% swing that went against the Workers' Party in 2015. So when you add this 5%, you will find that, they are polling to what it was in 2015, taking into account the 5% swing in favour of the PAP. Right. So in other words, right, the scores could perhaps reflect, the actual support that the PAP had in 2015, but for the SG50 celebrations and the passing of Mr. Lee Kuan Yew.
I mean, it does appear with the sample count coming in that the results seem to mirror 2011 rather than 2015. And I think we can see that with some of the GRC sample count that's coming in. I think as far as East Coast GRC is concerned, I think if you look at the sample count, it's one argument could be now it has been a very important move or important decision for DPM Heng to move to East Coast.
Yes.
That could be one argument that they have strengthened that team, because if you look at the sample count.
So you're saying what would have happened if he wasn't there? The numbers could have been different.
So that could be another argument that could be made. Certainly, I don't think this should be a reflection of him personally. I think it's about perhaps other factors that could have resulted in the voters, casting their ballot for the Workers' Party in East Coast. But I think what's important here, I think at the end of it, let's see what the end count would be. But, we are in the first past the post system. A win is a win.
Yeah, and I mean, credit must go to the WP as well. I mean, this is their second best team. You have 3 out of the 5 candidates who have contested in previous general elections. So they have continued to put that as their second best team in East Coast.
Yeah, we've got another result coming in now for Choa Chu Kang. This one, PAP with 59%. Gang Kim Yong, Lo Yan Ling, Zulkarnain, Abdul Rahim and Don Wee make up the team for the PAP, while the PSP team with 41%, their team consists of Francis Yuen, Tan Meng Wah, Abdul Rahman Muhammad, Chu Sean Ming as well. We've got another result for Marsiling that we can bring you as well, another sample count, I should say, 64% for the PAP, up against the SDP with 36%. This is a 4-member GRC, Lawrence Wong leading the PAP team here with Hani So, Alex Yam and Zaki Muhammad. For the SDP, it's Daman Huri Abbas, Brian Lim, Kung Wah Yin, Benjamin Pui as well, rounding up that 4-member team from the SDP. We've got one more result to show you. Let's get that one up on the screen.
So this is the sample count result that we have right now for MacPherson SMC. Tin Pei Ling there with 73% and the PPP's Goh Meng Seng, the Secretary General, with 27%. All right, one more for you as well.
Yeah, we do.
Another SMC, Mountbatten this time.
Yes.
Lim Biao Chuan, 3-term MP, 75% for his sample count, and Siva Kumaran Chalapa, 25% from People's Voice. He was a surprise candidate for People's Voice. His candidacy was not really expected, I think. But it looks like for Tin Pei Ling, for MacPherson, in the 70s again.
Yeah, and she's done a lot better than 2015. I mean, she's continuing to improve on her performance in MacPherson SMC. So that shows that, again, she's very strong on the ground, popular on the ground. The electorate has taken to her. They have given her the support. And certainly, I think this sample count does reflect that as well. So I think she's one of those, and again, a female candidate standing in SMC. I think that's really, really significant. And, holding the SMC, and Tin Pei Ling still relatively young, right? And being able to
I'm sure she'll
hold
appreciate you saying that.
I'm sure she does. But yeah, I think with this sample count, no doubt, I think it's quite clear the winner for this particular SMC.
And just elaborate, if you could, why you say it's significant for a female candidate to hold a single-member constituency.
Because we've not seen that many in the past. I think we've seen a lot in this particular election. We have the Punggol West, the candidate Sun Shui Ling, who's from Pasir Ris-Punggol, where she was the existing MP, and now helming the SMC, a new SMC. We see a female minister now helming a GRC in Jalan Besar. So I think it's all very significant moves. I think it shows that women are very important in politics. They can show leadership in politics. And look at this particular result. I mean, they can perform very well in politics.
Yeah, the margins certainly speak for themselves from the sample counts, at least.
Well, Mr. Goh Meng Seng is, not a senior man by any, sort of stretch of the imagination. He's only about 50 years old. Some people on this table not far off that age. But, this could be his last election. He did say he wouldn't. He did say he wasn't going to run again. This could be the last time that we see him up on the board. He said he'd go through 3 rounds of elections. This is his 4th. We are seeing this distinct shift with many opposition parties, as well as the PAP. This shift of a movement of candidates. What's it going to mean for People's Power Party?
Well, Mr. Goh is the leader of the People's Power Party, and if you were to step away from the scene, I'm not sure whether People's Power Party is going to remain viable. I mean, as it is, it is struggling. And I think this could be one consequence of this particular general election, where you will see smaller opposition parties, having to seriously consider whether they want to remain in the game. Just before the election began, you have the Democratic Progressive Party that decided not to contest, and then you had the Singaporean First Party, that folded up, in a way reflecting, how the landscape is changing, and the need for the opposition perhaps to consolidate. And I think we might be seeing that happening, from this general election, because you now have the Workers' Party, but you also have the Progress Singapore Party. Both parties are polling relatively well, even at this early stage.
Yeah, well, let's give us all a recap then of the sample counts that have been coming in fast and furious. We'll recap a few for you. We have the sample count from East Coast GRC, 54% for the PAP team, led by Deputy Prime Minister Heng Swee-keat, 46% for the Workers' Party team. Now, East Coast, possibly the most closely watched fight in the GRC this year. DPM Heng moved here to contest in a surprise move on nomination day. A close contest here over the past two elections, both in 2011 and 2015. The Workers' Party's performance earned an NCMP seat.
Well, the PAP candidate in Radin Mas, so far the best performer of the night, according to the sample counts. And so far the only constituency going to the opposition by way of sample count weight is the Workers' Party stronghold of Hougang. The Workers' Party's Dennis Tan Lipfong with 58% of the result there, slightly bettering his performance back in 2015, while the PAP's candidate Lee Hong Chuang with 42%. The Workers' Party has, of course, held Hougang since 1990 when former party chief Lau Tia-Kiang first unseated the PAP.
Elsewhere, 57% for the Marine Parade GRC under the team led by Tan Chuan Jin, 43% for the Workers' Party team here. This is the GRC's first election without former Emeritus Minister Goh Chok Tong. That's the image for you there, who has been synonymous with the area after helming the constituency for over 40 years.
The PAP leading in Nisun GRC with 61% of the sample count, under a team anchored by Law and Home Affairs Minister Mr. K. Shanmugam. The PSP team there with 39%. Candidates include Brad Bowyer and Kalamanikam.
On to Jurong GRC now, where the PAP appears to be way ahead in this one with 75%. The RDU, or Red Dot United team there, only managing 25% so far. The PAP team is anchored by Senior Minister Tharman Shanmugaratnam. OK, let's bring the conversation back to our guests here in studio. Dr. Mustafa, just checking that we do have some results in my earpiece, not coming in on my email. Perhaps we can bring them up on screen. Here we go, one that was much anticipated or much looked for. Aljunied GRC, the Workers' Party, led by Pritam Singh, 60%. His team made up with Sylvia Lim, Faisal Abdul Manap, Leon Pereira, Gerald Gyam. And they were up against the PAP team with Victor Lai, Alex Yeo, Shamsul Kamar, Chan Hui Yu, and Chua Eng Leong. 20% ahead in this one in the sample count so far. We'll get the thoughts on the guys in just a moment. There's another one coming in for us as well here, Dawn.
We've got Tampines GRC sample count results there. 67% for the PA team anchored by Masagos Zulkifli and 33% for the National Solidarity Party. We've also got one more GRC sample count result. This is the only three-cornered fight for a GRC. The PAP team there with 63%, SDA with 25%, and People's Voice with 12% of the sample vote count so far this night.
Yes, we'll have more results for you as they come in, although we do have another one coming in that we can get you up to speed with. In just a moment. It's for Sengkang, one that we've been talking
Sengkang
about earlier
GRC,
as well,
the new GRC in this election.
And here it is. Workers' Party are ahead in this one with the sample count showing they've got 53%. And that team made up of Perteng Ru, Louis Chua, James Lim, Raisa Khan. And they are ahead against the PAP's 47% with Ng Chi Meng, Lampin Min, Amrin Amin and Raymond Lai. We'll get the thoughts of the guys in studio. Before we do that...
we do have one more West Coast GRC here. PAP with 52% of the sample count vote. The PSP team there, led by Dr. Tan Cheng Bock, with 48% of the sample count. Just a reminder to our viewers who are listening, these sample count votes, there is a margin of error of between 1 and 4 percentage points. It means that sample counts have this 95% chance that they will be within that 4 percentage points of the actual count. We don't have the actual count yet, of course. The final results not yet in, but let's get your thoughts on what we've seen, gentlemen, this evening. Why don't we go with West Coast, because this one was one to watch.
Yes, and I think PSP has turned in a very good showing. So with the margin of error, PSP is still very much in the game. And to think that this is a PAP stronghold. So in the last general election, the PAP polled 78.57%. So it's a significant drop, although it must be said that they were up against much weaker opposition then. But it raises questions, as to whether, Dr. Tan Cheng Bock's message, of the PAP being a very different party and of Singaporeans deserving better, whether that's resonating, with voters of West Coast. And of course, there are all these other results, in which, the PAP is struggling somewhat. And in Sengkang, I think that's one really precarious situation, which points to a likely WP victory. Their most inexperienced team up against a PAP team that has 3 office holders. So this could be the makings of a massive upset.
Yeah, just a 6% differential between those two parties. We spoke about this one earlier, Dr. Mustafa, and you thought sort of the young team led, well, not so much led, but, including James Lim, had a sort of an interesting prospect, perhaps, for Sengkang GRC.
Yes, because it's a new GRC, so we did talk about the unpredictability factor and also the importance of the young vote. And I think we are looking at that being reflected in the sample count. Yes, I think at the moment it seems, a sort of a surprise to some extent. We have 3 office holders there in Sengkang for the PAP team. So we'll just have to see. I mean, this is something really we have to look very closely at. Yes, I think this is something that may well spring an upset here.
Yeah, now we must, ask the question. Okay, one more. We do have another result, though, coming out. These results coming out thick and fast this evening, the sample count results. And I just want to remind viewers, sample count results, they tend to have this 1 to 4% margin. Yeah,
I've got one here from Bishan-Toa. But we'll start with Tanjong Pagar first, though, as we've got it on our screen for you at home. Tanjong Pagar GRC, a PAP with 63% of the sample count so far. Indrani Raja, Chan Chun Sing, John Pereira, Eric Choa, Alvin Tan, part of the 5-member GRC team there for the PAP. And for the PSP team that have garnered 37% of the sample count. That includes Michael Choa, Terence Soon, Harish Pillay, Abbas Kasmani and Wendy Low. Now let's get you up to speed with what's happened at Bishan-Toa GRC there. PAP with Ng Eng Hen, Chi Hong Tat, Chong Ki Hyong, Saktiandi Supat have 67% of the sample count. So far, they were up against SPP with Steve Chia, Williamson Lee, Melvin Chu and Osman Sulaiman. They're with 33% at the moment. Let's get you up to speed. Another result that has come in.
One more SMC, one of the last SMC results for this evening. Grace Fu there with 69% for the PAP against SDP's candidate, 31% in this sample count.
Yeah, another female candidate in a single seat doing well.
Yes.
From the PAP there. That Dr. Mustafa was talking about earlier.
I have to get back to the Sengkang sample count result. Let's talk about that one because, I think it's sinking in a little bit just what the significance would be for the Workers' Party of all the opposition parties' performance that we've seen tonight. Workers' Party, by way of sample counts, is doing very, very well. And for Sengkang, this, if they were to continue with this, I mean, the margin of error is very, very close there. If they were to have a victory, this would be the second GRC, only the second GRC in history to have been wrested away from the PAP. Of course, Sengkang is a new GRC, but, carved out from several different wards. You've got Lam Pin Min there, who has been walking the ground in Sengkang for a very long time, well known with residents. What's it going to mean for the Workers' Party if they were to get this second GRC? Eugene.
Well, there wouldn't be an opposition wipeout. In fact, you will have this opposition. It's a massive performance. To think of the most inexperienced slate from the Workers' Party, one that was also caught in controversy with Ms. Khan's remarks on Facebook 2 years ago, up against 3 PAP team with 3 office holders. So I think it is something that reflects, that notwithstanding the PAP's call, for a strong mandate, voters are taking quite a different perspective. And I think, what is quite clear looking at the sample poll count so far, the flight to safety is not occurring. And I said at the start of the campaign, that this flight to safety is unlikely to occur because we are already in a crisis. We are, in fact, in the eye of the storm. And voters would have the chance to look at how the PAP government responded, to the pandemic, over the last 6 months. But I think it's also not just the pandemic. I think that there is also, the voters' assessment of how the PAP had governed over the last 5 years. And here we're not talking about, whether the policies were right or wrong. I think it's more about how they governed. That perhaps, voters find to be lacking, inadequate. And I think the results are showing. And if you look at Sengkang, I mean, this is a massive performance. And I said, it's an opposition blowout, in the sense that it's a massive outcome for them. And in many ways, you would change that you would affect the psychological barrier, right? First, you have a GRC taken by the opposition, and now, the fact that, you could have, a second GRC falling to the opposition, never mind that there are 3 office holders on that slate.
And Dr. Mustafa, earlier you were saying that the first objective of the Workers' Party was to hold what they had already with Aljunied and with Hougang. And we asked, what would be the next step? And I suppose Sengkang would be it.
Well, certainly. And then what you're saying in Sengkang is a messy coup for the Workers' Party if they're able to win. I mean, we had a sample count right now. So I think we have to be a little bit cautious, but we have to be a bit cautious because of the sample count. But if that's the trend that we're seeing right now, then certainly that's a massive coup for the Workers' Party. And it's exactly what the strategy was, is to retain Aljunied and Hougang and expand from there.
And we see Aljunied on the screen right now. There's a 20% difference between the Workers' Party and the PAP as things stand with the sample count as they were. I mean, 5 years ago, this was within 2% and went to a recount. That looks, if it follows this trend, that's not going to likely have to happen.
Yeah, I mean, so in a way, the Workers' Party has improved on their performance. In 2015, they polled just short of 51%. And if you take into account that 5% swing against the WP, in 2015, which suggests that the actual support would have been somewhere about 56%, they are doing much better. But even if you don't take into account that 5% swing against the Workers' Party in 2015, they are now looking at a 10% improvement. And that's despite, the HTC issue, that's been hanging over Mr. Pritam Singh and Ms. Sylvia Lim. So again, right, we're not going to see an opposition wipeout. The WP is leading the charge. And I think, we're going to have very nerve-wracking moments for the PAP.
Yeah, I think for Sengkang, I think particularly go back to Sengkang again. I think you must also got to look at the PAP team there. It's actually a very strong team. It's not, just ordinary team. There's a strong team with office holders there. And I think this is something that the PAP would be, quite concerned about what has happened in this particular GRC. So again, it's a sample count. Let's see what the end result would be. As far as Aljunied goes, I think, yes, they have improved on their performance in 2015. And it was 2%. Now it's wider in range. And the trend that we are looking at right now, I think it's fair to say that they would retain Aljunied. So again, go back to the strategy. Retain Aljunied, retain Hougang, expand from there.
So political observers, coming up to election day had made the observation that just as in GE 2015, when we had this sort of, they considered it an anomaly in a way, the result, an anomaly because it was SG50, because of the passing of the late Lee Kuan Yew. Again, for the Workers' Party, with the stepping down of Mr. Lau Tia Kiang, the fact that he was not there, do you think that too could have marshalled Workers' Party supporters to come out in force in order to vote for the party too?
I wouldn't be surprised if the so-called Lau Tia Kiang effect was in play. You know, I mean, Mr. Lau has been instrumental in Workers' Party's rise, you know, winning Kang in 1991 and then masterminding, you know, the winning of Aljunied in 2011 and then retaining Aljunied in 2015. And his stepping down, or at least not contesting in this general election, I suppose, you know, did galvanize, you know, their supporters, you know, particularly with, you know, the very strategic message that WP put out, you know, that if voters don't support the opposition, you know, then we might be looking, you know, at an opposition wipeout. You know, perhaps, you know, that was an exaggeration. You know, I think there was a sense that voters may have issues with the ruling party, with how perhaps it has governed over the last 5 years. But I think certainly Mr. Lau, you know, campaigned vigorously, you know, despite just recovering from a fall. And I think it's paying dividends. You know, so we are seeing, you know, the established candidates, you know, being re-elected, and we're seeing, you know, even the inexperienced candidates, you know, looking at a victory. And if you look at their slate in Marine Parade, you know, they're also giving the PAP a run for their money there. You know, so overall, you know, I think at this early stage, you know, Workers' Party, you know, have a lot to be hopeful about.
Yeah, East Coast as well. The numbers were quite close with that one as well. Dr. Musa, what do you put this down to? What do you think the Workers' Party have done right?
I think the messaging was right, the political messaging. I think the messaging about this whole idea that there could be an opposition wipeout, you know, and that you have to come out and vote, and you know, and you need diverse voices in Parliament. I think that was quite an effective message. Another message, which is a part of their strategy, is really, again, it's to just maintain or retain Aljunied and Hougang and then expand from there, and build for the future. So they see young candidates put in; they are not afraid to put up young candidates, and you see some of these young candidates doing well for Sengkang GRC.
So some of the results the sample count results that we're seeing so far this evening, you know, coming into this election, all of the opposition parties were critical of the PAP's decision to hold this election at this time. The PAP insisted that, you know, they needed the mandate, and they needed the mandate in order to go forward, in order to tackle challenges. Was it the wrong time to hold an election?
I think in the midst of a pandemic, there is never a good time for a general election. And make no mistake, right, any ruling party, you know, in the system like ours, you know, would seize what it views, you know, as an opportunity, you know, for it to secure a good win. And given the uncertainties, you know, over how the pandemic would evolve, I think the ruling party took the view that this was the best time, you know, particularly after the unveiling of 4 different budgets, you know, as part of the COVID-19 response, close to $100 billion spent. And, you know, perhaps the thinking, you know, that in times of uncertainty, you know, voters would stay with a tried and tested party. But I think, you know, regardless, you know, if the PAP, you know, still wins, you know, a majority of the seats, you know, certainly 85–90% of the seats, you know, I think that still counts as a strong mandate. Certainly by their own high standards, you know, it falls short. But I think this is where, you know, the party needs to go into soul searching.
We're just getting news that we've got some more results coming in. Steve?
Yeah, we do. From Jalan Besar, the GRC there, we have numbers for the PAP with members Heng Chi Hao, Denise Phua, Josephine Teo and Wan Rizal, 67%. Let's bring that up on screen. And from the People's Voice Party, 33%, Leong Se-hian, Lim Tien, Nur Azlan Sulaiman, Michael Fang Amin. So with the sample count so far, PAP with 67 percentage points. We've got another one to look at here now, Holland Bukit Timah, a PAP team led by Vivian Balakrishnan, 68%. His team members Sim Ann, Christopher D'Souza, Edward Chia. SDP, meanwhile, with 32 percentage points. Alfred Tan, Min Cheong, James Gomez, Tanji Se. With that one, this Holland Bukit Timah used to have Dr. Paul Tambaya and Chi Soon Juan as members of it. They went off to compete independently. They've come up short across the board, it seems, with the sample counts as they are so far. They might have an eye on an NCMP seat, but the percentage that we're going to need for them to get that is gone up, as we've seen from some of the other results today. And we are waiting for results from Mo Kio, which we'll put those up when they come in. But in the meantime, let's get your thoughts, gentlemen, on those ones. Holland Bukit team perhaps first we can talk about with Vivian Balakrishnan and the PAP coming up coming up ahead in that count.
I mean, it's not surprising. I mean, they're the favourites there in Holland Bukit Timur. Yeah, I think Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan has been GRC for a while. It's a good team there. They have a lot of strong support on the ground. So, yeah, I think the results reflect that. At least the sample count reflects that. If you look at SDP, yes, I think it's probably they may wanted to do a little bit better. But I think their star candidates have sort of moved and contested as SMC. So that may have had an impact on the amount of vote they have got in this particular GRC.
But SDP is not doing too badly. I mean, in 2015, with Chee Soon Juan and Dr. Chi and Prof. Paul Tembaya, they polled 33%. And so with two of their better-known candidates leaving, and with the addition of Tan Cheng Bock, who just closed his party and joined SDP, polling at 32% is not bad.
Eugene, just cut you off now because we have news. We're getting in the sample count results for Mo Kio GRC. The PAP were there with 72% of the sample count vote against the Reform Party's 28% so far this night. And of course, the PAP team, led by Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong, Gan Thiam Poh, Daryl David in there, Ng Ling Ling, a new face, and Nadia Ahmad Samdin against Reform Party's Kenneth Jeyaretnam, Andy Chu, Charles Yeo, Darren So, and Noraini Yunus. Familiar faces for the Reform Party team. They, of course, they're in a rematch here with the Prime Minister's team.
Yeah, and well, we do have some more. We'll get more conversation from the gentleman in studio with us and more analysis on the results we've just seen. But in the meantime, let's just pause for breath. Do keep it right here. Plenty more to come on our coverage of Singapore votes for 2020.
Holistic Whey Vitamin C series, added with antioxidants to support healthy immune system, for healthy capillaries and supports collagen production. Maintains healthy skin, bones, gums, and teeth with Holistic Whey Vitamin C series. Manufactured in Canada and New Zealand.
Every day, the financial world goes through dramatic rise and falls. We'll track the biggest market movers and show you where the opportunities lie. Get the experts' take on the performance of key indices. Plus all the analysis to help you understand forces driving global economies. The daily business news you need, only on CNA. This segment is brought to you by Xeon Corporation.
Looking to nourish your hair with botanicals? New Dove Botanic Sakura, the first shampoo with Sakura essence and visible petals, dissolves as you lather. Argan oil nourishes from within for soft, free-flowing hair. New Dove Botanic selection.
Kebun Tech Air, a new pain relief plaster from Korea. Relief backache, joint pain, muscle ache, and inflammation. It comes with 8 patches to drive your pain away effectively. Kebun Tech Air's airflow system enhances breathability and reduces skin irritation, keeping you comfortable as you heal. Available at all major retail stores.
Value Max enables me to shine like a star. Value Max offers authentic, timeless jewelry that holds its value. Instantly, I'm transformed. I feel lucky. I feel confident. I feel happy. Value Max empowers me. Let Value Max help you shine.
Protect your loved ones. Walsh Laundry Sanitizer Disinfectant kills 99.9% of germs. Imported from Germany.
Welcome back to our special coverage of Singapore Votes 2020. The sample counts are in, so let's go through all 31 of them right now. So let's take a look at this first sample count, and this is for Aljunied, where we have the Workers' Party with 60% of the vote against the PAP's 40%. Once again, these are sample counts with a margin error of 4%. Well, let's go to the next one. And this is Mo Kio GRC. And with a sample count of 72% for the PAP and for the Reform Party, 28%. Now, the next sample count we're looking at is Bukit Batok SMC. And this is against PAP's Murali Pillay with 57% of the vote against SDP's Dr. Chee Soon Juan with 43% of the vote. Now we're going through another one, Bukit Panjang SMC, Liang Eng Hwa's PAP with 56% and SDP's Dr. Paul Tambaya with 44% of the vote. The next one that we have here is Bishan-Toa GRC, PAP 67%, helmed by we have there Dr. Ng Eng Hen, and then we have the SPP's 33%. So let's go with the next sample count vote is Choa Chu Kang GRC, PAP with 59% against PSP's 41%. We have East Coast GRC, hotly contested here. PAP's 54% helmed by Mr. Heng Swee Kiat against WP's 46%. And then we have Hougang SMC, WP Workers' Party with 58% against PAP's 42%. Once again, these are sample counts that you are looking at with a margin error of 4%. Let's continue with this. We have Hong Kar North SMC. Amy Khor with 63%, PAP against PSP's Jijin Wong with 37%. Next, we have Holland Bukit Timur GRC, PAP with 68%, SDP 32%. Jalan Besar GRC, PAP 67% against People's Voice 33%. Jurong GRC, PAP 75%, Red Dot United 25%. Kebun Baru SMC with the PAP with 68% against PSPs with 32% there. And next we have Marine Parade GRC, the PAP with 57% and the Workers' Party there, as you can see, 43% of the votes. Once again, sample count votes that we're looking at right now. We have Mountbatten as SMC, PAP with 75% and People's Voice with 25%. The next one we have is MacPherson SMC, Tin Pei Ling's 73% for the PAP against PPP, 27%. And now we have Marymount SMC, PAP with 54% of the vote against PSP with 46% of the vote. Let's look at Marsiling-Yew GRC here. We have PAP with 64% against the SDP's 36%. Now we have Nee Soon GRC, the PAP with 61% of the vote against PSP with 39%. Following that, Pioneer SMC, the three-cornered fight for the single-member constituency. We have PAP with 66%, we have PSP with 32%, and we have an independent with just 2% there. Pasir Ris-Punggol GRC, another three-cornered fight for the GRC here, with PAP 63%, SDA 25%, and People's Voice 12%. Next, we have Potong Parsay SMC, PAP with 61% and SPP with 39%. Punggol West SMC, let's look at that. PAP with 65% and WP Workers' Party there with 35%. Radin Mas SMC, PAP with 76% and Reform Party with 24%. Once again, for those who have just joined us, these are just sample counts that have coming in with a margin error of 4%. Now, let's look at Sembawang GRC, the PAP with 69% here against the NSP with 31%. And the next constituency we're looking at is Sengkang GRC, another hotly contested constituency that we have our eye on, which is the Workers' Party with 53% and PAP 47%. Tampines GRC, PAP with 67% against the NSP 33%. Tanjong Pagar GRC, the PAP with 63%, the PSP with 37%. West Coast GRC, another constituency that a lot of people had their eyes on, PAP with 52% and PSP with 48%. Kang SMC, PAP with 61% and the PSP with 39%. Yuhua SMC, PAP 69%, SDP 31%.
Okay, let's go live now to our reporter on the ground, Eugenia Lim. Tell us where you are and get us up to speed with what's going on.
Well, from what we understand, it seems that Sengkang GRC team for the Workers' Party is pulling through quite well in the terms of the sample count with 53% of the votes versus 47% for the PAP. Now, in terms of the members that have been put across and fielded for the Workers' Party, they include Herting Roo, Louis Chua, Raisa Khan, as well as the so-called breakout star of the election, James Lim. A lot of attention has been put on him since the debates that were televised last week. So it seems that has paid off, and in terms of the messaging from the Workers' Party, it seems that that's really resonated with voters in terms of what we see in the sample count so far. Now, as for the PAP team, Ng Chee Meng has been leading the charge there. He also brings with him Lam Pin Min, Amrin Amin, as well as newcomer Raymond Lai. So historically, this is quite quite interesting to watch, because Sengkang GRC is, after all, a newly carved out GRC, and it includes some of the old WP stomping grounds, so to speak, including the Punggol East SMC that it held between 2013 and 2015. It also includes parts of what used to be Sengkang West SMC and Pasir Punggol GRC, both of which were helmed, were looked after by the PAP, so to speak. In terms of what we can look at in terms of the historical data, Sengkang West, which was led by Lam Pin Min, he managed to garner about 62% of the votes, and in Punggol East, in the past, Charles Chong managed to get about 51% of the votes. So it doesn't seem, it seems that it's turning towards the WP's favor so far from the sample votes that we've seen.
Well,
all right. Yeah, we're going to get you now to Afifa Arifin. She's standing by and she joins us now. Afifa, get us up to speed with what's happening over there.
That's right. So as you've heard, the sample counts for all of the constituencies that the Workers' Party is contesting in has been released. And based on this, it looks like the WP could fare better than in previous elections. So from the sample counts, as we've heard, the WP team in Sengkang has 57% over the PAP's 43%. And there are already videos circulating online showing the residents in Sengkang cheering as they heard the result of the sample count for that constituency. But then again, these are just preliminary results, although they have been proven to be fairly indicative in the last polls. But what this could mean is that the Workers' Party could just win a second GRC. As we know, Sengkang is a newly formed constituency, but the Workers' Party has been walking the grounds there, and it has been gaining its support in that constituency. In the campaign throughout the 9 days, there has also been said that the Workers' Party could put up a keen contest in that area. Now, as for the other constituencies, the sample count also seem to indicate that the Workers' Party could retain some of its strongholds, especially in Hougang SMC, which its candidate Dennis Tan has 58%. And of course, in Aljunied GRC, the Workers' Party's crown jewel, 60% according to the sample count. Now, in Hougang, we know that there's already a large crowd that is gathered there at the unofficial Workers' Party coffee shop that's along Hougang Avenue 5. There's a large group of supporters there who are cheering when they heard the sample count being announced. Also, very close margins in East Coast GRC and Marine Parade GRC for the Workers' Party against the People's Action Party. No reactions from any of the Workers' Party candidates just yet. We have tried contacting them, but they did say that we have to wait for the official results to be released. Earlier, we were at the Teluk Kurau Primary School. That's one of the counting centres for Aljunied GRC's Eunos Division. Workers' Party Chief Pritam Singh was there to have a look at the counting procedures in that counting centre. He did not speak to the media and he drove off. We understand that some of the Workers' Party candidates could still be visiting some of the counting centres in their respective constituencies, but what we do know is that they will all gather here at the party's headquarters, where they will be live streaming their thank you speeches. So we will be on the ground and we will track the latest developments as they come.
All right, many thanks for that, Afifa Arifin there speaking to us. Now, based on the sample counts that we've seen so far, if we do the maths, we can see the Workers' Party are on track to retain Aljunied with 5 seats and retain Hougang with 1 seat, and perhaps also gain 4 more seats from Sengkang, giving them 10 seats in total, which would mean that there would just be 2 NCMP seats left available, assuming no other opposition member comes out ahead by the end of the day when the official results do come in. This is quite a remarkable turnaround, or not turnaround, but to get your thoughts, Dr. Mustafa, on the sort of the NCMP seats left available, but also, you know, on how Workers' Party have done.
We've done remarkably if you look at the sample count. I think Sengkang GRC, if it goes the way of the Workers' Party, is a massive coup. It's certainly an endorsement of Pritam Singh's leadership. He's shown leadership by example. I think it's quite clearly shown in the sample counts. So I think the Workers' Party's strategy for 2020 has been very effective. It has worked out for them. And it's reflected, one, in having this Sengkang GRC possibly in their bag, as well as also improving on their performances in the other constituencies as well. So I think all in all, I think just based on a sample count, I think we've got to be careful. It's a sample count. You can see, I think Workers' Party is an election that Workers' Party will be remembered for.
Yeah, and Eugene, get your thoughts on Sengkang and sort of the unknown faces, the young faces of the GRC members there, with contrasting stories, I suppose, within this election. James Lim hailed for doing well during the debate. Raisa Khan coming under a lot of flack for comments made in Facebook posts from 2 years ago. But it seems like voters seem to resonate with the message of the Sengkang GRC team.
Yes, I think it does suggest that voters in Sengkang, you know, look at the complete picture, right? So they're not going to zero in on any one particular issue, you know, and so Ms. Khan's postings, you know, didn't seem to have significantly affected their chances at all.
Do you think perhaps the backlash that she, or the attacks that she suffered, may have worked in her favour?
It may have, right? I think, you know, we are now looking at younger voters, you know, who are particular about or very mindful about how parties campaign. You know, they respond quite strongly, you know, to what they perceive, you know, to be unfairness. And so I think that's something which, you know, parties will have to take into account, you know, that it's not just about campaigning hard, but it's also about campaigning fairly, because a campaign where it's seen to be based on unfair attacks, you know, could potentially backfire. And I think here, you know, when you look at Sengkang, I mean, when you look at their constituency political broadcast, I think in many ways, you know, they spoke, you know, to the demographics of Sengkang, right? They spoke very much, you know, to the young families, right? They spoke to not just about, you know, estate upgrading, you know, but also about what is it that young families would want, you know, as part of raising, you know, their families in a particular community. Right? So in many ways, right, we are seeing voters in Singapore, I would say, you know, moving beyond just bread and butter issues, looking at what I call post-material concerns, right? So concerns which are not solely grounded on bread and butter, but looking at, what sort of society Singapore should become. How are we going to deal with social inequality, the sort of discrimination, issues of discrimination. And I think all these were issues that the Workers' Party team were able to identify and were able to respond in a way that resonated with voters, right? So it doesn't matter that you're 3 office holders. I think there was a sense that, the Workers' Party's candidates, perhaps better understood, what was needed, for a new GRC, for a GRC that mainly had younger Singaporeans, and you could suggest, how things could develop in the years ahead.
Yeah, and we don't know the full voter turnout yet, but we do know as of 8 p.m. voter turnout was at 96%, so a very engaged populace that wanting to...
So, Eugene, hold on to that thought about, the issues that were a part of this election. We have to go live now to Isabel Lim. Isabel, good evening. Tell us what's happening where you're at today.
Right, so I'm still outside of Nanhua High School. Just a quick recap. It is a principal counting centre for 4 constituencies, including the very closely watched ward of West Coast GRC. Now, so far, we've been watching out for 2 things all night. Basically, the ballot boxes coming into the centres, and that has happened slightly after polls close at 10:30 p.m. And of course, we've also been on the lookout for candidates who have been to watch out for them entering the counting centre in order to inspect the ballot boxes as well as to witness the counting process. Now, so far, we've only seen 1 candidate, Mr. Tan Meng from Jurong GRC, the PAP team of Jurong GRC, enter and exit the counting centre. We haven't seen anyone from the PSP team or the opposition team so far, but if they do show up, which might be unlikely given the time that it is right now, we will certainly give you updates. But based on sample counts. Now, I want to draw your attention, of course, to West Coast GRC. We will still be here for a little while longer because based on the sample counts, West Coast GRC, PAP is slightly in the lead at 52% compared to the PSP team at 48%. Now, this close margin might mean a recount when the full results come out later in the night, and we want to be here to bring you all the action if that happens.
Yeah, certainly will, Isabel, if those numbers narrow. Let's get across now to Leong Wai Kit. He's in the east of Singapore, and he's been tracking Deputy Prime Minister Heng Swee Keat. Wai Kit.
Yes, Steve, I'm not sure if you can see my background. I've changed my location. This gives you a sense of just how mobile we are. I'm here at Expo, and some 30 minutes ago, we spotted Deputy Prime Minister Heng Swee Keat walking into this place. Now, this is a significant place, perhaps, for the East Coast GRC team, because one of the rooms inside the Expo has been turned into a makeshift studio where they record their live rallies as well as talk shows for their campaigning, which is, of course, one of the ways that political parties have been doing so for the last 9 days, going offline to meet residents as well as going online to organize Zoom sessions as well as Facebook Live. So this place, in a way, is significant to the East Coast GRC team because this is the place where they've discussed various issues, including jobs, COVID-19, and their plans for local residents in East Coast. So far, I have not seen any other GRC member in East Coast walk in here, but because Deputy Prime Minister Heng Swee Keat is here, we are quite likely to see the rest of the team members streaming their way here. Of course, the talk has been that the sample vote count for East Coast GRC is 54%. I'm now going to borrow the words of Glenda and Don, who said earlier that these are all sample vote counts. There's still a margin of error, although they can be similar to official results. Of course, there's also been a lot of talk in the studio with Dr. Mustafa, with Dr. Eugene Tan, who talked about the East Coast slate. One of the things I want to highlight that Dr. Eugene Tan said that this should not be seen, in his words, as a referendum of Deputy Prime Minister Heng Swee Keat, whom we know was a surprise move from Tampines Ward to East Coast GRC. Guys?
Wai Kit, thank you very much for that update, and we will be checking in with you as the evening goes on. Let's get back to our studio guests who are with us this evening and who have been with us all this evening. Gentlemen, after GE 2011, to its credit, the People's Action Party was very responsive to some of the issues, the big burning issues that came up then. A year when we were talking about how low could that vote share go. 2015, we sort of reversed all of that. How high could they go? And now we're here in GE 2020. They did a lot. The fourth generation leaders, they have done a lot. But going back to the point that you were making earlier, Eugene, has the party done enough to extinguish those embers over immigration policy, over just things that happened even after GE 2015 with the increase in water prices, for example, something that was very unpopular with the electorate?
I think in terms of policies, the policy options for Singapore are somewhat limited, right? So I think, for example, we will still continue to need immigration, but I suppose the question is, how can we tweak the policies or perhaps even revamp the policies, so that we put Singaporeans, right at the centre. So in many ways, I think some of the issues, there are still embers, left from 2011, and what you need would be something like COVID-19, where the concerns with jobs, with livelihoods, brings up some of these concerns right to the forefront. So the question of, job security, well, if there's someone taking my job who's not from this country, perhaps that could be one. But I think it also reflects, I suppose, voters' concern with how the PAP is governed. So in my view, it's not so much the policies, right? Because I think for a small country like ours, which is so dependent on trade and investments, our policy options are somewhat limited. I suspect it has to do more with how the ruling party, has governed over the last 5 years, and so in many ways, right, they have not been able to build on that that strong support in 2015, and I suppose some voters would point to the reserve presidential election as one. And the fact that there were a slew of price increases. Again, the question of whether maybe the price increases such as water hikes and all were needed, the GST and all, but the question of whether they could have been conveyed or explained in a manner that voters would understand. So it's I think the party will have to do significant soul searching, because here if we look at Sengkang as the bellwether, right, a relatively younger demographic than many other parts of Singapore, what does that mean? Does that mean that voters are more concerned about these issues, rather than just bread and butter? Are they now at a point where they expect the government to deal with bread and butter issues and will focus more on how the government governs, right? So the how question, right? Not so much about whether we need immigration or whether we need a GST hike, but how do we deal with these sort of issues, such that Singaporeans are put at the centre, or at least the sense that Singaporeans are not put in the centre, which I think perhaps is driving, some of the concerns, that voters have, and they have used the election, to send that very nuanced signal, right? I mean, so you have the ruling party, with about slightly 89% of all elected seats, if all goes according to what the sample poll counts indicate. That's by any standard still a reasonably strong mandate, but I think there are cracks, given the sort of margins that the different slates are performing. It does suggest that there is not just localized unhappiness or the fact that there is too much concern that it may be peculiar to certain constituencies, but it seems to be something that is across the country.
It is a bit hard to put your finger on one thing, especially if you're talking about the how the government does things. It seems a bit intangible. Dr. Mustafa, just get your thoughts on, if we follow on with Eugene's thinking of how the government has done things, policies aside, things like POFMA perhaps, or how police reports have been used during this election, things like that. Do you think those sorts of initiatives work against them?
I think first and foremost, I don't think we should dismiss bread and butter issues. I think it's still very important in an election. And I think we see that in some of the sample counts in some of the GRCs that we have witnessed. But I think what this election has also showed, that it takes a lot more to win the hearts and minds of voters. You really need to communicate better, you need to explain better. It's not necessarily a policy may be right or wrong. It's whether how you explain and communicate, even if you need to change or tweak it And when you do, and you do that as well as explain and communicate why you have done so. So I think that communication, the explanation, perhaps could be something that can be looked at after this election. But more than that, I think yes, bread and butter issues are important. But what this election has also shown, the other issues are also just as important. Issues which particularly are of interest to young people, global issues, climate change, environment, sustainable development, things like social injustice. These are issues that are of great interest to young people, including liberalization of our political landscape in Singapore and having diverse voices in parliament, robust debates. So I think these are some of the issues that were in the thinking of young voters. And I suspect many same thinking would have been in the young voters in Sengkang GRC.
So the loss of vote share that we're seeing in the sample count results for the PAP is indicative of many things, perhaps, and no doubt in households all over Singapore, they must be thinking about what it's indicative of, perhaps indicative of a people that want more. Eugene?
I think more in terms of, a system of governance, that brings in the people in a more inclusive manner. I think there have been concerns about, whether Singapore has become a lot more unequal. And while the government has been putting a lot of effort, in trying to resolve that, I suppose, there is that concern that perhaps more could be done, or perhaps, we need really a radically different approach. And it could also be a case, where I think younger voters or even older voters, I don't think we should pinpoint any particular age group, that this idea of one-party dominance, that may not be good for Singapore in the long run. That the idea that, that there are virtues in having a robust system of checks and balances, that it doesn't run contrary, to the PAP's idea of good governance, right? So I think that, Mr. Lau Tia Kiang, coined the own self, check own self, right? I mean, never mind the English, right? But that resonated very well with people. And so here, I think what we're seeing, is our voters showing that, if the opposition puts up a credible slate of candidates, voters will be discerning enough, to give them a close look. And if they think that they fit the bill, they think that they can do the job, they will vote for them. Never mind if they're not from the ruling party. Right? And I think, here when you look at the Sengkang team, right, from the Workers' Party, on nomination day, I don't think anyone would have said, well, this is going to be, this team is going to slay, a heavyweight team from the PAP. And they've done just that. So I think it does show how the voters are changing, right? And it raises questions of whether, the opposition parties are reading the ground much better, than the ruling party. So sort of very, very heavy focus on bread and butter issues, by the ruling party in the campaign. And agree with Mustafa, those are important issues, but I think there are, as Mustafa points out, other equally important issues, that as we mature as a society, as we mature as a democracy, it cannot just be about bread and butter. We need to go on to look at, what I would describe as post-material concerns, post-material values. We should not just be concerned about, economic indicators and wealth and all, but what is it that makes a society rich, in terms of its values, its identity, its culture.
Yeah, Dr. Mustafa, Eugene, it's great to have you with us throughout this evening as it progresses. We are awaiting the returning officer with the official results. We've had a check on all the sample accounts for all the constituencies up for grabs this evening. But when we come back, we'll have more analysis from in the studio and talk to our reporters on the ground. And, of course, those official results, when they come in, will be coming straight to you as well.
Stay with us.
When heading out, take extra care. Making a small effort. Being mindful. They go a long way to keeping us all safe.
So let's do our part.
Japanese women are not staying silent. They're fighting back against age-old patriarchy.
日本人っていうのはもともと男性を女性が支えるもの。
And redefining what it means to be a woman in modern Japan.
社会を変えていきましょう。
Deciphering Japan, Saturday on CNA.
Even when kids are playing at home, there are stains on clothes that may have unseen bacteria. Breeze, not only tough on stains, but it also removes 99.9% bacteria. Breeze, tough on stains, tough on bacteria.
Nobody move.
Aren't you gonna help us?
Well, you're only about 30% off the cliff. It's not that bad. When it shifts to about 60%, I'll use my powers to help you then.
Help that saves lives shouldn't wait, especially when it comes to cancer. That's why FWD Cancer Insurance offers 100% payout for all cancers, even for early stages, from $7 a month. Buy online at fwd.com.sg.
Welcome back to Singapore Votes 2020. We now have sample counts from all 31 constituencies. They show the PAP leading in 13 out of the 14 SMCs and in 15 out of the 17 GRCs. While it is leading broadly, it appears that its vote share is on a downward trend. The party is pulling ahead with strong performances in several SMCs, performing best according to the sample count in Radin SMC. NTUC Assistant Secretary General Melvin Yong is the PAP's pick, and he's been moved here from neighbouring Tanjong Pagar GRC to replace Sam Tan, who is retired. PAP getting 76% there as opposed to 24% for RP. The PAP's Tin Pei Ling also way ahead in the sample count against the PPP's Goh Meng Seng in MacPherson. The count has her with 73%, while Mr. Goh has only managed 27%. Let's take a look at Mo Kio, led by Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong with a strong lead of 72%. The team includes two new faces, Ng Ling Ling and Nadia Samdin. The Reform Party, led by Kenneth Jeyaretnam, with 28% of the vote. Senior Minister Tharman Shanmugaratnam also with a commanding lead for his PAP team in Jurong with 75% of the vote. You can see there. He was up against brand new party Red Dot United with 25%. Now, one of the toughest fights of the night, however, according to the sample, appears to be in West Coast. The PAP team there, led by Esiswaran with 52%, the PSP team with 48%, led by Dr. Tan Cheng Bock. The sample counts show the Workers' Party leading in 3 of the 6 constituencies it fielded candidates in. If this holds up when the official results come in, it will give the party 10 seats in Parliament. This includes the new GRC of Sengkang. The Workers' Party team pulling away there with 53% of the vote against the PAP team led by Labour Chief Ng Chee Meng with 47%. If the WP's lead holds, the newly carved out Sengkang GRC would be the second group representation constituency to fall to the opposition since the GRC scheme began in 1988. WP also bettering its performance in Aljunied, Pritam Singh leading the team for the first time as WP chief with 60% according to sample count. Workers' Party also effectively defending its Hougang stronghold, getting 58% of the vote. The SMC is the longest held opposition ward in Singapore, with WP holding it since 1991. Former NCMP Dennis Tan has been fielded here. He is battling the PAP's Lee Hong Chuan. Over in East Coast, though, the sample count shows WP trailing behind the PAP team led by Deputy Prime Minister Heng Swee Keat. DPM Heng moved here to contest in a surprise move on nomination day. He has 54% according to the sample count. Two leaders of Singapore Democratic Party contesting in single-seat wards are both trailing behind in the sample count. In Bukit Batok, the PAP's Murali Pillay leading with 57%. Party chief Chee Soon Juan faring better than his showing in the 2016 by-election in Bukit Batok. And from the sample count, he has, we can see there, 43% of voters' approval compared to 39%. This was back in 2016. SDP chairman Dr. Paul Tambaya performing roughly as well as Dr. Chee. The sample count from Bukit Panjang showing him with 44% of the votes. That's behind the PAP's Liang Eng Hua, who has 56%. Once again, remember, this is only a sample count, and the final result can be different. Counting is still ongoing. So, guys, you have more on, Singapore Votes 2020.
Yeah, we certainly are. We're looking forward, Glenda, to the returning officer making an appearance for the first time to get us up to speed with the actual results, so we can talk about the actual results and not just the sample counts. But until that happens, though, we will continue with our guests here in studio, Dr. Mustafa and Eugene as well. And, we've done the maths with some of these sample counts. Excuse me, and the Workers' Party, as it stands at the moment, it looks like they could possibly have 10 seats, 5 seats from Aljunied, 4 seats from Sengkang and 1 seat for Hougang, if these sample counts hold true. This is quite remarkable. It would also mean that there would only be 2 NCMP seats, which could potentially go to West Coast and East Coast. A member from those best losers there, because that is, the closest other contests at the moment. Your thoughts on the NCMP seats, Dr. Mustafa?
Yes, I think, yes, because of the Workers' Party's performance, I think so far with the sample count, only 2 NCMP seats are going to be available. If you follow the trend that we are witnessing right now. So I think if that's the case, then, the candidates from SDP may be disappointed. But again, we have to look at what the end result would be. But yeah, I think they have gone on record, the opposition, saying it's important to have elected opposition MPs, not NCMPs.
Well, Dr. Tan Cheng Bock has himself said that if he were to be offered an NCMP seat, that he wouldn't take it.
Yes, so I mean, if it doesn't go to him, perhaps someone else.
But I mean, looking at the sample count result for West Coast,
yes,
it has surprised many. This narrow margin that we're seeing for Esiswaran's team against Dr. Tan Cheng Bock.
It is remarkable for a new party in one electoral cycle.
But will it put Dr. Tan Cheng Bock in a dilemma in terms of taking up that NCMP seat? As Steve said, he said he won't take it.
Possibly, but it's a team, so he may not, on principle, take it. But then there are others in his team may well take it. I mean, he did mention that it's not for the at least for this election for the NCMP scheme, but he did leave the door open that there could be a possibility that someone may take up that seat. So I don't think I would completely dismiss it. He may not take up the seat, but I'm sure someone in his team probably will. I think very importantly to mention about West Coast, we are looking at the sample counts. It shows the Tan Cheng Bock effect. I think it has shown that him being there, despite it being a new party, they have made a lot of ground. Quite a considerable swing in votes from 2015. And I think, again, there's a message there as well. I think the message here, of course, we have to be careful not to take a knee-jerk approach as far as the government goes, but I think it's important what this election shows is that you really need to listen and listen attentively to what the voters are saying. There's a message down there, so I think it's really, really important to do a critical reflection after this election is over. But I think it's also important not to resort to a knee-jerk approach as well.
I think when you look at the sample counts, I think they do suggest that Singaporeans are prepared to vote for the opposition. That the NCMP scheme, voters do realise that it is completely different from having an elected MP, and I think that's how they have decided that if there are suitable candidates, from the opposition, they are prepared to give their support, to these candidates. So the NCMP scheme, the ruling party can continue to say, well, don't worry, there won't be an opposition wipeout, but I think voters do know, right, that notwithstanding that both elected MPs and NCMPs have the same voting powers, the legitimacy, the standing, the mandate of an elected opposition MP is far superior. So I think in the end, the NCMP scheme, I think that certainly helped the fact that Dr. Tan said, well, even if he's offered, he will not take it up. That may have galvanized, voters in West Coast, right? Because so they know that they're not going to get Dr. Tan, through the NCMP scheme. If they want Dr. Tan in Parliament, they have to vote his team in.
It was his do or die message to voters.
And I think that's what the opposition should do going forward, right? To not accept any NCMP seats, and say that if you think that we are deserving, then get us in through, the elected route. And I think that has that effect, where PSP in West Coast is concerned.
I agree with Eugene. I think they do want to go through the elected MP route, and I think that message resonated in West Coast, and we are looking at the sample results reflecting that. But at the same time, I think the NCMP, and that's the reason why past losing candidates have taken it up, because it provides you with a kind of a profile. Let's say now PSP does not win any seats. You have a presence in Parliament if you are on the NCMP. So perhaps that might change the mind of Dr. Tan Cheng Bock. If not him, then someone else in his GRC may take it up in the way that we are looking at the sample counts right now.
Well, there has been a change as well with the NCMP with this election, whereby those that go through that route will have full voting rights as well. Do you think that also will play a part in whether or not it's taken up?
I think, any party that is offered the NCMP seats, I'm quite certain they will take it up. I think they saw how it has worked for the Workers' Party. They recognize that it is a platform for them to profile their party, and I think no party will give it up. And no party will give a miss, to this important opportunity. But I think, the campaign strategy was correct. Get voters, to say, well, we get us in through the elected route. Some of us may have reservations about the NCMP route.
So I think in the end, I don't necessarily think the opposition were against the NCMP, but I think they were against NCMP being used against them during the election.
Yes.
For them to take the elected route. I think that's really what it was about. And then in the end, I think that message did resonate, and we are looking at it in the sample count.
Okay, you may have seen, if you're watching at home, a little box appear in the bottom right corner of your screen. That is where we're expecting to see the returning officer to come in and give us some official results. So when he does come in, you'll hear us stop talking so we can get the results from the returning officer. In the meantime, let's continue chatting with our guests here in studio. This election has sort of come in, well, 2 hours later than we've started. We're now at 1:21 in the morning. The time has flown by.
Indeed.
It's the first time I've had a look at the clock. But what have you made from what we've seen so far? Just before we get the official results, just perhaps an
Hold
overview.
on.
Hold on, he's
Tan
just here.
Cheng is about to speak. Let's listen in.
Parliamentary General Election 2020. Result for the electoral division of Bukit Panjang. Liang Eng Hua, People's Action Party, 18,070 votes. Paul Anand Tambaya, Singapore Democratic Party, 15,556 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 33,8 626. Rejected votes, 586. The votes cast in Singapore, counted for Bukit Panjang, are conclusive of the results. I declare Liang Eng Hwa of People's Action Party as the candidate elected for Bukit Panjang.
Yeah, so there we've got some confirmation there from the returning officer that the Bukit Panjang SMC has gone in the favour of Liang Eng Hwa. We'll get confirmation of the percentages in just a moment. In the meantime, we can lay this one to rest to a certain extent when it comes to SDP candidate Mr. Paul Tambaya. But very good showing, you could say, Dr. Mustafa?
I would say it's a resounding showing.
Here we have the percentages up at the moment. 53.74% for Liang Eng Hwa and 46.26% for Dr. Tambaya.
No, I think it's a resounding performance by Dr. Paul Tambaya himself, and also an excellent performance by the SDP. So I think both the party as well as the candidate, I think, can take heart from this performance in getting the percentage of votes in Bukit Panjang. But of course, in this particular SMC, the PAP is the incumbent. They have been strong, and I think they have been able to, cross the line and retain Bukit Panjang SMC.
Yeah, well, the sample count for this Bukit Panjang was 56 to 44, and it's come in at 53.74 to 46.25. So we see a bit of a shift in the numbers there, Eugene. But your thoughts on this Bukit Panjang SMC?
Well, the Dr. Teo Ho Pin, the former MP for Bukit Panjang, polled 68.38 in the last general election, and now the PAP has polled 53.74%, so it's almost a 15% drop. That's significant, right? And so, as Mustafa has pointed out, it is a very good showing, by Professor Paul Tambaya. And I think, again, it confirms, right, that it was the right strategic move on the SDP's part, to move their better-known candidates to single-member seats, rather than to have them in a GRC.
So, that loss of vote share that we're seeing with the PAP, I mean, despite this win here by Liang Eng Hwa in Bukit Panjang tonight, gentlemen, what does it telegraph to the nation about, Singapore's political landscape, the shifts that we're seeing? Because the SDP has done well. The PSP, this is its first showing in an election as a political party. And they will be happy with the sample count vote results. We haven't seen any confirmed results yet, but West Coast with that percentage. Also, even with Jijin in Hong Kong, even with Dr. Ang Yong Guan as well in Marymount.
Yeah, so the results are certainly more significant than 2011, all things considered for the opposition, going by the sample counts and this early indication from an official result, that voters are open, to opposition candidates, being elected, as MPs. With 54-46, I mean, all you need is about a 4% swing in the next election, and the seat could be lost, by the ruling party. So at 53%, that is really it would count as a marginal seat in my view. So I think the SDP in a way has improved its image, and I think it's paying dividends, right? So we see Prof. Tambaya, doing very well, in his first attempt, in a single-member seat, and of course it raises question of whether, should he have moved to SMC much earlier on, for example, in his first outing in 2015.
Right. Well, it certainly does put him, in line possibly for an NCMP
Correct.
seat.
I think I said earlier that you probably need a minimum of 45%, and so 46% does put him in a fairly good position. Yeah. But there's some variance, right, between the sample counts and the official results. So it's going to be a long night, for everyone, in terms of whether someone will get an NCMP seat and the very close contest, for example, in West Coast.
I think also what this result signify as well is that the ground is shifting, and I think it's more difficult now to kind of understand or predict how the ground is feeling. So it is really, really important again to really understand and communicate and really find out what voters need, what are they, what their concerns are, and why exactly have they voted in the way they have. So the listening, I think, has to be really, really important in the critical reflection or post-reflection of this particular election. But it's very important to mention here as well, Liang Eng-hua, I mean, he has been MP for many years. I mean, he's moved to Bukit Panjang, and PAP is the incumbent here. And I think his experience, I think, has been important as well. Taking all into account the shifting of the ground and Paul Tambia being an excellent candidate and putting in a resounding performance, that his political experience and able to also still mobilize the ground has helped him to cross the line in this particular SMC, the Bukit Panjang SMC.
So maybe the earlier footage that we saw of Prof. Tambaya, looking a bit somber, I think maybe he probably had higher expectations, And
Dr. Mustafa said he should have been more optimistic. Is where he is now something he can be optimistic about?
I would think so.
I think he puts him in a fairly good position, to secure.
I mean, of course, he would have wanted to win. I mean, that would be ultimate optimism. But I think he'll be very pleased with his performance.
Yes, because it certainly puts him in a very good position in the next general election, right? Because he has shown that voters find him electable, and that means that puts him in a very good position. In the next election, and he can build on this very good showing in this election.
We do exactly agree with you, Jay. I think we do know that the voters do want an opposition voice, but they want a quality opposition in Parliament. And they have to see the electability of the candidate. And I think with this percentage that Dr. Paul Tambia has got, I think it does reflect that they are able to put up good candidates and the electability is there and voters are willing to vote for candidates like that. So I think the test for him is to stay at Bukit Panjang, stay the course. And as Eugene mentioned, it's a sort of a marginal seat now. Anything can happen in the next election.
Yeah, do you think circumstances worked in his favour? We're just seeing the screen popping up there again. We are expecting to see Tan Meng Dweed pop up in just any moment to give us a result from another constituency. I hesitate to ask you another question, Eugene, because I know he's going to pop up as soon as I do. But just a quick word on Dr. Tambaya. COVID-19, perhaps of anybody contesting in the elections, probably works in his favour the most, being an infectious disease expert.
Does, right? It does. But he can certainly, leverage on this, in subsequent election. I mean, the leverage meaning, that he has established himself.
Yeah. He's a known entity.
Well, but he himself said, though, that you're not electing a doctor when people suggested, look, maybe, your known face over this COVID-19 pandemic, the fact that you've been seen so often, you've become a trusted voice among Singaporeans, that's going to weigh in your favour. He said, you're not electing a doctor, you are electing an MP. And he's been very, very keen to sort of frame the messages of SDP very clearly on that, on what he would bring to the table.
Yes, and I think if you look at SDP showing, at least for Dr. Chi and Prof. Tambaya, I would say that, SDP standing has improved, compared with previous elections. So again, I think that's something that they can take away, as a significant outcome, from this general election.
Here is Mr. Tan.
Parliamentary General Election 2020. Result for Electoral Division of Potong Pasir. Jose Raymond, Singapore People's Party, 7,275 votes. Sito Yipin, People's Action Party, 11,232 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 18,507. Rejected votes, 278. The votes cast in Singapore, counted for Potong Pasir, are conclusive of the results. I declare Sito Yipin of People's Action Party as a candidate elected for Potong Pasir. Result for the electoral division of MacPherson. Goh Meng Sing, People's Power Party, 7,477 votes. Ting Pei Ling, People's Action Party, 18,983 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 26,460. Rejected votes, 625. The votes cast in Singapore, counted for MacPherson, are conclusive of the results. I declare Ting Pei Ling of People's Action Party as the candidate elected for MacPherson.
Well, you just had confirmation there that Tin Pei Ling, the candidate for the People's Action Party, has retained her seat. She came back fighting, and she's done very well retaining MacPherson there, and confirmation also that the single-member constituency seat of Potong Pasir, Sito Yipin, has retained his seat there against his challenger, Jose Raymond of the Singapore People's Party. The percentage difference there, you've got 60.69% for Sito Yipin, 39.31% for Jose. A disappointment for the SPP's outing in Potong Pasir this evening, but a win for Sito Yipin. He's been here a long time in this SMC, and residents are
let's get some confirmation from MacPherson as well with the percentages confirmed now. Tin Pei Ling for the PAP has garnered 71.74% of the vote, and Goh Meng Seng with 28.26% of the vote. These ones perhaps a bit more clear from the sample counts have followed in line with that as well. Guys, your thoughts on we'll start with Tin Pei Ling, seeing as she's up there on the screen.
She was a hot favourite to begin with, and I think the results reflect that. I think she has really galvanised MacPherson, the ground to support her. I think she's done a lot for MacPherson, and I think the voters have taken to her and they have supported her and voted for her in MacPherson.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier about the importance of working the ground. She appeared on the scene in 2011, got a bit of a rough ride from social media and people reacting to her, but she seems to have weathered all that and come out all the stronger.
No, I think it's a remarkable turnaround in her political career. And I think now, not just a remarkable turnaround, she is making herself a recurring feature in politics, and someone who can not just perform, but perform really well. And certainly she could be the pace setter for other women who want to join politics and want to contest in an election. And I think this will be a result she will definitely be pleased with. And this, with the percentage that she's got, she's definitely in the upper bracket of the percentage.
Yeah, I mean, she polled better than in 2015, and so she may be one of the few PAP candidates, who would have polled better than they did in 2015. Because when you look at Mr. Sito Yipin, the PAP's candidate in Potong Pasir, he polled 66.39 in 2015, and now he's down to 60.69. So about 6% drop. Against Jose Raymond, who is only in his first general election. But the SPP is rebuilding itself, right? It is moving away from the Cham era, right? With Mr. Cham and Mrs. Cham not contesting anymore. And I think, given his very slick campaign, with a lot of very attractive videos and messages, I think is someone that, that could be a person to watch in the years ahead.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier that he was working in communications under Vivian Balakrishnan in foreign affairs, so he certainly knows how to get a message across, and that seems to have worked out in his, to his credit.
Well, I think in Potong Pasir you see a battle of two very good candidates. Sito Yipin being the incumbent, and he has done a lot for Potong Pasir, and I think the voters there remember him and they voted for him. But I think Jose Raymond is a credible candidate. I think they've put up a very good candidate there. It is his first election, so I think he would be pleased with at least, doing a little. I'm sure he will want to do better, but I think he'll be pleased with his performance, and it's an important performance where he can then build up in subsequent election. It's a sort of in Potong Pasir, of course, this is a post-Cham sort of an election for SPP, and now they're putting up candidates which do not have a link to the Cham family, but at least he has a story about Cham Sitong which actually inspired him to join the party and also now to stand as a candidate. So I think for this particular sort of SMC, I think both candidates will be, pleased. Of course, PAP more than SPP.
All right. Well, let's take you now to the Singapore Democratic Party is speaking to the media. Let's listen in.
All right, everybody, we're just going to make a very brief statement, and then it's very late, so we're going to not take any questions at this time, okay? we ran a very good campaign that's focused on policy and on the issues. Unfortunately, we came up short, but we want to thank all the voters in our various constituencies and to tell them that we will continue to press on. For me, personally, I want to thank all those who came with us in this campaign in Bukit Batok, and I'm sure that sentiment is reflected in all the 11 candidates we fielded in Bukit Panjang, in Holland Bukit Timah, in Marsiling-Yew and in Yuhua. We're going to continue to try to see what we can begin to improve on, and then come back stronger. It's been a good campaign, as I said, and we're going to leave it in that as that. And it also leaves for me to thank all our members, our volunteers who worked tirelessly right through the campaign, whether it's the fundraising campaign, our ground operations, our communications, and secretariat, and everything in between. Our heartfelt gratitude to all of them, and we'll make sure that things continue to improve. Thanks very much, everyone. You want to say anything?
Yeah. I mean, I think, as you've heard from me many times before, this is a crisis election. It was called during a pandemic. We've seen a number of the events that occurred today with the fiasco about the gloves, about the PPE at the end of the day where polling agents had to leave the polling stations, which just emphasized the recklessness and the opportunism of the PAP in holding the campaign in the middle of a pandemic. But nevertheless, we deal with the cards that we're dealt with, and we're really grateful to the voters who supported us. We have a super team. I mean, I think it's the leaked audio acknowledged the quality of the SDP's online presence, and that is due to our incredibly talented media people, as well as the groundhouse people who put together the work that goes into the content for the media. And so I think we can all hold our heads up high. We've done a strong campaign, considering the circumstances, and as I said before, it would be a miracle if we get in, and so unfortunately a miracle didn't happen. But again, we're grateful for the experience, and as Dr. Chi said, I'm sure we'll do better the next time.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
You've just been listening there to the two leaders from the Singapore Democratic Party speaking to the media there in the early hours of this morning. First off, we heard Dr. Chee Soon Juan speaking. He thanked the many supporters of the party. He said, we are going to continue to see what we can do to improve on the party. We will continue to press on. He said, made a promise of coming back stronger, and said that it had been a very good campaign. Dr. Paul Tumbaya as well, who we have confirmation now that he has lost his bid for Bukit Panjang with his 46% showing there for his vote share. But he made reference to the problems that we saw during today's polling process, and even referred to what he called the recklessness of calling a pandemic election. But in the end, he said, we can hold our heads up high, and it might be a miracle if they get into Parliament. We shall see. So, gentlemen, let's talk a little bit about the SDP now, these two leaders.
They look somewhat disappointed. Yeah. Understandably so. I sense that they felt they ran strong campaigns. Their messages, resonated. They felt that their manifesto of 4 yes, 1 no, resonated well. But I think overall, they should be pleased with their performance.
Yeah, they did cut a disconsolate figure. Chee Soon Juan, Secretary General, didn't look too happy with how things panned out. They didn't want to take any questions. That could just be because of the pandemic that this is all happening in, and they don't want people to be milling around any longer than they need to. But he did say that they ran on policy, they ran on issues, and they tried to get the message across as much as they could. And that he said that they ran a good campaign, just perhaps not good enough.
I think Dr. Paul Tambaya and Dr. Chee Soon Juan are the leading lights of SDP right now. The way they have performed in Bukit Batok, I mean, we're still waiting for that result to come in, and Bukit Panjang, of course. I think what was said during the interview, which is really, really important, is that they want to stay the course, that they want to come back stronger. So I think that particular message, if they are able to take from the performance today, let's look at Bukit Panjang first, relatively close now, a marginal seat. They may well be able to make headway in the next election. So I think the important thing right now is to stay the course.
Okay, we are looking at the podium, and we can see now the returning officer.
Parliamentary General Election 2020. Result for Electoral Division of Marymount. Ang Yong Guan, Progress Singapore Party, 9,918 votes. Gan Xiao Huang, People's Action Party, 12,143 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 22,061. Rejected votes, 305. The votes cast in Singapore counted for Marymount are conclusive of the results. I declare Gan Xiao Huang of People's Action Party as a candidate elected for Marymount. Result for Electoral Division of Pioneer. Chang Peng Wah, Independent, 654 votes. Lim Che Hong, Progress Singapore Party, 8,285 votes. Patrick Teck Guan, People's Action Party, 14,571 votes. Total votes cast for candidates, 23,510. Rejected votes, 350. The votes cast in Singapore counted for Pioneer are conclusive of the results. I declare Patrick Teck Guan of People's Action Party as a candidate elected for Pioneer.
Okay, two confirmed results there for SMCs from Marymount and from Pioneer, which was a three-cornered fight there with one independent taking part in that one. But if we start with Marymount SMC, we can see the percentages there. Gan Xiao Huang with 55% in the end against Ang Yong Guan 44%, or just under 45%. I'd have to say it's a good showing for a first-time candidate competing.
Yes, I would think so. But I think they would certainly want a higher percentage. I mean, Marymount SMC has been carved out of Bishan-Toa Payoh GRC. It's a new SMC for this particular election. And yes, I think, that also means that the PAP has a lot of trust and confidence in her to stand in an SMC. But I think, yes, first time, looking at the result, I think she would be pleased with looking at all the other results coming in. I think she would be pleased with this particular result. Well, I think for the PSP candidate, I think it's a commendable performance, certainly. Again, shows the PSP's attraction in this particular election. And I think, again, this result seems to show that.
Okay. Let's take a look at the Pioneer SMC results for tonight, for this election, for GE 2020. One more time, Patrick Tay there confirmed as the candidate who has won Pioneer with 61.98%. The PSP's Lim Che Hong with 35.24% vote share. And the independent candidate, Chang Peng Wah, with 2.78%, 654. Again, looking at what the sample count results were earlier on in the evening, these pretty much tally with the victory that Patrick Tay has seen. He'll be happy with this result. Gentlemen, your thoughts on Patrick? Patrick is a very well-liked figure, well-known within NTUC. Was there any doubt that he wouldn't take this particular battle?
I don't think there was any doubt. Although I suspect, he probably would be disappointed, with the performance. He was moved from West Coast GRC to fill the vacancy as a result of the retirement of Cedric Foo, who polled 76% in the last general election. Now, by no means, they are not direct comparisons, simply because 2015 was a very exceptional year for the PAP. But to regard almost to see that there was about a 14% dip again, right? Something that's food for thought.
Yes.
It could be due to the fact that PSP was contesting there, right? And Pioneer is essentially surrounded by West Coast GRC. So one wonders whether that there was also that Tan Cheng Bock effect, that flowed into Pioneer SMC as well. But I think it is a good showing. I suspect Patrick should be pleased, and I'm happy. He was my law school classmate, so
So you know some insight. Maybe we should ask you some more questions about Patrick.
Yeah, I should say Tin Pei Ling was my classmate.
Yeah, all the ones with the high percentages.
I think what this Pioneer SMC also shows, the PSP's attractive pool as well. Again, they reduced the percentage for the PAP, but I think PAP would take this result from Pioneer SMC.
Is the margin perhaps a lot of this? It's not just the results as well, but the margin as well that's going to be telling us the story.
Because that would, of course, affect the overall popular vote.
Yeah.
Yes, because I think when you look at Patrick, being that popular MP, polling about 62%. It may not reflect, his individual qualities. It could just be the voter unhappiness, with the ruling party as a whole. Although certainly people will point to Tin Pei Ling, whose vote share rose. So I think we could look at the results in different ways. But I think Patrick, moving into Pioneer, taking over a long-time MP there, polling 62%. In my view, I think that's a good showing.
I think he'll take it. Yeah.
They'll take it.
I will.
Let's get you now to some images from some celebrations from Workers' Party supporters based upon sample count results earlier for Aljunied GRC.
This was for Hougang, I think.
For
Hougang, Dawn. And this was the reaction after the sample counts were announced. You can see a lot of supporters out on the streets making noise, somewhat observing social distancing. I mean, we're a bit concerned when you see images of so many people out on the streets like this, but they are very excited.
I don't think you could socially distance them this evening.
Yeah,
Steve.
It's going to be tough. It's certainly going to be tough, and that was one of the questions raised about having a election at this time that Dr. Paul Tambai was talking about. But Workers' Party supporters in Hougang are certainly very happy on hearing the sample count.
I think they're confident that they have it in the bag, and that's why they're out in the streets celebrating. But it just shows you the sort of support that the young team from the Workers' Party had been able to rally, in that short space.
Well, I mean, but speaking of rally, big rallies weren't allowed in this in the hustings this time. Here's the crowd.
Yeah.
The crowds that we didn't see in the traditional rallies that we would have had in the general
if there's
election.
anyone familiar in the car. No, they're just no. I suppose at least they are wearing masks. Okay. Just continuing with this theme then of the Workers' Party, as we've seen images like that, we could be seeing more images like that in different parts of Singapore as the official results come out as well. We've talked a lot about Sengkang, but let's talk about Aljunied perhaps, the one that they had already held already and have held on to again.
Well, based upon the sample count.
Based upon the sample counts, yes.
I think the images you saw earlier, you may see the images in Aljunied if Workers' Party hold on to it, which based on the sample count, they probably will. So yes, I think in a way, again, I mean, a lot of sample counts have given us a very good indication of the results so far. So I see no reason to believe that the Aljunied GRC will not remain with Workers' Party.
Yeah, Eugene, your thoughts on how they've sort of come out so strong?
Well, I mean, just talking about sample counts, I mean, you know, when looking at how the parties are acknowledging the results, for example, SDP, you know, even though Bukit Batok is not confirmed and many of the other constituencies that are contesting in have not been confirmed, and looking at the celebrations in Sengkang, you know, I think that there is a lot of trust placed in the sample counts, and of course they have proven to, you know, to be fairly robust. And I think that helps to take a lot of the speculation and uncertainty, you know, because if you recall in 2011, you know, there was this, you know, massive speculation. Results sort of came out, you know, even before the returning officer had unveiled the results. And so I think, you know, it helps to manage people's expectations, you know, and to, you know, ensure that, you know, people don't overreact when the eventual results are confirmed. But again, you know, I think Aljunied, you know, what we see in the Workers' Party is, you know, they have made up for their 5% swing against them from 2015. And overall, right, you know, it would seem to suggest that they may also improve, you know, on that 5%. So I think they would, for Aljunied, the Workers' Party, if it continues to hold, I think they will be very pleased, because it means that Aljunied is now an even more secure set of seats for the Workers' Party. I mean, with 51%, you know, in 2015, and just a slightly more bigger margin in 2011, you know, and now with 60%, you know, I think this makes it, you know, a seat that they'll be comfortable with, you know, but they still have issues ahead. You know, the HTC case is hanging over them. You know, it's now with the courts, and depending on how it pans out, you know, it could affect, you know, the team there.
Yeah. And now let's cross over to the returning officer, Tan Cheng Bock, and find out more results.
Parliamentary General Election 2020. Result for the electoral division of Radin Mas. Kumar Apavu, the Reform Party, 5,905 votes. Melvin Yong Yik Chai, People's Action Party, 16,834 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 22,739. Rejected votes, 817. The votes cast in Singapore counted for Radin Mas are conclusive of the results. I declare Melvin Yong Yik Chai of People's Action Party as a candidate elected for Radin Mas. Result for the electoral division of Punggol West. Sun Xueling, Ling, People's Action Party, 15,637 votes. Tan Cheng Bock, the Workers' Party, 10,012 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 25,649. Rejected votes, 216. The votes cast in Singapore, counted for Punggol West, are conclusive of the results. I declare Sun Xueling, Ling of People's Action Party as a candidate elected for Punggol West.
Well, every single vote, you know, every single sort of seat is going to count towards that parliamentary majority. Let's take a look at Radin Mas SMC, the result there. Melvin Yong, 74.03% over Kumar Apavu, who, of course, this is his second time round. He was here in GE 2015, trying for this seat as well. 25.97% for him. A very comfortable win for Melvin Yong there.
Yeah, let's take a look at Punggol West as well and get your confirmation of the margin of victory in this one. Sun Xueling Ling there was 60.97%, and Tan Cheng Bock there with 39.03%. Another victory for the PAP, securing those seats in Punggol West and Radin Mas SMC. Gentlemen, Dr. Mustafa, I'll come to you first, and your thoughts on these two smaller, perhaps, SMCs that have gone the way of the PAP.
Well, certainly, I think for Radin Mas, it is it's a strong PAP, foothold. It was Sam Tan was the MP before this, and it's slightly less than 2015, somewhere in the 70s range. So I think the PAP would be happy, very happy, in fact, with that performance, and retaining Radin as SMC. I think as far as the Punggol West SMC is concerned, I mean, it's a new SMC. I think the Workers' Party polling, I think, close to 40%, like 39%. So I think they would, the WP, I think, will also be happy with the performance. It sort of, adds to the sample counts that we're looking at as far as Workers' Party is concerned, is following the trend. And I think, again, it's the first time she's contesting there. She has experience in Aljunied, I mean, working on the ground. And I think this would be, again, a platform by which they can build out. So again, one of the Workers' Party strategy in this particular election is to provide the experience for the newer candidates so they can build for subsequent elections.
Yes, her showing, Tan Cheng Bock's showing of the 39.03%, I mean, indicative of what might be termed as this swing of support towards the Workers' Party as far as vote share is concerned, in comparison to what we saw in 2015. I mean, there was speculation about that. Eugene, earlier you talked about the issues that still overhang the Workers' Party. Didn't seem to have any bearing on this.
No,
election.
certainly, right? So I think voters are prepared to recognise that opposition parties, will have issues, and they may cut the ruling party less slack. But I think WP has now cemented its reputation, as the leading opposition party, and I think anyone who contests under the WP banner, carries that strong endorsement, from the party, and so that puts them in a very good position, when they go into contests. I'm just wondering, for Punggol West, I'm just wondering, had they fielded Nicosia, whether the outcome would have been
even closer,
even more competitive, right?
But then that would have
but then it would have had an effect on the sample count.
Well, it may, right?
These calculations, perhaps they'll enlist you for some guidance for the next one.
Hard to tell.
Eugene, let's get some words then. Our reporters have been out on the ground, as you know, all of this evening, speaking to all the candidates if they can get their hands on. And here's some words from Reform Party's Kenneth Ratnam. He has been reacting to the sample counts. Listen in.
This is a respectable result. We're pretty pleased with it. Given all the obstacles we've faced, this has been an unnecessary election called during a pandemic, this is new territory for us, for this team. We expect, we lost we were pushed out as one GRC and out as another GRC as well, and lost an SMC. And, this Mo Kio is the biggest GRC in the island, 185,000 voters, so extremely difficult to cover. And of course, we are up against the Prime Minister, so there's a reason why no other party wants to fight Mo Kio. But we've proven that Reform Party is a party of substance. For the first time, people have discussed, we've got our manifesto and our ideas out there, and we're very pleased with the response. So, we're going to build on this and take it forward. We've got focus groups working on the manifesto and consultants as well, and of course, we had some new infusion of talent into the party with Charles, who's our rising star. And we've got quite a lot of youth interest in joining the party.
So, Mr. Chair, right now, we're still waiting for the final tally, but whatever the results are, will Reform Party continue to walk the ground?
Yes, of course. Yeah, we are here, as we made clear, we are here for the long haul. And we congratulate our colleagues in Workers' Party on their results tonight.
All right, and up until a few days ago, you were on stay-at-home notice. How do you think did this affect your campaign at all? What are some of your thoughts? Also, the campaign was largely.
Well, I think that's all reflected in the result. As I said, if the Prime Minister had called the election or given more notice. But, I think the voters of Mo Kio have marked his scorecard, and his scorecard has been marked island-wide.
Mr. Kenneth, I think just based on sample count alone, it looks
that sampling will be quite close to the actual results. Yeah, and of course we are not happy about the result, but we respect the view of the voters, and we of course thank those who have voted for us. Right.
Given the fact that NSP also contested in Tampines in 2015, and I think it did about 27.94%, with the sample count of 82%. Of course, it's not the official result, but how do you think your performance fared in this GE as compared to previously?
Well, there are a lot of circumstances from the last GE as compared to current. Right. As a whole, we felt that with the increase of votes count, it tells us that the PAP, the ruling party, is not doing as well as they should have over the last 5 years. Right.
So, tonight we also heard from the ELD that there was an extension to the voting times. What's your reaction to this, and were there any specific challenges within the Tampines GRC that you guys faced because of this extension?
It don't really affect us, especially Tampines, but what we like to say is once you set up something that is as serious as an election, an extension of 2 hours can make a lot of difference. Yeah, of course it may not affect our area of contest, but it may for those hotly contested area.
So lastly, the campaigning has gone digital online. Do you think that has been more of a help or hindrance during the campaigning period?
Well, so after the first results of GE 2020 are out, this is how the electoral map is shaping up at this point tonight. All confirmed seats so far going to the PAP, though with tighter margins of victory in some of them.
Yeah, so just then we heard some sound bites there after the sample counts were released, and we heard from Reform Party candidate Ratnam. He was competing in the Mo Kio GRC versus the Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong's. That's his constituency. We also heard from National Solidarity Party Renu Phong competing in the Tampines GRC, both conceding a defeat on their part, it seems, though we are still waiting official confirmation from the returning officer. Let's get to the Reform Party first, Eugene, and talk about the struggles that Kenneth Ratnam faced coming into this election. For one, he was on stay-home notice for pretty much the whole of the campaign period. That's never going to help your party. But also, as he alluded to, he was pushed out of various GRCs that they wanted to contest in.
Yes, I think the Reform Party is not making much headway, and I think it didn't get off to a good start where the campaign was concerned. With the leader being under stay-home notice, and so I think the results are showing, right, for the Reform Party. Generally just polling in the low to mid-20s. Which in a way any political party, in a straight fight with the PAP would probably garner that level of support, because I think enough results over the years have shown that an opposition party would typically, poll minimally 20%. That seems to be the sort of,
regardless of who they are?
Yes, in a straight fight. In a straight fight, so losing deposits in Singapore is actually quite quite rare in the last couple of elections. But I think if they want to make headway, they need to go beyond just, polling 20-25%. the question now is, whether they would be prepared to merge with another party, form an alliance of sorts, so that they can pool their resources. And I think in the same way, I think NSP is also facing that sort of struggle. Right? A couple of elections ago, they fielded the most number of candidates, I think in 2006. And now, they aren't as competitive as they used to be. And again, it reflects, the issue of, when parties are just contented with contesting an election and polling, in the 20s, then that doesn't make them electable. And if they continue after several elections, they run the risk that voters may not take them seriously.
We can just see the box for the returning officer pop up in the corner over there, so we are expecting another confirmed result very shortly. But what I noticed about Kenneth Jeyaratnam in that short clip, he was smiling. He wasn't in such a bad mood. He was in a better mood than a few years ago. Here's Tan.
It's not confined to home, so.
Parliamentary General Election 2020. Result for Electoral Division of Tanjong Pagar. Abbas bin Kasmani, Choa Teck Leong Michael, Harish Pillay, Loh Wei Ling, Soon Jun Wei Terence, Progress Singapore Party, 45,609 votes. Chan Chun Sing, Eric Chua Sui Leong, Indrani Turai Raja, Joan Pereira, Alvin Tan Sheng Hui, People's Action Party, 78,079 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 123,688. Rejected votes, 1,930. The votes cast in Singapore, counted for Tanjong Pagar, are conclusive of the results. I declare Chan Chun Sing, Eric Chua Sui Leong, Indrani Turai Raja, Joan Pereira, Alvin Tan Sheng Hui of People's Action Party as a group of candidates elected for Tanjong Pagar. Result for the Electoral Division of Jalan Besar. Michael Fang Amin, Leong Zhihian, Lim Tian, Noor Aslan bin Sulaiman, People's Voice, 34,185 votes. Heng Chi Hao, Denise Phua Lay Peng, Josephine Teo, Wan Rizal, People's Action Party, 64,522 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 98,707. Rejected votes, 2,943. The votes cast in Singapore, counted for Jalan Besar, are conclusive of the results. I declare Heng Chi Hao, Denise Phua Lay Peng, Josephine Teo, Wan Rizal of People's Action Party as a group of candidates elected for Jalan Besar.
All right, so two more confirmations there for PAP. Tanjong Pagar, they have got 5 more seats there with a win against the team that was sent in by Progress Singapore Party, and another win for Jalan Besar, anchored by Josephine Teo. Let's look at Tanjong Pagar's results there. 63.13% for the People's Action Party, and that's against the Progress Singapore Party's 36.87%.
Okay, let's also have a look at Jalan Besar then. This one also going the way of the PAP. The margin there with a 65.37% win for Josephine Teo's team, with Heng Chi Hao, Denise Phua, Wan Rizal, Wan Zakaria against the People's Voice Party, led by Lim Tian. They garnered 34.63% of the vote. He was joined by Leong Zhihian, Noor Aslan Sulaiman and Michael Fang Amin. So two more confirmed results. They're going the way of the PAP. The margins in this one perhaps not so much talk about. Perhaps is this kind of the way both these GRCs were headed from what we saw with the sample counts?
Well, I think for Tanjong Pagar, there's a drop from 2015. And again, it's a PSP team that's being filtered there. So again, that points to the facts indicative of PSP's pulling power and their performance thus far in this election. If you look at Jalan Besar, it's somewhere, in the margin of how they won in 2015 as well, so somewhere around the 65, 67 mark. So I think we'll be pleased with that performance as well. And of course, it's historic there because it's a female minister helming the GRC. And I think they'll be pleased with that performance.
Yeah, and she now becomes, in fact, the first female minister to helm a GRC. So this is a historic win for her.
And to win it.
Yeah, exactly. So she's done very well. I want to go back to what Dr. Mustafa, what you were saying earlier about what you perceive to be this ground shift.
Yes.
And I want to ask you both, gentlemen, how far you agree with some assessments that the PAP this year in this election ran a somewhat polarizing campaign. Just those 9 days, but the conversation has been going on a lot earlier than that, of course. But their campaign was seen to be somewhat polarizing. A heavy use of POFMA as an example of that. Do you think any of those things played into what we're seeing?
I think in some respects it could have, demonstrated, the dangers of dominance. The fact that the ruling party could, in attempting to set its agenda, resorted to measures which voters may find somewhat uncomfortable because of the sense of unfairness. So I think that's something which the ruling party would have to keep in mind. Although I must say, they kept very much, to their manifesto, but I suppose in their attempts to deal with what they felt were falsehoods, I think that's where they may have seemed to have overreached.
Yeah, we're just looking at images now of Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong arriving at Teck Ghee. A lot of security around him, just making sure everyone maintains their safe distance. You can see a lot of media very keen to get a photo of him and hopefully get a few words from him as well. If he does speak, we will, of course, bring that to you. It'd be very interesting to see what his take is, giving, as we've seen, sort of the numbers and how they seem to be shifting away from PAP to a certain extent. Just wondering if he's about to do a safe entry procedure with his mobile phone, perhaps, wherever he's arriving. But just to carry on the conversation then, Eugene, with what you were saying, Dr. Mustafa mentioned earlier that sometimes it's not what you're saying or what you're doing, but how you're doing it that can also perhaps irk or rub voters the wrong way. Do you think that also may have played a part? Dawn mentioned POFMA earlier.
Correct. I think it's possible. I think there were concerns about POFMA being wielded. And I think in the end, voters may not have taken too well, to the idea that the PAP government does not trust them, and that voters should be left to decide, whether a particular candidate is electable or not, to be able to determine whether something is a falsehood or not.
Yeah, I think the issue has been that the conversation about POFMA has been ongoing for a long time, well before this election. But the fact that we saw it used so much, and the perception was that it was being used a lot against opposition parties, was the tough one here. And there may have been reasonable sort of times when it was used, but again, the very nature of it, I think, the fact that it was passed unilaterally last year has been in question. We can see the box for Tan Cheng Bock, the returning officer, pop up there. So we are expecting him to arrive any moment with yet another confirmed result. Yeah, that's right. We've been hearing them in batches of 2, so perhaps we'll see 2 results come out here as well. Give us something more to talk about. Thank our viewers for joining us throughout the night here. We know that our coverage started 2 hours later as a result of the polling ending later, but let's get some more official results.
Parliamentary General Election 2020. Result for Electoral Division of Hong Kong North. Amy Kor Lien Suan, People's Action Party, 16,333 votes. Jijin Wong, Progress Singapore Party, 10,452 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 26,785. Rejected votes, 403. The votes cast in Singapore, counted for Hong Kong North, are conclusive of the results. I declare Amy Khor Lien Suan of People's Action Party as a candidate elected for Hong Kong North. Result for the electoral division of Choa Chu Kang. Abdul Rahman bin Mohammed, Chu Sean Ming, Tan Meng Wah, Yuan King Ping, Progress Singapore Party, 41,942 votes. Gan Kim Yong, Low Yen Ling, Don Wee, Zulkarnain Abdul Rahim, People's Action Party, 59,462 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 101,404. Rejected votes, 1,410. The votes cast in Singapore, counted for Choa Chu Kang, are conclusive of the results. I declare Gan Kim Yong, Low Yen Ling, Don Wee, Zulkarnain Abdul Rahim of People's Action Party as a group of candidates elected for Choa Chu Kang.
Yeah, let's look at Hong Kong North's results first then. Amy Khor there garnering 60.98% of the vote to Jijin Wong's 39.02% of the vote. A win for the PAP, but worth noting that 5 years ago, Amy Khor won this seat with 74.76% of the vote. That's a 15% drop, if you like, against a relative newcomer.
Well, Jijin is new. I mean, this is the first time contesting in a general election. And Dr. Khor is very strong on the ground. And again, you know, when you look at the way the PAP is performing so far, you know, it raises questions of whether, you know, is it more candidate-based or is it more party-based? You know, that is contributing, you know, to the dip in performance. And I think this raises, you know, significant questions about, you know, the sort of perhaps fairly significant widespread, you know, concern with how the PAP has governed, you know, in the last few years. So I think when you look at the sort of results that's come out so far, you know, Tanjong Pagar would be another example, right? Again, almost close to 15% dip again. So it looks as though we're looking at something between 12 to 15% swing against, you know, the PAP. And Choa Chu Kang as well, right? In the last general election, the PAP polled 76.91, you know, with very much, you know, the same team, you know, except for Zulkarnain Abdul Rahim, you know, the new candidate, and Don Wee, you know, and Mr. Gan Kim Yong was, of course, very prominent, you know, as the co-chair of the multi-ministry task force. And so again, you know, questions, you know, will have to be asked. You know, whether it's more issue-based or is it something to do, you know, with how voters are viewing the party. And of course here they're up against, you know, the PSP again. So in the last two results, you know, we see, you know, PSP polling very well, you know, for a new party.
Yeah, Dr. Mustafa, we'll get your thoughts in just a moment. First, though, we're going to cross over to our reporter on the ground, Gwyneth Teo, to get an update from where she is. Gwyneth, what can you tell us?
So I'm here outside of the Progress Singapore Party's headquarters. We've just gotten here, and you know, this is where they've actually set up for a press conference already, and more than there are 24 of the candidates that they fielded for this election. You know, most of them have arrived except for Ms. Jijin Wong from Hong Kong North SMC, as well as Mr. Lim Che Hong, who was standing for Pioneer SMC. Now, but most of them have arrived already, but they were ushered into a
a rest area, and we weren't able to really talk to them, but we did manage to sneak a couple of questions. Of course, Party Chief Dr. Tan Cheng Bock, he told us that he was feeling okay. He thinks they've done pretty well, and the percentage points look good. Now, of course, he's standing in West Coast GRC, and that's where the sample count has his party at 48% to the PAP's 52%, and that's just the sample count that's not confirmed yet, the official result. Looking at the way that the sample count has gone tonight with some of the official results that have come out, the margin of error for the sample count, it may be possible that we're looking at a possible recount for West Coast GRC. Earlier on, when we were outside his house, we asked one of his staffers, is there a possibility of a recount for West Coast GRC? He said, well, we'll let you know. So they've been quite tight-lipped about it. We don't know what's going to go on in the press conference tonight. We don't know whether they're going to be speaking specifically about West Coast GRC or any of the other constituencies, the 9 constituencies that they fielded candidates in. We also don't know whether they might address the question of who might take up the NCMP seats, because the way it's going tonight, if the sample counts are correct, there may only be 2 NCMP seats up for grabs, and it may be both for the PSP, because if we have 48% in West Coast GRC as well as 46% in Marymount, I mean, these are the likelihoods for tonight. So the press con hasn't even started yet. We'll bring you that when we know what's going on.
Gwyneth.
Yeah,
Gwyneth, thank you very much for
that.
You just had Jijin Wong behind you waving. She's right behind you.
Yeah, so
but thank you very much for that update.
Yeah, she certainly arrived.
She certainly has. Well, the official results have been trickling, and we now have results for several SMCs, for 3 GRCs so far. This is how the electoral map is shaping up. All confirmed seats so far going to the PAP, though with tighter margins of victory in some.
Okay, so we've just seen on the ground our reporter Gwyneth covering the SDP there. They seem to be gathering to make a press conference at some point, which we will bring to our viewers when it does happen. In the meantime, let's continue our conversation with Dr. Mustafa and Eugene Tan. Dr. Mustafa, let's come to you then and talk about the SDP and how they've sort of fared. Oh, just hold on. I'm just hearing that we've got a soundbite from Indrani Raja from Tanjong Pagar GRC. Let's get to that first.
On behalf of the PAP team from Tanjong Pagar, Chun Sing, Joan, Eric, Alvin and myself, we want to thank the voters of Tanjong Pagar for their trust and confidence in us. We will make sure that we honor the trust that has been placed in us. For all of those who have voted for us, thank you. For those who have not included us in their vote, we will also make sure that we work hard to understand your concerns and to address them. We will put in place the plans that we have outlined, and we will seek to address issues that are of concern to our voters, and we will make sure that we work very hard for the voters of Tanjong Pagar.
Another result. Let's listen in.
Parliamentary General Election 2020. Result for Electoral Division of Yuhua. Grace Fu Hai Yen, People's Action Party, 14,111 votes. Robin Low, Singapore Democratic Party, 5,894 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 20,005. Rejected votes, 406. The votes cast in Singapore counted for Yuhua are conclusive of the results. I declare Grace Fu Hai Yen of People's Action Party as a candidate elected for Yuhua. Result for the Electoral Division of Mo Kio. Darrell David, Gan Tiam Po, Lee Hsien Loong, Nadia Ahmad Samden, Ng Ling Ling, People's Action Party, 124,430 votes. Kenneth Andrew Jeyaratnam, Noraini binti Yunus, So Guan Sun, Yo Yao Hui Charles, Chu Lai Cheng, the Reform Party, 48,600 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 173,030. Rejected votes, 5,009. The votes cast in Singapore counted for Mo Kio are conclusive of the results. I declare Darrell David, Gan Tiam Po, Lee Hsien Loong, Nadia Ahmad Samdin, Ng Leng Leng of People's Action Party as a group of candidates elected for Mo Kio.
We'll get reaction from the guys in studio to those confirmed results in just a moment, though. Let's head back to Tanjong Pagar for some words from Chan Chun Sing.
I joined Indrani and my teammates, Joan, Eric and Alvin, to thank all the Tanjong Pagar residents for your support. As we promised, in the next 5 years, we'll continue to serve you, to take care of you, to take care of Tanjong Pagar and to take care of Singapore. Now that the election is over, it's time for us to unite and make sure that together we get out of the COVID situation as soon as possible, to make sure that in the coming months we will be able to save as many jobs and as many businesses as possible, and that we will also put in place the long-term plans for us to overcome the challenges in the years ahead. So that we will continue to do and to serve to the best of our ability. Thank you. Okay.
Let's take a look at the results for Yuhua SMC. There, one more seat for the PAP, with Grace Fu elected to Parliament with a vote share of 70.54%. The SDP's candidate, Robin Low, with 29.46%. This was a rematch of parties, but not of candidates, because in the last general election, of course, Grace Fu was up against Jaslyn Koh from the SDP. She has got a respectable vote share there with 70.54%. Let's take a look now at the results for Mo Kio GRC. The PAP team elected into Parliament, 5 more confirmed seats there for the PAP team, headed by Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong at 71.91%.
A win for the PAP in that one. We heard words from Kenneth Jararatnam earlier. I just want to draw your attention to the bottom right-hand corner of your screen there, where we can see rejected votes, 5,009. That is quite a high number, though we do know this is one of the largest, if not the largest, GRC with 178,000 votes cast for this one. Let's bring the conversation back to our guest in studio then, Eugene Tan and Dr. Mustafa Izzuddin. A result that was perhaps, Eugene, expected for Mo Kio GRC. A quick word on spoiled vote. Should we read anything into that there were 5,000 people that didn't want to cast a ballot?
I think that there's something that should be more closely examined. It seems a little on the high side. And even the PAP's team vote share in Mo Kio dipped by about 6%, right? So smaller than many of the other PAP seats. But I think the Prime Minister would be somewhat disappointed because he has fought this election on asking for a strong mandate. And I wonder whether the voters have showed some reservations, and particularly when you look at the People's Action Party team in Mo Kio, it is you have two first-time candidates, and then you have Darrell David who is contesting his second election, and Mr. Gan, in his third election. No other office holder, and again, the question of who's going to lead the Mo Kio team, after Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong, steps down as Prime Minister. But again, I think when you look at the results, against the Reform Party, they improve on their performance, by 7%, and I think that's something that they would be quite happy with, because it is the Prime Minister, and being able to whittle down, the Prime Minister's margin, or rather Prime Minister's team's margin. I think it's something that they would be happy, despite Mr. Kenneth Jararatnam not being able to campaign on the ground because of him being on stay-home notice.
We did see in that interview a little earlier, and I was remarking on the fact that he was in a much better mood than he was back in GE 2015 when the results came out back then. Even a little smile on Kenneth's face there. He also was very positive about the performance of other opposition parties. He made mention of that as well, perhaps that contributing a little bit to his mood. I mean, so much was said about the fact that opposition parties, they didn't form a grand alliance. There was talk of some alliance. It all fell through. But at some level, there was agreement amongst these parties. Dr. Mustafa.
I think it's refreshing to see an opposition party standing up for another opposition party. And I think that's something really sort of positive in this particular election. And it's also worth mentioning, I mean, of course, there are the parties we are talking about, PSP, SDP, WP and all that. But I mean, the other parties are also contesting. You may ask, why are they contesting, particularly in GRCs or SMCs, we perhaps not be able to win. I think they do it because they want to give voters a choice, and they also want to see, what kind of support the PAP would have in that particular constituency. So I think for them to actually put themselves up front and to be fielded, I think we should give credit to them and give them this look at them objectively in what they're doing.
Now, we've just heard that Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong will be speaking shortly. We'll be getting across to that as soon as he does come onto our screens to share his thoughts on this victory for him, it has to be said, at Mo Kio. But before he does that, we can continue on the conversation with our gentlemen in studio, Dr. Mustafa Izzuddin and Eugene Tan, that have been with us throughout the evening and into the early hours of this morning as well. We've still got a long way to go. We've got a lot of results to come in. But when Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong speaks and when we hear him speak, what sort of tone do you think or what sort of mood do you think he's going to be in, given what we've seen with the numbers and the margins for PAP?
We shouldn't be surprised if the Prime Minister is in a somber mood, because I think he was seeking a strong mandate. And I think if they were to win, let's say, 83 seats, to me, that's still a strong mandate, but certainly not one that the ruling party was specifically looking for. I think, they would have felt that given the four budgets that they've unveiled, given, the fact that they have fought this campaign on the basis of protecting jobs and securing livelihoods, preparing Singapore for a post-COVID world, the outcome, was not as expected. So I think that there is that disappointment because we are seeing significant swings, away from the ruling party. I think just looking at just a ballpark figure, as I mentioned, we're looking at probably a 12 to 15% swing. And I think that's very significant. At a time, when the Prime Minister, as the leader of the PAP, had specifically asked voters, for a strong mandate, in a way to signal to investors and to others that, Singapore is united and that we are determined to fight COVID-19. But I don't think the results show in any way that Singapore is not united. I think we shouldn't read the results as, Singaporeans being somewhat divided. I think they have used, this election, to send very nuanced messages, to the different parties, but particularly, to the ruling party. And I think, if we talk about the mood, I think, we can look and be sure, that the ruling party is in a very somber mood. I think they really need to examine, what has contributed to this performance, which I think, is something which they will find dismal. And they would have a lot of soul searching to do, in the days ahead, and then get on, with the job of using the mandate that Singaporeans have given, and take Singapore forward.
Dr. Mustafa, do you think that perhaps an adjustment of expectations also has to come into play here? To be one party and dominating for so long, and with absolute majority as well for many years, that there has to be a sort of adjustment. We'll get your thoughts. Dr. Mustafa, let's get some more results.
Parliamentary General Election 2020. Result for electoral division of Yio Chu Kang. Kayla Low, Progress Singapore Party, 9,500 votes. Yip Hong Wing, People's Action Party, 14,756 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 24,256. Rejected votes, 413. The votes cast in Singapore counted for Yio Chu Kang are conclusive of the results. I declare Yip Hon Wing of People's Action Party as a candidate elected for Yio Chu Kang. Result for Electoral Division of East Coast. Abdul Sharif Abu Qasim, Fu Sek Guan, Dylan Ng, Nicole Sia, Terence Tan Lee Chen, The Workers' Party, 53,228 votes. Cheryl Chan Wei Ling, Heng Swee Kiat, Muhammad Maliki bin Osman, Tan Kiat Hao, Tan Sunyo Jessica, People's Action Party, 61,009 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 114,237. Rejected votes, 1,393. The votes cast in Singapore counted for East Coast are conclusive of the results. I declare Cheryl Chan Wei Ling, Heng Swee Kiat, Muhammad Maliki bin Osman, Tan Kiat Hao, Tan Sunyo Jessica of People's Action Party as a group of candidates elected for East Coast.
We'll get reaction from our guests in studio to those latest results in just a moment, though. First, Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong and his PAP Mo Kio team have been speaking at the session and is being broadcast live on Facebook. Let's listen in.
To all residents and voters of Mo Kio GRC, I thank you for your support for me and my team for electing us once again to be your MPs for Mo Kio GRC. We are very conscious of the heavy responsibility you have given us. We are very grateful for your trust and confidence, and we will do our best to serve you for the next 5 years. I would also like to thank the party activists and volunteers who have helped us to fight this campaign and help us to look after Mo Kio residents, Mo Kio a better place, a better town to live, work and play. So thank you all very much.
Well, let's take a look at the results confirmed now for Yio Chu Kang SMC. This is a new SMC in this general election, carved out of Mo Kio. And we have PAP elected there, the candidate Yip Hon Wing with 60.83%, and Kayla Low, 39.17% of the vote. There, 413 votes rejected.
Let's take a look at East Coast, then East Coast GRC, and we've got the official numbers now. 53.41% for the PAP, led by Heng Swee Kiat, Maliki Osman, Cheryl Chan, Tan Kiat Hao, and Jessica Tan round out the team for the PAP there. And they were up against the Workers' Party, Abdul Sharif Abu Qasim, Kenneth Fu, Terence Tan, Dylan Ng, and Nicole Sia. Just a 6% difference between those two. And let's first, though, hear some words from Josephine Teo from Jalan Besar GRC.
Thank you very much for being here. It's very early in the morning. We hope that we can take a couple of your questions, and then we know that you have many people to interview, so we will keep our comments short. I'm sure there'll be opportunities in future for us to interact, and we hope that where there are suitable occasions, you're very welcome to join us at the time. Who wants to start?
Sure, ma'am. I'll start. So, congratulations to the PAP team who contested in Jalan Besar. And it's a very refreshed team with yourself leading Jalan Besar for the first time. So, just tell us about the election results and how you all feel.
Well, we are very humbled by the residents' strong support. And, we've always said from the beginning that we don't take their support for granted. We have to earn it. And certainly, given that I myself, as well as Rizal, are new to Jalan Besar, there is a need for us to put in the time and the effort to get to know our residents and to listen to their concerns, and then to also think about what might be meaningful things for us to do with them. We do have a master plan. This was put together, with many of the residents' own inputs. We intend to carry out the master plan so that we fulfill our promises to our residents. That's really important. It's something that we committed to, and we want to deliver on it in good time. I think the other very important aspect, apart from the relationship building, is that because Jalan Besar is a mature estate, we do see the need to constantly rejuvenate it. We are very, very happy to welcome the younger families who have moved in as a result of all the BTOs that have come up. We also want to outreach to them and develop that relationship with them. So this theme of relationship and rejuvenation will be very much part of our team's approach. Apart from that, I would just also like to add that, as we said during the campaign, there is also a shared commitment on our part for people development, social development, and jobs and skills development. How it's in the labour movement. I myself, as Manpower Minister, and Denise as Mayor of Central CDC, and Rizal, an educator himself, we feel very strongly that we want to help the disadvantaged families in our constituency, in our GRC, especially the children, to make sure that they have good opportunities, and especially also for our residents who are in the middle-aged groups. We know that with COVID-19, they are worried, they are concerned about the future, they are concerned about their job security, and we want to do our best.
Well, let's cross over now live to Leong Wai-Kit, who's standing by for us. Wai-Kit, you've got an update.
Well, Dawn, we've heard through the studio, in the words of the returning officer, that the East Coast GRC team for People's Action Party, they have won against Workers' Party with 53.41%. Now, if we look back for the 2015 elections, back then, apart from the PAP not being able to win back Aljunied back then in 2015, East Coast GRC back then was its worst performing GRC. So with the official results now 53.41, it does seem that it is a worse performance than in 2015. But of course, I must give you some context. There have been some boundary changes. Fengshan SMC was reabsorbed back into East Coast GRC. I have been refreshing the Facebook pages of the East Coast GRC team members, hoping to see some form of update from any of the team members, because of late they have been very active on Facebook, updating sentiments, updating their campaign photographs as well. But I understand that the East Coast GRC team, at least I've seen Deputy Prime Minister Heng Swee Keat and Dr. Maliki Osman inside the expo. One of the rooms inside has been turned into a makeshift studio, and I understand that the team is likely to be giving a media conference anytime soon. Of course, we will try to bring you that as soon as we have them.
Yeah, many thanks for that, Wai-Kit. Do thank you for standing by into the early hours, waiting for official word. As Wai-Kit mentioned, when we do get someone speaking to us from there, Heng Swee Keat, hopefully we'll bring that to you as well. In the meantime, we are also waiting for more official results from the returning officer. Still plenty more to discuss into the early hours. We've now just gone 2:46 in the morning. Where has the time gone? We're joined in studio by Eugene Tan and Dr. Mustafa. Dr. Mustafa, I owe you at least 3 questions.
Oh, right.
But unfortunately, I'm going to have to interrupt you again because our returning officer is here.
Parliamentary General Election 2020. Result for the Electoral Division of Mountbatten. Lim Biao Chuan, People's Action Party, 16,227 votes. Siva Kumaran Chilapa, People's Voice, 5,748 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 21,975. Rejected votes, 584. The votes cast in Singapore, counted for Mountbatten, are conclusive of the results. I declare Lim Biao Chuan of People's Action Party as a candidate elected for Mountbatten. Result for the electoral division of Bishan-Toa Payoh. Chi Hong Tat, Chong Ki Hiong, Ng Eng Hen, Saktiandi bin Supaat, People's Action Party, 62,853 votes. Steve Chia, Melvin Chew, Williamson Lee, Osman Sulaiman. Singapore People's Party, 30,594 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 93,447. Rejected votes, 2,043. The votes cast in Singapore, counted for Bishan-Toa Payoh, are conclusive of the results. I declare Chi Hong Tat, Chong Ki Hiong, Ng En Hen, Saktiandi bin Supaat of People's Action Party as a group of candidates elected for Bishan-Toa Payoh. Result for the electoral division of Jurong. Huang Wei Zong Sean, Rahayu binti Mazam, Tan Wu Ming, Taman Shanmugaratnam, Xie Yao Chen, People's Action Party, 91,692 votes. Michelle Lee Jin, Liana Damira, Ravi Philemon, Nicholas Teng, Alec Tok, Red Dot United, 31,191 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 122,883. Rejected votes, 2,517. The votes cast in Singapore, counted for Jurong, are conclusive of the results. I declare Huang Wei Zong Sean, Rahayu binti Mazam, Tan Wu Ming, Taman Shanmugaratnam, Xie Yao Chen of People's Action Party as a group of candidates elected for Jurong.
The Workers' Party team that contested East Coast GRC has been speaking to the media. Let's listen in.
Thank you to the voters who believed in us and supported us on this journey. We went into this knowing that it was going to be a tough fight, and we gave it our best, and we gave it our all for all of you. The votes and the encouragement that we received showed us that a very large part of East Coast GRC voters do want to see more fairness in our political system. We love East Coast GRC, and we'll see you again. Thank you.
Thank you for braving the long queue and the hot sun to cast your vote. My team and I thank you for your trust and support for us. With your mandate, we are determined to serve you better and to emerge stronger from this global pandemic crisis. We'll reach out to better understand your concerns and aspirations and work together with you to realize our East Coast plan, to build a more vibrant, caring, and green community. I also like to thank our party activists for your many years of hard work, and to our many volunteers, as well as to members of the media and election officials for conducting these elections so well. Let me also thank the Workers' Party team for giving us a strong contest.
Let's recap the results for the single-member constituency of Mountbatten now. Confirmation that Lim Biao Chuan, a three-term MP from before this election, has secured that seat with 73.84% of the vote against Sivakumaran Chilapa with 26.16% from People's Voice.
And let's give you up to speed with what's happened in Bishan-Toa, Payoh, four-member GRC there. For the PAP, they've come out on top with this one, 67.26%. Ngeng Hen, Chi Hong Tat, Chong Ki Hyong, and Saktiandi Supat. Those are the candidates for the People's Action Party. Meanwhile, SPP, led by Stephen Chia, they have Williamson Lee, Melvin Chu, and Osman Sulaiman with 32.74% of the vote.
And the results for Jurong GRC, the PAP team there elected into Parliament with 74.62%. That team helmed by Senior Minister Tharman Shanmugaratnam against the Red Dot United team, a brand new political party. They garnered 25.38% of the vote tonight.
All right, a long-awaited, but Dr. Mustafa, I'm going to come to you with a question. Almost want to let you have whatever. What do you want to talk about? Shall we start with the East Coast, perhaps? We've just heard sound bites there from Nicole Seah from the Workers' Party and Heng Swee Keat, Deputy Prime Minister, as well. A very close fight in that one. We heard a bit about Heng Swee Keat wanting to implement his East Coast plan that we've been hearing quite a bit about. Your thoughts on the East Coast?
Well, I mean, the Workers' Party was certainly very proud of the performance, very pleased with the performance. So I think the Nicole Seah effect had something to do with it. I think it's also important to point out that now we're talking about DPM Heng moving from Tampines to East Coast. I think it has become an even more significant move. My view is that had it not moved, I think it may well have gone different. We may have got a different result. So I think DPM Heng moving from Tampines to East Coast was certainly an astute move, in my opinion. So I think right now, you've looked at, we've heard what DPM Heng has said, as well as Nicole Seah. I think for the Workers' Party, I think they're going to stay at East Coast, the team, as much as they can, and then they're going to build for the next election. I think for the PAP, I think they know what needs to be done. They need to roll out the plan, the East Coast plan, and also they need to work the ground, work harder, get the support back that they have received in 2015.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. There's plenty more to come here on our coverage of Singapore votes. We'll be bringing you more official results live as and when they come in. So goodbye from Dawn, myself, and Glenda. We'll be welcoming in Steve Chia, Arteli Edwards, and Yasmin Yonkers, and our guests Eugene Tan and Dr. Mustafa will be staying right here. So you can't go anywhere, guys.
Yes, stay with us.
Yes, bye for now.
The health of all depends on each one of us. So let's work together using new tools and keeping to our new habits to protect the people we love. So let's do our part.
Lifebuoy 特告：为防止有害病菌散播，谨记用肥皂勤洗手。若身旁没洗手液，沐浴露也能有效抗菌。 让大家一起为新加坡防止病菌散播吧。
My eyes are the window to my soul. They speak more than words. 1 serum, 2 usages. 3 brightening benefits. Unveil brighter skin in 10 days. Eversoft Skin's Face and Eye Serum. Let your eyes speak.
This is the Dyson Corral Straightener with manganese copper alloy plates. Invented to flex, shape, and gather for enhanced styling. With reduced reliance on heat and even without a cord. Dyson Corral.
Holistic Whey Vitamin C series, added with antioxidants to support healthy immune system, for healthy capillaries and supports collagen production. Maintains healthy skin, bones, gums, and teeth with Holistic Whey Vitamin C series. Manufactured in Canada and New Zealand.
Hello and welcome back to CNA's special coverage of Singapore Votes 2020. We have the first results of the evening from 16 constituencies, more than halfway through the night. We've made it this far, Steve.
That is right. So we've just come in, so we're fresh-faced, but this is how Parliament is shaping up so far. With wins in all the constituencies that have been announced so far, the People's Action Party is close to securing 47 seats. Now, that is the number needed to form a simple majority in Parliament. It has 43 seats so far.
But the party's vote share in several constituencies has dropped significantly in this election. And with us, of course, our guests who've been here all night. Gentlemen, you holding up okay? Eugene Tan and Dr. Mustafa Izzuddin.
Thank you.
So what do you make of that? I mean, the PAP has the simple majority. I mean, moving forward, do you expect much change in terms of what they plan to do?
Well, they certainly have to go back to the drawing board. They will have to examine what has accounted for this significant swing. I think on my sense is about 12 to 15% across the island. So it's a sobering thought. The Prime Minister...
we have some results coming in. We're just listening.
Parliamentary General Election 2020. Result for Electoral Division of Bukit Batok. Chee Soon Juan, Singapore Democratic Party, 12,764 votes. Murali Pillay, People's Action Party, 15,476 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 28,240. Rejected votes, 533. The votes cast in Singapore, counted for Bukit Batok, are conclusive of the results. I declare Murali Pillay of People's Action Party as a candidate elected for Bukit Batok. Result for the Electoral Division of West Coast. Ang Wei Ning, Foo Mi Ha, Desmond Lee T. Seng, Rachel Ong Sing Yen, S. Iswaran, People's Action Party, 71,545 votes. Koo Potong Jeffrey, Leong Man Wai, N. Loganathan, Hazel Phua, Tan Cheng Bock, Progress Singapore Party, 66,871 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 138,416. Rejected votes, 1,645. The votes cast in Singapore, counted for West Coast, are conclusive of the results. I declare Ang Wei Ning, Foo Mi Ha, Desmond Lee T. Seng, Rachel Ong Sin Yen, S. Iswaran of People's Action Party as a group of candidates elected for West Coast. Result for electoral division of Sembawang. Lim Wee Kiak, Mariam Jaafar, Ong Yi Kang, Po Lee San, Vikram Nair, People's Action Party, 94,068 votes. Ng Chung Hon, Satin son of Ravindran, Sebastian Teo, Yatzeth bin Harris, Yo Tiong Boon, the National Solidarity Party, 45,727 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 139,795. Rejected votes, 2,947. The votes cast in Singapore, counted for Sembawang, are conclusive of the results. I declare Lim Wee Kiak, Mariam Jaafar, Ong Yi Kang, Po Lee San, Vikram Nair of People's Action Party as a group of candidates elected for Sembawang.
Bukit Batok results, the single-member constituency won by Murali Pillay with 54.80% of the votes. He gets a seat in the next parliament over Mr. Chee Soon Juan, 45.20% of the votes from the Singapore Democratic Party.
Gentlemen, what do you make of that? I mean, Dr. Chee Soon Juan has been around quite a bit. Let me come back to that. We just want to also bring in the West Coast GRC results, where it's 51.69% for the PAP with S. Iswaran, Desmond Lee, Fumi Ha, Ang Wei Ning and Rachel Ong, versus the PSP coming in with 48.31%, Dr. Tan Cheng Bock, Hazel Poa, Nadaraja Loganathan, Jeffrey Koo and Leong Man Wai. And we've got one more result from Sembawang GRC. PAP taking 67.29%, Ong Yi Kang, Lim Wee Kiat, Vikram Nair, Po Lee San, Mariam Jaafar, and NSP with 32.71%, Spencer Ng, Satin Ravindra, Sebastian Toh, Yazez Haris, and Ivan Yeo. I guess it's now official. The PAP has clinched 54 of the 93 seats up for contest, and that gives it a simple majority in Parliament.
The next crucial threshold is 62, and that would give the PAP a super majority.
What is the likelihood of that 62? Are they well on their way there for the PAP?
Almost there.
Almost there. But your gut feel is they'll get it?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, right. We know that.
Based on a sample count, I think that result was probably not in doubt at all. I think that what was perhaps would come as a surprise to many people would be how the PAP has done overall. So we see in the West Coast, for example, the very significant swing of almost 27 percentage points. In just a matter of 5 years. But it's not just the figures, right? I think the PAP leadership will have to ask themselves whether PSP's Dr. Tan Cheng Bock's message, of the ruling party being a very different party, is resonating with voters, because it could augur something about the future. And so that's something that the ruling party want to pay attention to.
Let's look at the results for the PSP at West Coast GRC, 48.31%. Is this the best that Dr. Tan Cheng Bock could have hoped for? And I'm wondering, where he's going to go from here. He's 80 years old. The future is what for Dr. Tan Cheng Bock? Dr. Izzuddin, would you like to take this one?
I think with this performance, they certainly would be looking at it as something really positive, of course. I think for Dr. Tan Cheng Bock, he would certainly want to win it. But I think it was quite a swing that he needed to get from 2015 to win West Coast. And West Coast is actually a very strong PAP team. So I think, yes, the question now for PSP is where do they go from here? Either, we have the NCMP thing. Let's see whether this is something that they would qualify. Or do they stay the course? So does PSP now anchor themselves there and build on this performance for the next election, and whether that election includes Dr. Tan Cheng Bock. So I think we'll have to see and wait what he has to mention whether he wants to stay on or he wants to leave. And we know of other politicians that have gone on much longer, so but it shouldn't matter.
That requires a bit of crystal ball gazing, so we don't know just yet. We have to wait another 5 years for the next election.
Certainly. But I think right now he's looking at this result, and I'm sure he's very positive about it. I think his PSP team has done really well. So I think the test now is really to build on the performance.
It does say something, because not everyone knows all the team members, and to have that result for just that. But we do need to take off for a short break. There's plenty more to come on our coverage of Singapore Votes 2020.
Yeah, we're going to be bringing you more of the official results live as and when they happen on CNA.
Get adequate sleep to boost your immune system. With Simmons E-Ion Crystal Technology, it enhances your immunity and well-being, increases metabolism, improves blood circulation, supports heart and lung functions, and promotes self-rejuvenation by immersing yourself in a sea of negative ions and quality oxygen. Simmons, your preferred mattress for uninterrupted sleep. Enjoy Simmons back care deals from $2,893. Check in store for details.
Centrum 世界第一综合维生素品牌，全面营养 A 至 Z， 让男士精力充沛、脑部健康和心脏保健。此外，维持女士的更年期、眼睛和骨骼的保健。Centrum 50+，让你活得更精彩。
Lifebuoy 特告：为防止有害病菌散播，谨记用肥皂勤洗手。若身旁没洗手液，沐浴露也能有效抗菌。让大家一起为新加坡防止病菌散播吧。
미쳤어. 거의 떠들어간다.
하지만 움직이자.
Every day, the financial world goes through dramatic rise and falls. We'll track the biggest market movers and show you where the opportunities lie. Get the experts' take on the performance of key indices. Plus all the analysis to help you understand forces driving global economies. The daily business news you need. Only on CNA. This segment is brought to you by Xeon Corporation.
COVID-19 has paralyzed the world. In Wuhan, the Wang family faces tension even after surviving the lockdown. And in Singapore, how does the Su family stay home and stay sane with 3 hyperactive boys?
My reaction was, holy.
4 Families' New Normal. The season premiere of The Family Affair. Monday on CNA.
Hello and welcome back to CNA's special coverage of Singapore Votes 2020.
The PAP secured a simple majority in Parliament with official results out for more than half of the 31 constituencies. It's clinched 54 seats so far out of the 93 seats that are up for contest. Well, the next crucial threshold is 62 for a supermajority.
You know, talking numbers aside, I mean, has this contest very much become a bit about personalities? I mean, certain individuals have stood up on several sides of the camp, you know. Is it more about who is in the limelight, who gets the spotlight, and, you know, how do people take to that?
Well, politics has always been very personality-based. I suppose in Singapore, one could think of, you know, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew as one example. But I suppose in this election, because of the online campaigning and all, personalities have played an even bigger role. And you look at the official results thus far, it would seem as though those with stronger personalities on the PAP side, those with a greater popularity, have suffered lower swings against them. And on the other hand, when you look at the opposition, the more charismatic politicians, whether on the East Coast slate, for example, or the Sengkang slate for the Workers' Party, they have done well. And PSP, Dr. Tan Cheng Bock as well. So I think we are, in a way, moving towards a stage where personalities do matter.
But which is more important, the issues or the people?
I think both are equally important, right? So I think a personality that's able to carry the ground would be able to move the issues.
So just stop it there. We've got some results coming in.
Parliamentary General Election 2020. Result for the Electoral Division of Kebun Baru. Kumaran Pillai, Progress Singapore Party, 7,812 votes. Kwek Hien Chuan, People's Action Party, 13,284 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 21,096. Rejected votes, 387. The votes cast in Singapore counted for Kebun Baru are conclusive of the results. I declare Kwek Hien Chuan of People's Action Party as a candidate elected for Kebun Baru. Result for the Electoral Division of Marine Parade. Azhar Latif, Fatli Fauzi, Nathaniel Koh, Ron Tan Jun Yen, Yi Zhenjong, the Workers' Party, 54,850 votes. Muhammad Fahmi Aliman, Seah Kian Peng, Tan Chuan Jin, Tan Si Leng, Edwin Tong Chun Fai, People's Action Party, 74,993 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 129,843. Rejected votes, 1,787. The votes cast in Singapore, counted for Marine Parade, are conclusive of the results. I declare Muhammad Fahmi Aliman, Seah Kian Peng, Tan Chuan Jin, Tan Si Leng, Edwin Tong Chun Fai of People's Action Party as a group of candidates elected for Marine Parade. Result for the Electoral Division of Pasir Ris-Punggol. Abu bin Muhammad, Haminder Pao Singh, son of Gujaran Singh, Kuswadi bin Athnawi, Lim Bak Chuan Desmond, Kevin Ong Sun Huat, Singapore Democratic Alliance, 37,179 votes. Goh Kiao Wah, Lim Kay Chiao, Jire, Muhammad Nasir Ismail, Prabhu Ramachandran, Vinaswari VR, People's Voice, 19,127 votes. Janil Putucherry, Sharil Taha, Desmond Tan, Teo Chee Hen, Yo Wan Ling, People's Action Party, 100,772 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 157,078. Rejected votes, 3,392. The votes cast in Singapore, counted for Pasir Ris-Punggol, are conclusive of the results. I declare Janil Putucherry, Sharil Taha, Desmond Tan, Teo Chee Hen, Yo Wan Ling of People's Action Party as a group of candidates elected for Pasir Ris-Punggol.
And it looks like Kebun Baru SMC has an MP in the form of Henry Kwek in the next parliament. He's got 62.97% of the votes in this particular single-member constituency, and he beat Kumaran Pillai, who received 37.03% of the votes. He's from PSP. This just in, the PAP has secured a supermajority in Parliament with all the results that's just been announced. It's won 65 out of the 93 seats. The question now is whether the opposition can make further inroads.
Well, let's pose that question to our guest here. Mustafa, why don't you take this? I mean, what do you think? Can the opposition make further inroads?
I mean, yes, based on the sample results we saw earlier, Sengkang GRC is the one that we are looking at. And if they get that, then certainly they have made further inroads into Parliament. Because we have seen we have seen Aljunied and Hougang also retained. Or Hougang, we're waiting for the results. But Aljunied, they're able to retain.
How is that going to shake things up?
I think it shows that, step by step, bit by bit, they are making inroads into Parliament. And I think every election, when they're able to win more seats, is a positive sign for the opposition. And I think this would actually another election which they can use as a platform to build for the next election as well. I mean, it has to be an ongoing process. So yes, I think this time around we do see perhaps quite, once the results coming, that they have made further inroads into Parliament.
Thank you, Dr. Izzuddin. Let's hear from the Progress Singapore Party, West Coast GRC's Tan Cheng Bock.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming to this press conference. Further, you all know the results. My young team didn't win a seat, but I must say we have caused an impact in these general elections. We may not have won the seats, but if you look at the level of support that is given to PSP candidates, if I roughly go through, I think average is about 40%. That is my guess. So we have an average of 40% for a new party, and going into all these new areas, I am actually quite proud of that performance. I think it's a beginning of a new chapter for PSP. And I think the movement that I've created will grow. We are not deterred by this disappointment, because I think the team that I have built will go further in the next election. I told my men, don't worry. Sometimes a little bit, maybe you get defeated once. The next round we'll come back. Because I look at all the GRCs, actually our GRCs perform fairly well. I think it's average about 41%. For the singles, it's about there, maybe just 39. So I think on the average, we have really done pretty well. And I will like to say that we will continue to work in the areas that we have all the areas that we stood. So
regardless of results, I essentially prepared, I think, just one statement. Thank you to all our residents for being there, for participating, for your votes, for making a choice, and this is what democracy is about. With every election, we will review and learn so that we can do better for everyone. Your feedback and suggestions during these 9 days, as we meet you, they're important, and we will continue to remain engaged with you through the next 5 years. Regardless of how you voted, our commitment to care for you all will not change. The work starts now and will not let up in the years to come. My appreciation to all our volunteers, activists, friends who have helped tremendously during this past many years, and not just these 9 days alone. Thank you to our families for being there for us. The elections are now over. Tomorrow is a new day and another step forward towards our collective future. Now, in any elections, we will get emotional and passionate because we care. It is now time for us to come together again and unite as one people, one nation, one Singapore. Let's come together to confront the challenges ahead and seize the opportunities that await us. Thank you very much. And just want to thank all of you, I think, for all your coverage in the past many days. I know it's been a very long campaign, but thank you very much for being there with us. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
He just thanked the media there.
Sorry?
He just thanked the media there.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, they've been
a lovely
running.
gesture.
They've been running around. We've been running after them to get footage as well. You know, so heard from Tan Chuan Jin and also Dr. Tan Cheng Bock. I just want to go to Dr. Tan Cheng Bock because even though he did not win in that GRC, it sounded almost still like a victory speech. He kind of said, well, we've kind of achieved our goal. We've done what we wanted to do. I mean, what do you think?
Well, it's their maiden electoral campaign.
I'm sorry, we have some results coming out.
Parliamentary General Election 2020. Result for Electoral Division of Hougang. Lee Hong Chuang, People's Action Party, 9,776 votes. Dennis Tan Lip Fong, the Workers' Party, 15,416 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 25,192. Rejected votes, 272. The votes cast in Singapore, counted for Hougang, are conclusive of the results. I declare Dennis Tan Lip Fong of the Workers' Party as a candidate elected for Hougang. Result for the electoral division of Tampines. Baey Yam Keng, Cheng Li Hui, Desmond Chu Pei Chin, Koh Po Kun, Masagos Zulkifli, People's Action Party, 94,561 votes. Chun Hong Heng, Fong Chin Leong, Mohammad Rizwan bin Mohammad, Vincent Ng Kian Guan, Yo Ren Yuan, the National Solidarity Party, 47,819 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 142,380. Rejected votes, 3,516. The votes cast in Singapore, counted for Tampines, are conclusive of the results. I declare Baey Yam Keng, Cheng Li Hui, Desmond Chu Pei Chin, Koh Po Kun, Masagos Zulkifli of People's Action Party as a group of candidates elected for Tampines. Result for electoral division of Holland Bukit Timah. Min Cheong, James Gomez, Alfred Tan, Tan Jise, Singapore Democratic Party, 35,972 votes. Edward Chia Bing Hui, D'Souza Christopher, Sim N, Vivian Balakrishnan, People's Action Party, 70,963 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 106,935. Rejected votes, 1,993. The votes cast in Singapore, counted for Holland Bukit Timah, are conclusive of the results. I declare Edward Chia Bing Hui, D'Souza Christopher, Sim N, Vivian Balakrishnan of People's Action Party as a group of candidates elected for Holland Bukit Timah.
And a recap of the results we just heard from the returning officer. We have Hougang SMC with the Workers' Party's Dennis Tan returning with 61.19%. versus the PAP's Lee Hong Chuang with 38.81%.
Tampines, led by the anchor minister Masagos Zulkifli, Koh Poh Koon, Desmond Chu, Baey Yam Keng and Cheng Li Hui with 66.41% of the votes going to the PAP. They take 4 seats in the next parliament versus the NSP with 33.59% of the votes going to the team led by Reno Fong, Mohammed Rizwan, Eugene Yeo, Chung Han Heng and Vincent Ng.
Let's take a look at Holland Bukit Timah GRC. The team of Vivian Balakrishnan, Sim Ann, Christopher D'Souza and Edward Chia for the PAP with 66.36%. And the SDP has 33.64% with Alfred Tan, Min Chong, James Gomez and Tan Ji Se.
Well, we've heard that, of course, the PP's got the supermajority already in Parliament, and we need some numbers. So, Telly Edwards, help us, please.
All right, for sure, folks. All right, as you wait for more official results coming in, let's just check in on how Parliament is shaping up so far. Official results have been coming in steadily, and so far, from what we can see, the People's Action Party has won 74 seats out of the 93 seats up for contest, essentially securing a simple majority in Parliament. And in fact, we have the first constituency going to the opposition, the first blue in a sea of red. You can see there the Workers' Party stronghold of Hougang, giving the party 1 seat in Parliament so far. Now, just a handful of constituencies to go before we have a final picture of the new Parliament. Now, a number of constituencies have shown a relatively high number of rejected votes, interestingly. And while most constituencies see, rejected votes in the hundreds, now these constituencies had rejected votes in the thousands. And as a matter of fact, over 5,000 votes were rejected in Mo Kio GRC. That's out of 178,000 votes cast. Having said that, Mo Kio GRC is the largest GRC with the most number of voters. Now, the last time polls were held, the number of votes rejected there was also around the same mark, over 4,800. Now, the award going to the PAP team led by Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong there with 72% of all the valid votes compared to Reform Party's 28% led by Kenneth Jararatnam there. Right, turning our attention now to Jalan Besar GRC. Nearly 3,000 votes were rejected, as you can see. Back in 2015, over 1,500 votes were rejected there. Now, PAP retaining the award with Manpower Minister Josephine Teo leading the team to victory with 65% of votes, and the People's Voice team garnering just about 35%. Next up, we have Jurong GRC, which is helmed by Tharman Shanmugaratnam. Over there, they've got over 2,500 votes rejected. And the PAP team, there's us mentioning, led by Coordinating Minister for Social Policies, Tharman Shanmugaratnam, getting nearly 75% of the votes, with Red Dot United team getting about 25%. Now, another ward with a high number of rejected votes, Bishan-Toa Payoh, just over 2,000 votes were rejected. Now, the constituency going to the PAP team led by Defence Minister Ng En Hen there with 67% of the votes compared to SPP's 32%. Now, meanwhile, Tanjong Pagar GRC saw nearly 2,000 votes rejected, much less than the over 2,400 rejected in the last election in 2015. Tanjong Pagar GRC there going to the PAP team led by Trade and Industry Minister Chan Chun Sing and Minister in Prime Minister's Office Indrani Raja with 63% of valid votes. Now, the PSP team there losing out the contest there with just 37% of the votes. The constituency which saw the most number of rejected votes ever was Pasir Ris-Punggol in 2015, when over 5,000 votes were declared rejected.
Thank you so much, Otelli. What would we do without you? All right, time to rope in another colleague of ours. Isabel is with the folks of Workers' Party. Isabel, tell us what's happening.
Hi, yes, I'm in the thick of things in Hougang. We're between the blocks of Block 322 right and in front of the main Workers' Party stronghold. Now, you can see around me a lot of supporters are gathering. A lot of supporters are gathering around me. I can hardly hear myself right now. And it seems like they're quieting down now. Now, this election, of course, there aren't any official assembly grounds, but this, the unofficial, the Workers' Party stronghold assembly ground is where Workers' Party supporters have been gathering since early in the night. Now, more and more people have amassed. They're waiting for the official results. And they've reacted to the Hougang results coming out. The mood here has been jubilant. Many cars have run down the street behind me. As you can see, flags everywhere, shouts and cheers.
Dear voters of Hougang, the Hougang spirit has spoken clearly today. Today's results show why Hougang is known as the beacon of democracy in Singapore. Thank you for keeping faith with the Workers' Party beyond the past 29 years. I'm truly humbled by your support. I will do my best to serve you and speak up for you in Parliament. Hougang voters who have not voted for me, you are also Hougang Nang. I will work hard to serve you and hope to win your support in due course. Finally, I wish to thank my team of volunteers, which comprise of many Hougang residents who together did more than I could ever ask for in this campaign.
Parliamentary General Election 2020. Result for Electoral Division of Marsiling-Yew. Damanhuri bin Abbas, Kong Wai-yin, Lim Boon Heng, Benjamin Pui, Singapore Democratic Party, 40,641 votes. Henny So Hui Bin, Lawrence Wong, Alex Yam Tze Ming, Zaki Mohamad, People's Action Party, 69,722 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 110,363. Rejected votes, 2,097. The votes cast in Singapore counted for Marsiling-Yew are conclusive of the results. I declare Henny So Hui Bin, Lawrence Wong, Alex Yam Tze Ming, Zaki Mohamad of People's Action Party as a group of candidates elected for Marsiling-Yew. Result for Electoral Division of Sengkang. Amrin Amin, Lam Peng Min, Lai Hun Yip Raymond, Ng Chi Meng, People's Action Party, 55,214 votes. Choa Keng Wee, He Ting Ru, James Jerome Lim, Raisa Begum Binti Farid Khan, the Workers' Party, 60,136 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 115,350. Rejected votes, 1,194. The votes cast in Singapore, counted for Sengkang, are conclusive of the results. I declare Choa Keng Wee, He Ting Ru, James Jerome Lim, Raisa Begum Binti Farid Khan of Workers' Party as a group of candidates elected for Sengkang.
We'll just recap the results again. We've just heard for Sengkang GRC there, the Workers' Party being elected with 52.13% versus 47.87% for the PAP. Now, we had some indication this would happen from the sample count, but now that the final results are in, Mustafa, Eugene, I have to ask you about your take on this. I mean, what do you make of it, Eugene?
Well, it is a very significant victory for the Workers' Party. As mentioned earlier, We are looking at probably the most inexperienced team for the Workers' Party in this general election, up against a PAP team with 3 office holders. And they have done something that's never been done before, a second GRC to fall, to the opposition. And I think, that's a very significant victory by any measure.
But Mustafa, what was it about the Workers' Party team here?
I think first and foremost, you have to realize it's a new GRC. So there is that unpredictability factor, which I mentioned earlier. Second is that, this is a David versus Goliath battle. They have 3 members of the PAP team, office holders. So what about the Workers' Party team? Just to answer your question directly, they're young. They're able to talk about issues that perhaps resonated better with the electorate in Sengkang. We cannot forget the political debates which James Lim was on. Raisa Khan as well, what happened with her on social media. So I think all of those, added to the mix in Sengkang. And the importance of the young vote, I think, cannot be underestimated. And I think it's the young vote, young families in Sengkang, may have well helped WP cross the line here and win Sengkang.
We mustn't underestimate, the efforts of, like you say, the 3 office holders in the PAP camp, they've really walked the ground. They know the demographics in this area as well. What would be a plan B for a team like this?
No, I think, first of all, you're right. I think they're vastly experienced. And I think they're very important political office holders as well. So, yes, I think the plan B will be something we certainly have to look at. What does PAP do now going forward? And I think we will have to just wait and see once we get the Prime Minister talking to all of us after the results are over.
If I can just throw in a very quick question. Eugene, how much of this is people voting for the PAP or rather against the PAP and just for any opposition party?
Well, I think here we're talking about the Workers' Party, right? So I would say that, these votes are for the Workers' Party rather than votes against the People's Action Party. I think the PAP perhaps may have made a tactical mistake because, although there are 3 office holders, it is also their most inexperienced GRC team. You have Ng Chee Meng and Amrin Amin, only in their second GE. Lam Pin Min was first elected in 2006 and Raymond Lai is his first contest. So I'm not sure whether, if you put a more experienced team there, whether that would have made a difference. But I think the demographics played a big part. The Workers' Party team, message better resonated with voters. And I think it was that sense of connection, which somehow, the People's Action Party team couldn't do so. But bear in mind, we're talking about marginal seats for the PAP from 2015, Punggol East, Sengkang West. So while the PAP won these seats, they were not safe seats for the ruling party. And I think you have this confluence of factors, that has now contributed to this famous victory.
Right. Okay, so from the second GRC for the Workers' Party tonight, let's go to West Coast GRC. Mr. S. Iswaran, the MP-elect for that GRC, ready to speak.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. It's very late or very early in the morning, so we don't want to have a very long press conference, but we did feel it's important for us to make a statement. First of all, we want to thank the voters of West Coast GRC for placing their trust in us. It has been a very close contest, and we know that many of our voters have had to think hard about whom to vote for. And we are grateful that the majority have placed their trust in us. And in turn, we will live up to that trust and honor the commitments we have made and ensure that we work to improve their lives and livelihoods, as we have stated throughout our campaign and also in the work that we have done prior to the campaign period. The second thing I want to say is that I want to acknowledge our opponents who put up a vigorous contest. And I think more importantly, they presented a choice to the voters of West Coast so that they have a chance to think about what are the issues and what it is at the end of the day that they want to vote for. And we are glad that they've chosen us, and the choice that they've made gives us the reason to then move forward in the work that we're doing in the GRC. And finally, we want to also speak to the voters who have not voted for us. And we want to also point out to them that we are also your elected members of Parliament, and we will do our best to reach out to you and see how we can work with you and for you as we discharge our duties as elected members of Parliament.
Thank you very much for the trust that you've given us. We pledge to work even harder, particularly at these difficult times, to help each and every family with its needs and to build up Jurong as a strong community, a better community for all of us. I want to give credit to the opposition team from RDU. They fought a good fight. They did creditably. I'd like to thank them for the contest. And I'd really like to say finally that we are part of a national team in Jurong. Our own strength comes from our teamwork amongst all of us, including our two new candidates and including Ivan Lim, who worked very hard on the ground in the initial stages. We really appreciate each other's contribution to the team, and I certainly be a great strength of ours. So thank you very much once again, and thanks of course to our activists and volunteers who've really been wonderful all these years.
And we're just getting the returning officer who is coming out with more results.
Parliamentary General Election 2020. Result for Electoral Division of Aljunied. Chan Hui-Yu, Chua Eng-Leong, Victor Lai Tiam Phat, Samsu Kamal bin Muhammad Razali, Alex Yeo Sheng Chai, People's Action Party, 57,244 votes. Gerald Giam Yen Song, Sylvia Lim, Muhammad Faisal bin Abdul Manap, Leon Pereira, Pritam Singh, the Workers' Party, 85,603 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 142,847. Rejected votes, 1,582. The votes cast in Singapore, counted for Aljunied, are conclusive of the results. I declare Gerald Giam Yen Song, Sylvia Lim, Muhammad Faisal bin Abdul Manap, Leon Pereira, Pritam Singh of the Workers' Party as a group of candidates elected for Aljunied. Result for the Electoral Division of Yisun. Boyer Bradley Peter, Kalaya Rasul Manikam, Muhammad Taufik bin Supan, S. Nala Kurapan, Teh Chai Sing, Progress Singapore Party, 53,070 votes. Derek Goh Soon Hee, K. Shanmugam, Muhammad Faisal Ibrahim, Ng Kok Kwan Louis, Kerry Tan Hui Ming, People's Action Party, 86,219 votes. Total votes cast for the candidates, 139,289. Rejected votes, 2,199. The votes cast in Singapore, counted for Yisun, are conclusive of the results. I declare Derek Goh Soon Hee, K. Shanmugam, Muhammad Faisal Ibrahim, Ng Kok Kwan Louis, Kerry Tan Hui Ming of People's Action Party as a group of candidates elected for Yisun.
So the Workers' Party has won the new Sengkang GRC, beating the PAP by a margin of slightly over 4%. Here's reaction from the WP team.
Good evening. First of all, we'd like to thank our opponents, the PAP candidates, for a clean and decent fight. We've actually had very interesting conversations with all of you, and we look forward to further engagement in the future. We'd also like to thank Singaporeans from afar who've come down to wish us well, to show their support, and to really help us out in this campaign. I would also like to thank the voters of Sengkang. Thank you so much for the trust and the leap of faith that you have taken in our team here today. We will work hard to make sure that this trust is not misplaced. I would also like to thank all the officials today for working through very challenging situations, a very difficult polling day, and staying up late to get us through counting as well. Finally, we could not have done this without our volunteers. Without Lilian, without Chung Yong, who've been working on the ground for more than 10 years, we really would not be here today. And we really owe a huge debt of gratitude to them. So many of you have come out in support of us. We are really, really, truly grateful. And we are so happy to be able to stand up here today. Thank you so very much for rallying around us, for supporting us, for walking with us. The number of young people who have come out to walk with us, to volunteer, who've actually expressed their interests and their hope for a better future of Singapore has really touched me. And I actually feel that this is really important for the future of our country, and this bodes very, very well for us. Finally, to the residents of Sengkang, we work for all of you. Tomorrow, we start work. Thank you.
To Singaporeans, thank you for standing me throughout this entire campaign. Words can't describe how grateful I am for your support, and I hope I'll do you proud, and I look forward to representing you in Parliament. Dan kepada para penduduk Sengkang, terima kasih di atas kepercayaan yang diberi kepada saya. Terima kasih.
It warms the cockles of our hearts to be able to work for the people of Sengkang and for all Singaporeans. We hope that we have inspired you, all of you, to believe that the dream of an alternative future is only as far away as the courage to seize the opportunities that come your way, only as difficult as the passion you bring to pursue what you believe to be right, and only as difficult as your willingness to put your nose down to the grind and make it happen. Thank you for making this journey with us. It was every one of you who believed that this was possible that has now made what has happened tonight a reality. And together, our team will work for a brighter future for Sengkang and for Singapore. Kamsia Sengkang.
We're going to cross over now live to our colleague Afifa Arifin, who is at the Workers' Party headquarters. Afifa.
That's right, guys. Well, we just heard that the WP has won 2 GRCs and 1 SMC. They have defended their strongholds, Aljunied GRC and Hougang SMC, and also clinched another GRC, and that is Sengkang. Now, this means that the party has secured 10 seats in Parliament. And the results from Sengkang GRC, the WP team edged out the team from the People's Action Party with 52.13% of the votes. And that means they beat the team from the PAP GRC that has 3 political office holders. Now, Workers' Party also managed to defend their crown jewel, Aljunied GRC, garnering 59.90% of the votes. That's a 9% improvement from their last performance in 2015, which they narrowly edged out the PAP team by a less than 2% margin. So when these results were announced, we did hear some cheers coming from the Workers' Party supporters at the coffee shop nearby. But we do understand that there is a large gathering of Workers' Party supporters in Hougang, and that's a stronghold of the party. Right now, the Workers' Party candidates from those constituencies that I mentioned are currently upstairs in their headquarters. We just heard the thank you speeches from the candidates from the Sengkang GRC team that just won. We are awaiting the thank you speeches from the members of the Aljunied GRC team that's led, of course, by the party chief, Pritam Singh, in his first election as the Workers' Party Secretary General. But for now, it's back to you guys.
Residents of Aljunied, thank you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your kindness. And thank you for voting for this Workers' Party team in the same way you gave support to the Workers' Party team that came before us, which included Mr. Chen Shomao and Mr. Loh Tia Kiang. We will continue to endeavour for good outcomes on the ground and to represent you faithfully in Parliament. Without your support, there's very little we can do. But together, we can do a lot more for Singapore, and we have to work hard for it. Today's results are positive, but we have to hit the ground running. We should not get over our head with the results. There's much work to do. And I can assure you this Workers' Party team is committed to serve Singapore, to serve the voters who voted for us and those who chose to vote for our opponents equally and faithfully. Finally, to our PAP opponents, I'd like to congratulate them for putting up a very good fight. It is a difficult contest. It was a difficult contest for us, but I'd like to thank them, their activists and their volunteers as well. Thank you very much.
And there you've just heard Pritam Singh from Workers' Party wrapping up his speech there. Well, it's been 6 hours since polls closed, and guess what? All the results are now in. The People's Action Party has won, as you can see, 83 out of the 93 seats in Parliament, essentially securing yet again a supermajority. But the Workers' Party has certainly made further inroads, along with its strongholds of Aljunied and Hougang. It has also now won the new Sengkang GRC. So that gives it 10 seats in Parliament. So that leaves 2 seats for NC MPs. Now, next up, what you're going to be looking at is the PAP's vote share across the island, 61.24%, down from the previous election in 2015. All right, some questions for you, gentlemen. I guess one of some of the big surprises, let's just go back and talk about, the Workers' Party, a very new team, winning Sengkang versus 3 political holders from the PAP's side. And not to mention that's actually helmed by Ng Chee Meng, our Labour chief. And this is an election where we're talking about jobs, jobs and jobs. So Ng Chee Meng's been like a Labour chief for 2 years. So what does that... what do you read into those results?
I think we see the ground shifting, and I think, many days will be spent trying to analyze it. But I think in the end, I think there was a sense that no matter what, jobs will be taken care of by the government. I think the voters felt that, that there will be the PAP return to power with a super majority, and the voters of Sengkang, I suppose, felt that there would be an opportunity, for the opposition, to put pressure on the government to propose alternative policies that would, in turn, push the government to come up with even better policies. I think there was also a sense that, the younger voters wanted, their voices to be heard in a more significant way. The fact of one-party dominance, may not be rubbing, may not go down so well with them, in this age and time. So I think, it's a result that is worth closer analysis, but I think at this point in time, I suppose one could say that, their message resonated better with voters, and I think that made the difference, at least, when it came to the undecided voters.
Right. I mean, it is a young team. I mean, James is the oldest in that team at 44 years old. The rest are all in their 30s, and Reza is only 26 years old, So youth, I think, really is a factor. But we looked at the overall vote share. If we can just pull up that graphic again, and showed how the number had percentage had gone down, I think, over the years, with this time being around 61% compared to around 69% in 2015. Mustafa, what do you make of that?
It does point to the trends that we have seen today about the Workers' Party doing well, PSP doing well, the vote share of the PAP, number of these constituencies have gone down. So I think all that taken into account, and also a GRC being lost, then I think, yes, I think we see a percentage that's closer to what we saw in 2011 and what we have seen in 2015.
Interesting. I just picked up He Ting-Ru in her victory speech over in Sengkang. She said, it's not just Sengkang for Sengkang, it's almost like Singapore backed Sengkang. Did you gentlemen read it that way as well, Dr. Izzeddin?
Yes, I think they see this Sengkang as a prelude to something bigger. I think it's about not just issues that relate to Sengkang, but it's issues that relate to Singapore. And also Singapore plugged to the world, so what's happening globally as well. I mean, this Raisa Khan being one of the youngest in this campaign, this election, also points to this global trend of young people joining politics and being elected into politics. So I think that certainly augurs well for our political landscape in Singapore. So yes, I think for the team in Sengkang, the Workers' Party team, I think certainly now the time is for them to prove themselves. They will need to run the constituency and also perform in Parliament.
Okay, doesn't look like they want to waste any more time. Let's go to Otelli Edwards.
Now, here is just a quick reminder that under the Constitution, if fewer than 12 opposition candidates are elected, losing candidates with the highest vote percentage may enter Parliament as NCMPs to make up those numbers. So in this case, the opposition has won 10 seats, all from the Workers' Party, and that leaves 2 NCMP seats left up for grabs. And according to the results, these will come from West Coast and East Coast, the PSP and WP respectively. Now, the question is whether the parties will take up the offer. And while the Workers' Party has taken up most of the NCMP seats, 10 in total, it's been offered since the scheme began, the PSP's Dr. Tan Cheng Bock has said before that he won't take up a post if offered.
I guess the question is, will they take up those NCMP seats? I mean, what do you mean? Because there has been some talk about it, right?
Well, the Workers' Party for sure. Never mind their strong objections to the NCMP scheme. They have taken every seat, every NCMP seat that's been offered. So I don't expect this to be different. It will give them a chance again to profile perhaps the younger candidates, and it'll be interesting who they will pick from the East Coast slate. For West Coast GRC, Dr. Tan has already indicated that he has no interest in the NCMP seat, but I do expect his party, to fill that seat with someone from the West Coast team, because I think it makes sense to profile, their party. And Dr. Tan, in his remarks earlier, spoke about the PSP being a movement, right? So he didn't envisage his party just as a party. He talked about it being a movement. And I think if you want to be a movement, then you need to have that presence, that platform in Parliament. So I do expect them to take it up.
Okay, movement, momentum seems to be themes with the opposition reaction so far. The PAP being narrowly defeated in the new Sengkang GRC. Let's hear what the team has to say.
Hi, very good morning. Well, the Sengkang team from the PAP, obviously the results didn't quite go the way we had wanted, but we want to thank the different activists, volunteers, sisters and brothers that have stepped up to help in our campaign and to serve our residents. In the last few weeks, it has been a wonderful journey in Sengkang. walking the town, talking to different residents, the smiles, the welcoming hellos, and especially the kids that I met really warmed our hearts. But unfortunately, given the results tonight, I can only say thank you for voting for us, for supporting the PAP team. My team and I will have to evaluate and regroup and see how we can do better. In the days to come, well, we will spend some time looking at what is the plan for the future. But let me reiterate the heartfelt thank you to all the different volunteers, activists that have stepped forward to help in the campaign. You have done your best. You can hold your head up high. Thank you very much. Okay.
Mr. Allen, a question from the Straits Times. Just wanted to hear your thoughts on why you think it may have swung in the Workers' Party favour. Could it be maybe that younger voters were invested in
Well, let us take some time to regroup and evaluate the different factors. There probably will be multifaceted issues that the team will have to deal with. And let us discuss with colleagues and get a thorough understanding of the ground again, in Sengkang area especially, and then we can plot our way forward. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for staying up all night for this. Yeah. Have a good rest. Thank you.
That was a bit of a tough loss for the PAP team there at Sengkang. Ng Chee Meng speaking on behalf of them, and you can hear in the tone of his voice, I think, that it really hit close to home. I mean, this whole as we wait now for the PAP to come and do their press conference, we've noticed that this whole campaign also seemed to be geared towards a younger demographic in a way. You know, I read a comment online that said, "Who's the older generation to decide what issues the younger generation ought to vote on?" And that was targeted at the PAP. Do you get that impression? Did it come across as old school versus what the other parties were offering?
Well, I think the PAP has always tried to be that broad middle ground, to cover that broad middle ground, right? The broad church, as they would have it. But I suppose here, you know, they focus very much on what they felt would be a winning strategy, right? The focus on jobs, livelihoods, the future, and of course, public health, our lives. But I suppose, you know, the younger voters may have other plans, right? I think it's not that jobs didn't matter to them. I think there was a sense that, you know, we need to have that even-handed approach, right? So jobs matter, of course, you know, but I think as a society that's maturing, I think there is a need to look at what I describe as post-material values, right? What sort of society do we want to become? You know, how do we deal with social inequalities, social injustice? So that's, I think, something which, which resonated very well with voters.
Dr. Izzuddin, how much of this being a digital campaign actually gave power to the younger people?
Oh, absolutely. I think social media, being built a digital election, I think certainly played its part. A critical role, in fact, a pivotal role, particularly in Sengkang GRC. On young people, I think even for the PAP, they have put up young candidates in this election as well. And I think all of them have been elected into parliament. So I think adding to what the Workers' Party have been able to achieve, I think we are going to have quite a number of young voices in parliament. And I think that bodes well for our democracy. It bodes well for the issues that are of interest and concern to young people.
But I guess it's a shift in the kind of issues that we look at, because it used to be very bread and butter, but now we're kind of looking towards a higher plane, almost, other things which are more non-tangible.
No, I don't think, again, it's about bread. I mean, bread and butter issues still important, but I think they expect more than that. I think they have raised the standards, raised the expectations that, look, bread and butter issues are important, but so are all the other issues, national issues, global issues. And I think we've seen that quite clear in this election.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. We're going to take off for a short break. We do want to bring you the press conference from the PAP coming up soon. We'll be right back after these messages.
Now watch me. Let's turn it up. Get it. Let's turn it up. We living it up. Let's turn it up. We living it up. I don't care. I don't care.
Get adequate sleep to boost your immune system. With Simmons E-Ion crystal technology, it enhances your immunity and well-being, increases metabolism, improves blood circulation, supports heart and lung functions, and promotes self-rejuvenation by immersing yourself in a sea of negative ions and quality oxygen. Simmons, your preferred mattress for uninterrupted sleep. Enjoy Simmons back care deals from $2,893. Check in store for details.
My eyes are the window to my soul. They speak more than words. 1 serum, 2 usages, 3 brightening benefits. Unveil brighter skin in 10 days. Eversoft Skin's Face and Eye Serum. Let your eyes speak.
This is the Dyson Corral Straightener with manganese copper alloy plates. Invented to flex, shape, and gather for enhanced styling. With reduced reliance on heat and even without a cord. Dyson Corral.
At work, let's all be good team players.
Good morning, how are you?
A little distance between us today will be good for us all tomorrow. A little care can protect the one thing that means the world to us. So let's do our part.
미쳤어. 거의 또 들어간다.
하지만 움직이자.
This is the Dyson Corral Straightener with manganese copper alloy plates. Invented to flex, shape, and gather for enhanced styling. With reduced reliance on heat and even without a cord. Dyson Corral.
Welcome back to Singapore Votes 2020. All the results are now in, and the People's Action Party has won 83 out of the 93 seats in Parliament, securing yet again a supermajority.
Okay, but the Workers' Party's made further inroads as well, along with its strongholds of Aljunied and Hougang. It has also won the new Sengkang GRC, and that gives it 10 seats in Parliament. That leaves 2 seats for NCMPs.
We were just talking about this a bit earlier, whether they would take that up. I mean, Eugene, you're saying Dr. Tan would definitely send someone from his team. He probably won't take it up himself because he said he wouldn't, but they want to have some presence in Parliament.
Yes, I think after this very strong showing on their maiden electoral outing, I think they should follow up, and not just let the Workers' Party dominate the opposition ranks. I think, with PSP performance, I think the question now is whether the party can move beyond being seen as a Dr. Tan Cheng Bock party. And I think, the NCMP seat could help in that regard. The main thing for the PSP is to build on this particular election. I think they played their cards very well, and I think that has contributed to a very significant outing, for a relatively new party.
He clearly said that this was just the beginning and he's in it for the long haul. So I think we will definitely be hearing from that party in the years to come.
Yeah, he used the word momentum. So the PSP is still in it with a chance for an NCMP seat. But what about the other the opposition parties, the future of the smaller opposition parties? It looks like the Workers' Party has the big share of this pie. What's the way forward for them?
For the smaller parties? I think many of them would want to continue because I think they feel it's, they want to give voters a choice. They want to know what their parties stand for. So I think they're taking baby steps, and certainly they'll take a leaf out of how the other parties have done in this election. Maybe get some lessons out of there, and then maybe build up their own party as well. But we've seen over time, parties sort of, they dissipate and then the new parties come on. I think at this point, now there's momentum with several of these parties. I think it's important to continue with that momentum going forward. I think for PSP, I think, yes, NCMP will be on their minds. But I think more than that, I think they want to build for the future as well, the momentum. Can that momentum continue? Or just kind of confined to 2020? I think they want to build that momentum. And I think, very importantly, going back to Sengkang, I think there also the Workers' Party will want to build up momentum. And I think for the PAP as well, I think Amrin Amin in particular, someone who is well-liked in social media. He's very popular. They're very popular on the ground as well. So certainly, it's they will have to look at how they can get back that kind of support. Also get back good candidates like Amrin Amin as well.
Let's talk about the Workers' Party now. Pritam Singh is not just the chief of the Workers' Party, but he's also now officially the leader of the opposition. Let's hear from him.
Indeed, I'm very grateful to all the voters in Hougang, Aljunied and Sengkang for trusting us with their vote. But I'm also very humbled by it, and I'm not feeling euphoric at all, in fact. I think there's a lot of work to do, and I think we've got to work hard. We've got to keep our feet grounded, and this is something that I'll be repeating to all the winning candidates through the course of tomorrow and the weeks that come, because there'll be a number of things that need to be done. So I expect all the candidates of the Workers' Party who have done well in this election, even those who may not have succeeded in becoming candidates to represent Singapore and Singaporeans, I expect them to keep their feet firmly grounded and remember why they're doing what they're doing. And if we can move forward in that manner, wanting to speak up for Singaporeans in a rational, responsible way, like how a credible opposition should, then I think we can make some progress.
Do you think that the voters, resonated with the party's key messages throughout the campaign?
Well, we'll have to review the campaign in a more in-depth way, but I probably don't want to make any additional comments because I haven't looked at the numbers closely yet. And I haven't reflected on also the campaign specifically in a more granular fashion. Yeah.
What do you think will be the way forward for the Workers' Party? Here they are at this point, but it's obvious they're going to keep going. How are they going to build on this momentum?
Well, you could see Mr. Pritam Singh, not euphoric. He knows the task ahead. People's expectations of the party will certainly go sky high with the second GRC win. And he knows there are issues ahead. He has to deal with the AHTC lawsuit. And so, he knows that, there will be obstacles, and that's why he's rallying his troops, that work starts straight away, and they need to ensure that they are able to meet, with voters' expectations. I think in many ways, in Sengkang, I thought the WP team, the leader, Ms. Hertingru, put it very well. I think she recognized that voters there took a leap of faith. And I think that means that they have to demonstrate that leap of faith was one worth taking. And so it's a very inexperienced team. But they have their older colleagues, more experienced colleagues to guide them. But ultimately it's their own show to run in Sengkang GRC. I suppose they might combine the GRC, the Aljunied with Kang and Sengkang, but that's going to be a massive GRC, and no matter what, they will have to show that they're equal to the task, of running the town council and representing voters in parliament.
And Mustafa, you know, throughout this campaign on social media, Workers' Party was being somewhat labelled as PAP light. I'm just thinking how comfortable now they are with that particular label, that they've taken 10 seats in Parliament. Is this you know, how will they build on this? Is this something they want to shake off, you think, that label, PAP light?
Certainly, I think they want to create their own identity. They want to carve their own imprint in Parliament now that they have more seats in Parliament. They will certainly want to show the issues that they want to champion across the spectrum of, you know, across the electorate in Singapore. So I think they want to be seen as the opposition party that other opposition parties can look up to. So sort of a pace setter. Certainly, Pritam Singh's leadership, I think, was being incredibly important in this particular election and certainly going forward. So I think for the Workers' Party from 2020, I think they can only grow from strength to strength. And I think that's the approach they should take. I think for Sengkang as well as Aljunied, Hougang, now they have won those. I think they may well consolidate their resources. They try and help each other, particularly Sengkang, being a new team there. So I think you'll see Aljunied, the MPs there helping out. So you'll see a lot of this, what we call in Malay, gotong royong, right? Kind of helping each other to kind of achieve a common goal there. Because I think their task will be certainly come the next election, they want to retain what they have and again build on it.
All right, gentlemen, thanks for that. We're just going to take off for a short break, but do stay with us. We'll be right back after these messages.
Maju ke hadapan, pandai cari pelajaran, jaga diri dalam kesehatan, serta sopan santun dengan kawan-kawan.
Dengan hati bersih serta suci, sama-sama hormat dan berbudi, jaga tingkah pemuda-pemudi, adat dan budaya junjung tinggi.
Capailah lekas cita-cita pemudi-pemuda,
supaya kita ada harkat di mata dunia.
Kalau kita lengah serta lupa, hidup kita sia-sia. Jiwa besar, sihat serta segar, rajin dengan sabar, tentu bahagia.
Lemah lembut perangai pemudi, cepat tangkas wataknya pemuda, suka rela selalu berbakti, sikap yang pembela dan berjasa.
Capailah nama yang mulia, pemudi-pemuda.
Berdoalah supaya berjaya, semoga bahagia.
Hello there, warm welcome back to Singapore Votes 2020. If you've just tuned in, guess what? The results are all in and the verdict is out. The People's Action Party has won 83 out of the 93 seats in Parliament, securing yet again a supermajority. But the Workers' Party has certainly made further inroads as well. Now, along with the strongholds of Aljunied and Hougang, it has also won the new Sengkang GRC. So that gives it 10 seats in Parliament. And this is also the PAP's vote share across the island, as you can see, and 61.24%, down from the previous election in 2015. Now, under the Constitution, if fewer than 12 opposition candidates are elected, losing candidates with the highest vote percentage may enter Parliament as NCMPs to make up the number. Now, so in this case, the opposition has won 10 seats, all from the Workers' Party. So that leaves 2 more NCMP seats. And according to the results, these will come from West Coast and East Coast, the PSP and WP respectively. So the question now is whether the parties will take up the offer. Now, while the Workers' Party has taken up most of the NCMP seats it's been offered since the scheme started, the PSP's Dr. Tan Cheng Bock has said that he won't take up a post if offered. So let's just go to our experts now. We've got 2 NCMP seats left. Any names? Who are your top picks?
Eugene?
Actually, sorry, I cut you off there, but we're just getting word that the press conference is about to begin. So I believe we can cross over right now. Or not yet?
Oh.
So we'll put you back on the spot. You thought you got away.
There are many options for the Workers' Party. I mean, if they want a husband and wife team in Parliament, then you bring in Terence Tan from East Coast. If you want someone with star quality, if I can put it that way, then there's Nicole Seah. Kenneth Foo, could be a bit tricky because of the AHTC lawsuit, and they may not want to enable him to focus on that case rather than to have him in Parliament. So I think they do have options where East Coast is concerned. And the Workers' Party has always taken, that it's not the leader of the slate, the GRC team that will automatically be lined up for the NCMP seat. They didn't do that in 2011 with Eric Tan. They have always been very tactical.
Sorry, I have to cut you off, Eugene, because the press conference has just begun. Begun.
Yep. Yep. Yeah.
It looks like Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong is listening to some questions that are coming from the floor, perhaps being briefed about what's to come next. He's got his ministers with him and he's about to begin the press conference.
Good morning, everybody. Let me start in Malay. Saudara-saudari setanah air. Pada keseluruhannya, saya berpuas hati dengan hasil pilihan raya kali ini. Kami memperolehi mandat yang jelas. Undi popular sebanyak 61%. Kami memperolehi 83 kerusi daripada 93 kerusi yang dipertandingkan. Keputusan ini mencerminkan sokongan luas bagi PAP. rakyat Singapura faham apa yang dipertaruhkan dan mengapa kita harus bersatu padu demi kepentingan Singapura. Saya berbesar hati dan berasa rendah diri atas kepercayaan dan tanggungjawab besar yang Anda berikan kepada PAP. Pada masa yang sama, keputusan menunjukkan keperitan dan ketidakpastian yang dirasakan rakyat Singapura dalam krisis ini. Ia juga mencerminkan keinginan yang jelas bagi kerencaman suara di Parlimen. Saya mengucapkan tahniah kepada Parti Pekerja bagi kelakonan baik mereka. Tentu sekali saya kecewa bahawa PAP kehilangan GRC Sengkang. Encik Meng dan pasukannya sedar persaingan sangat hebat. Mereka berjuang habis-habisan. Tetapi pengundi Sengkang telah membuat keputusan dan kami menghormati keputusan mereka. Saya dan pasukan saya akan berkhidmat kepada semua rakyat Singapura, tidak kira parti mana yang mereka undi. Biarpun anda tidak mengundi PAP, kami akan terus mendengar pandangan anda, berusaha untuk memenuhi keprihatinan anda dan cuba lagi untuk memenangi sokongan anda. Pilihan raya sudah pun selesai. Kini masanya untuk kita ketepikan perbezaan kita. Ayuh kita berganding bahu serta bekerjasama untuk bawa Singapura keluar daripada krisis ini dengan selamat. Saya minta agar setiap warga menyokong pasukan yang telah anda pilih dan bekerjasama dengan kami. Cabaran-cabaran serius yang akan kita hadapi memerlukan tindak balas seluruh negara. Marilah kita melangkah ke hadapan, bekerjasama sebagai satu pasukan Singapura demi kehidupan kita, pekerjaan kita, dan masa depan kita. Terima kasih. 大家早上好。首先，我要感谢每一位选民对新加坡选举的支持，因为这对我国的未来至关重要。这一届选举在疫情中举行，为了确保选民的安全，政府制定了额外的预防措施，分配投票时段以及设立更多投票站。尽管如此，一些投票站仍旧出现了超长人龙，所以我们把投票时间延长了2个小时，以确保人人都能够投票。我们最终的投票率是超过96%。感谢大家的体谅，也谢谢所有选务人员的辛苦付出，让选举得以顺利和安全的进行。我们会展开全面检讨，确保下一次的选举安排能够更加完善。本届选举，人民行动党的总得票率是61.28%，赢得83个议席。我们感谢选民给予我们明确的委托，不过这个成绩没有我们预期中的理想。这个成绩还是表示人民行动党获得广泛的支持。大家了解这个选举的重要意义，以及国人必须团结一致，捍卫国家的利益。我们荣幸新加坡人对行动党有信心，继续信任我们，我们会虚心接受人民赋予我们的重任。我将全力以赴履行承诺，并带领我国安全度过危机，共创美好未来。与此同时，选举结果也显示了一些国人深受危机的打击，对未来感到不安。一些人收入减少了，也担心工作和生计没有保障等，所以他们的情绪难免不好。同时，选民清楚表达了他们希望国会能够更加多元化。虽然希望人民行动党执政，但一部分人，尤其是年轻选民，希望看到国会里有更多反对的声音。这里要恭喜工人党在阿育尼、后港和盛港取得不错的表现， 接下来，我希望他们的议员能够在国会做出贡献，一起建立一个更强韧的社会。虽然盛港选情激烈，不过黄志明领导的团队仍然坚持应战，到这个新集选区参选，他们全力争取每一张选票，希望能够获胜，虽然事与愿违。我们尊重盛港选民的选择。志明是职工总会的秘书长，因此我的团队失去了重要的成员。我鼓励志明和他的团队继续以不同的方式为民服务。如今大选尘埃落定，没有投行动党一票的选民，我们也需要你们跟我们一起合作，共同应对眼前的危机，因为这是我们的新加坡，这里是属于大家的家园。最后，这一次选举攸关执政党领导的顺利交棒。我很多年以前就开始准备第4代领导层的接班，没料到会在今年碰上冠状疫情，引发突如其来的公共卫生和经济危机。我向大家保证，我和内阁资政张志贤和尚达曼，多位资深部长以及王瑞杰、陈正生等第4代领导团队，会倾全力妥善地处理各种问题，带领新加坡走出危机。我决心把一个完好无损、运作良好的新加坡移交给下一个领导团队。各位同胞，再次谢谢您的委托。选举已经顺利落幕，我恳请大家放下过去的意义，一起合作，让我们继续一起为新加坡共同奋斗，一起守护生命，保障工作，共创未来。My fellow Singaporeans, we held this general election in the midst of COVID-19. To ensure that Singaporeans could vote safely and fairly, the Elections Department planned additional precautions during the voting process. They also set up more polling stations. Nevertheless, the precautions meant that the voting process took longer, the queues to vote were longer, and in some cases, in some polling stations, much longer. We extended voting by 2 hours to make sure that everyone had the opportunity to vote and would not miss out because of the close of voting time. And we achieved this. The turnout this time was higher than the turnout in the previous general election. The voting arrangements could have been done better. We will do a thorough review and make sure that we improve in future. I'd like to thank all voters for your patience and understanding. Many more public officers were mobilized in this election to cope with the special arrangements for COVID-19. Besides their usual election duties, they had to take on the additional burden of ensuring a safe election for voters under exceptionally demanding conditions. On behalf of Singaporeans, I thank them for their dedication and hard work. On the outcome of the election, the popular vote is 61.2%. We won 83 seats out of 93, and we have a clear mandate. But the percentage of the popular vote is not as high as I had hoped for. And we lost 1 GRC. Nevertheless, the result reflects broad-based support for the PAP. Singaporeans understand what is at stake and why we must come together to uphold our national interests. I'm honored and humbled by the faith Singaporeans have put in the PAP and the heavy responsibility you have entrusted us with. I will use this mandate responsibly to deal with COVID-19 and the economic downturn and to take us safely through the crisis and beyond. At the same time, the results reflect the pain and uncertainty that Singaporeans feel in this crisis. The loss of income, the anxiety about jobs, the disruption caused by the circuit breaker and the safe distancing restrictions. This was not a feel-good election, but one where people are facing real problems and expect more rough weather to come. I said on nomination day that I expected that this election would be a tough fight for the PAP, and that I completely disagreed that it would be a wipeout of the opposition, as the opposition was making out. And so it has turned out. The results show also a clear desire for a diversity of voices in Parliament. Singaporeans want the PAP to form the government, but they, and especially the younger voters, also want to see more opposition presence in Parliament. The next Parliament will have 12 opposition MPs, 10 elected constituency MPs from the Workers' Party, and 2 elected non-constituency MPs if the candidates take up the non-constituency seats. I look forward to them participating in and contributing to the debate in Parliament and to the national debate as we deal with the urgent issues before us. I have called Mr. Pritam Singh just now to congratulate him and the Workers' Party for their strong performance. I told Mr. Singh that with 10 MPs, I think it is right that he, the Workers' Party leader, be formally designated as the leader of the opposition, and that he will be provided with appropriate staff support and resources to perform his duties. And he thanked me for this. Naturally, I am disappointed that the PAP lost Sengkang as a GRC. Ng Chee Meng and his team, Lam Pi Min, Amrin Amin, and Raymond Lai, always knew it was going to be a tough fight. They gave it their all, but Sengkang voters have spoken, and we respect their decision. It is, however, a major loss to my team and to the 4G leaders, especially as Ng Chee Meng is the Secretary General of the NTUC. I have spoken to Chee Meng and his GRC team to thank them and to encourage them to continue to serve the party and Singapore in different ways. The PAP will strive to win back Sengkang GRC. We will also continue to fight to win back Aljunied GRC and Hougang SMC. My team and I will serve all Singaporeans, whichever party you vote for. Whether or not you voted for the PAP, we will listen to you, do our best to address your concerns, and try to win your support. Now that the election is over, we need to put all our differences aside, close ranks, and work together on the task at hand, which is to get us through the crisis safely. An election is an act of collective choice, and Singaporeans have chosen the PAP and the government as the government. I ask every citizen to support the team that you have chosen and to work with us. The challenges ahead call for not only a whole-of-government response, but a whole-of-the-nation response. And that work has continued throughout this campaign and will carry on starting tomorrow. In every election, for the PAP especially, and for Singapore, leadership transition is an important issue. Each election is also an opportunity to renew the PAP slate of MPs and to induct a younger generation who will in time take over the baton for the next lap. I'm happy that my new team includes 24 new MPs elected for the first time. The new candidates have performed well. They include Gan Xiao Huang and Yip Hon Wing, who contested in SMCs as newbies and won. The new MPs elected this time will reinforce our renewal process. Thank you for giving them the chance to show what they can do for you. I've also been preparing the 4G team to take over the reins for many years. What I did not expect was to meet this overwhelming crisis in the last stretch of my premiership. Together with my older colleagues like Senior Ministers Teo Chee Hean and Tharman Shanmugaratnam and Minister Shanmugam, as well as Heng Swee Keat, Chan Chun Sing and the 4G ministers, I will see this crisis through. I'm determined to hand over Singapore intact and in good working order to the next team. The work of the new government begins at once. My government will work with all of you to overcome the present health and economic crisis and emerge stronger. With this election now behind us, let us work as one Singapore to secure our lives, our jobs, and our future. Thank you. Now I shall take a few questions.
First, sir, we have Jun Sing from Today.
Yes, go ahead.
Jun Sen, would you be able to unmute yourself as well?
You hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi.
See you too. Hi.
Mr. Lee, you had said that you needed a strong mandate in order to act decisively in the difficult times ahead. But without this strong mandate now, what does it change for the future? Did the party lose the youth vote in this GE? And secondly, with the loss of 3 political office holders, including the Labour chief, how significant is that loss in such a time?
Well, it's not as strong a mandate as I hoped for, but it's a good mandate. I think the popular vote, 61%, is very respectable in these circumstances, and we won 83 seats. We will make the most of it. We take this as an endorsement of the PAP's policies, of our team, and of our plans, and we will take this forward and work with Singapore to realize those plans and solve the problems which we have. Whether it works out will depend, and whether it is seen as a strengthening of Singapore will depend not only on what the PAP does, but also on what the opposition does, because the opposition now has 10 members of parliament elected from constituencies, and there'll be 12 in the parliament when it meets. And that we will wait and see. I have spoken to Mr. Pritam Singh, and I told him that we intend to recognize a leader of the opposition, namely him, and that we would look forward to working together with him. And I hope that will be possible. As for losing the ministers, I think it's a significant loss to the 4G team, because Ng Chee Meng is Secretary General of the NTUC, remains Secretary General of the NTUC. Lam Pin Min is a Senior Minister of State. He's been in the Ministry of Transport and Health, and he's made contributions on many different issues. And Amrin Amin is a very promising young Malay senior Palsec, or Palsec. And he has done quite a lot in MHA, particularly for the Malay community on drugs and on other very difficult issues. And Raymond Lai, who's not an office holder but has been a long-standing grassroots leader in Punggol East, knows the area well, intimately, and would have been able to add a very good feel to the team of the needs of the residents. But it's a loss not to have them in my MP's team and in my cabinet, but we will move forward and move on from here, as we did after Aljunied went to the opposition in 2011.
The next question, we have Pek Ming from Business Times.
Yes.
Hi, this is Chuang Pek Ming from the Business Times.
Yes.
My question is, what do you have to say to the business community, especially investors, following the results of this election? Thank you.
Well, I will say that we have got a good result, that we will make the most of this result, and we will continue to fight to persuade them that Singapore is worthy of their confidence and their investment. And we will demonstrate that this is so by the way we take Singapore forward from here. And as I said earlier, that depends on what we do, but it also depends on how the opposition conducts itself to convince them that, in fact, there is in Singapore responsible opposition who understand the national interests and put that before party politics. Srikat, you want to add anything to that?
Yes. Well, Pek Ming, I think first, the work of restructuring our economy, of transforming our industry must continue. The work of protecting jobs, saving jobs, and creating new jobs must continue. And in that, we have been working on this for a number of years now. I think it is important for us to continue to emphasize the fundamentals that we have, and that to be able to enhance investors' confidence. And as PM said, a critical factor is that the opposition must be prepared to work together in order to safeguard our national interests. I had a short chat with Nicosia and Terence earlier on, and that they said that, look, we must work together, and this is about Singapore's interests and about our national interests, the interests of Singapore and Singaporeans. So I look forward to the Workers' Party playing a constructive role and putting national interests before party interests.
On the question of segments of the population and the youth vote, I think these are things which we will analyze in due course, not at 5 o'clock in the morning. I would say that there are different generations have different life experiences, and the young people have very significantly different life aspirations and priorities compared to the older generations, and that this will have to be reflected in our political process and in the government policies, because in the end, the government policies must be to achieve the aspirations of every generation of Singaporeans. At the same time, we also hope that new generations of Singaporeans look critically, but not critically, but with an open mind at what the previous generations have done, to examine what is relevant, what continues to be to make sense for them in a new environment, and to learn from these experiences hard won by their parents and grandparents, so that they don't have to learn them all over again and pay a high price which has already been paid. And I think that is the work of the generations have to work together in order to achieve that and not have a disconnect and find ourselves with no historical memory.
Friends from the media will be taking the last question for the night. Is one from MediaCorp Malay News. I believe you have a question.
Yes, my question is to PM and also Mr. Mas Agus. PM Lee, can I have your comment on minority votes, especially the Malay voters for this GE? Dan Encik Mas Agus, adakah ini mencerminkan sokongan masyarakat Melayu bagi dasar-dasar yang dikeluarkan oleh parti PAP sepanjang 5 tahun yang lalu?
I think overall the Malay votes and the Indian votes have not been very different from the Chinese votes in this election. The issues have been national ones. They affect people of all different races, and everybody is equally concerned. The party, as a fundamental principle, has made sure that we put up a slate which is representative of the different communities in Singapore, different races, different religions, and that our policies reflect the interests of the broad majority of Singaporeans of all races, but not narrow sectarian policies put together, but bringing the communities together in order to come to a consensus on national policies which are in the interests of of everyone. And I think we have succeeded in doing that. I have said earlier on nomination day, I was asked about the Malay candidates. I said they're very promising and they're representative of a new generation. And I think during the campaign they have performed well, and they've spoken, they have gone canvassing, and I'm very glad that they will now have a chance to prove themselves. But Mas, you want to say something? Where's Mas?
I'll speak in Malay. Yang penting bagi saya adalah kita tidak boleh membuang masa dalam menghadapi krisis yang sangat getir ini, sementara juga memikirkan masa depan yang akan datang yang harus cerah untuk semua. Jadi kami bakal anggota parlimen sudah pun bermesyuarat atau telah bertukar idea untuk menubuhkan 4 kelompok dalam kita mengatasi krisis dan juga membina masa depan yang baik. Sekaligus juga melihat apakah masalah yang mungkin masih kita hadapi dan harus kita selesaikan. 4 kelompok itu adalah sokongan sosial, sokongan untuk pekerja dan perusahaan, sokongan dan membangun potensi belia dan kerjasama dengan golongan agama. Ini sudah pun kita berjalan sedikit sebanyak dalam rangka M03 dan dalam mengatasi krisis juga dalam rangka SG Teguh Bersatu. Tapi kita harus menumpukan lebih lagi usaha untuk menguatkan lagi supaya hasilnya janganlah sampai kalau kita tidak melakukannya, kita khawatir nanti masyarakat kita juga yang ketinggalan dan terjejas dengan teruk.
Yes, we have come to the end of our press conference. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you and good morning.
Yes, it is. Good morning indeed. It's 4:50 in the morning. Gentlemen, just get your quick reaction to what you've heard from the press conference by the PAP, perhaps to do with also the mood, the tone that we've heard. Eugene, you go first.
Well, I think it was a good close, right? I think we heard from Mr. Pritam Singh of the Workers' Party and earlier from Dr. Chi as well as Dr. Tan Cheng Bock. I think, it was a tough election and it's really good to see the leaders of the different parties, coming together, right? I think now that the contest is over, it is time to prepare the country for a post-COVID world as well as, keeping the infections at bay. So I think, to my mind, this is an admirable close to a tough election.
Mustafa?
I mean, there's a lot of wisdom in Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong's remarks, certainly. And I think talking about unity, talking about closing ranks, I think these are all very important, important things to do going forward. He talked about the loss of Sengkang being a political setback, but certainly he has seen this is also a mandate for him to govern the country. He talked about, in particular, Amrin Amin. I mean, he talked about the rest, but also Amrin Amin, how he has performed admirably as a senior PALMSEC. I think more than that also is a promising member and a very important member of the Malay Muslim community. And I think that's a very important sort of highlight that he had made as far as Amrin Amin is concerned. I think overall, I think it's important right now for the political parties to kind of, the leaders of the political parties, as Eugene mentioned, to come together, to have all on the same page. Because right now we are dealing with a pandemic. There's a lot of, challenges associated with the pandemic. So it's now about, really focusing on putting all the efforts to get Singaporeans and all of us out of the pandemic. If I may end on this, if you don't mind. I mean, I'm a huge Liverpool fan, right? So I have to say this. I mean, there is this, this is a mantra that we have, you'll never walk alone, right? And I think it's very apt here. I think it's all about all of us not walking alone, walking together. And working together towards this common goal of trying to get out of this pandemic and entering the post-pandemic phase. And all of us, closing ranks, being cohesive as a society, having the social compact between the government and the people continue to be intact so that, we can face the risks associated with the pandemic, the challenges with the pandemic, the economy, the society, and also global challenges. I think it's a lot that we have to deal with as a country as small as Singapore. So I think as the saying goes, united we stand, divided we fall. So I think the message of unity is so important in this election. And I think that message of unity is what's going to carry us through the pandemic and into the post-pandemic phase.
Not walking alone got Liverpool the trophy after a couple of decades. Absolutely. So yeah, I still want to be with you for a moment.
Oh, sure.
Just a thought, is this a watershed election?
I think to some extent it is. I would rather build it as a sort of a memorable and momentous election. I think for the PAP, certainly, I think they've got the majority that they wanted, the supermajority. And then, of course, for the opposition, all around, very good performance. And I think we're very happy with what they have been achieved in this particular election.
The watershed question?
No, it is a watershed election to me. I think here we saw the change in voting. There wasn't this discernible flight from safety to safety. In fact, it was a flight from the status quo. But I think when you look at the election as a whole, I would say that Singapore and Singaporeans came out winners. And I think that's what is most important, right? The ability for the country, to have this contest of ideas. And once the contest is over, to close ranks, and to build a better future. And I think this election has achieved that.
I mean, we all want the same thing for the country. This is our Singapore. We're going to cross over to Ateli. Just give us a quick summary of the night's events.
A quick summary you shall get. Well, in a nutshell, the Elections Department says that some 2.53 million votes were cast in this election, and that's inclusive of 45,772 rejected votes. So that makes up 95.63% of registered electors. Now, with all 93 seats all filled, these are tonight's results. Okay, let's pull them up for you. Very quickly, we've got 31 results to tell you about. First out, WP there beating PAP in Aljunied GRC. Next, we have in Mo Kio GRC, a stronghold for PAP, 71.91%. They're beating RP. Next up, Bukit Batok SMC, PAP again winning this one against SDP. And in Bukit Panjang SMC, another closely watched SMC, PAP leading this one over the SDP. Let's pull the next one up. Now, this is Bishan-Toa Payoh GRC, PAP there with a convincing win over the SPP. One more to go. Choa Kang GRC, the 4-member GRC, PAP winning that one, 58.64% against the PSP. On to East Coast GRC, another keenly watched ward, PAP there with 53.41% over WP's 46%. Now, Hougang SMC, this is a WP stronghold, them winning again this time around. Next up, Hong Kah North SMC, another PAP stronghold. Amy Kor there winning that one, 60.98%, beating the PSP. Another GRC to talk about, Holland Bukit Timur GRC, PAP winning that quite comfortably, 66.36% against the SDP. Right, Jalan Besar GRC next, Joe Teo's ward, PAP there, also winning quite comfortably, 65.37% against People's Voice. As for Jurong GRC, Taman's ward there, PAP also sailing very comfortably, 74.6% against the Red Dot United. Next up, SMC in Kebun Baru, that one, PAP winning quite comfortably against PSP. Marine Parade GRC there, PAP winning 57.76% against the Workers' Party. In Mountbatten SMC, PAP there in the 70s, beating People's Voice. And as for MacPherson SMC, quite a big win there for Tim Pei-Ling, 71.7% PAP against the TPP. As for Marymount SMC, a good win for first-timer, PAP winning there 55.04% against the PSP. In Marsiling-Yew GRC, PAP with 63%, beating the SDP with 36%. Another one to tell you about, Nee Soon GRC, PAP winning that one against the PSP. And Pioneer SMC, the only SMC of the three-cornered fight, PAP winning there very comfortably. As for Pasir Ris-Punggol GRC, another three-cornered fight, PAP winning that with 64.15%. As for Potong Pasir SMC, that's still going back to the PAP with 60.69% against SPP. As for Punggol West SMC, Sun Xueling there winning with 60.97% against the Workers' Party. Radin Mas SMC, PAP there winning that very easily with 74% against Reform Party. Sembawang GRC, PAP also grabbing that one with 67% against the NSP. Sengkang GRC, the sort of like a surprise win there, Workers' Party with 52% against the PAP. And as for Tampines GRC, PAP there winning that one against the NSP. Tanjong Pagar GRC PAP also winning that one comfortably with 63% against the PSP. A few more to tell you about. Next result, we have West Coast GRC, another closely watched contest. PAP winning there by quite a slim margin against Tan Cheng Bock's PSP. Kang SMC PAP winning that one against PSP. Yuhua SMC, that one graceful winning that comfortably for PAP against the SDP. All right, so this is the overall. As you can see, PAP there with 83 seats in Parliament compared to the Workers' Party with 10 seats. 2 more seats left in the NCMP, and that pretty much rounds up. And actually, before we wrap things up, we still have to go over to the Pali seats. And let's just check out there. PAP winning that very comfortably. They have more than 2/3 of majority. They have the super majority, 83 seats again versus Workers' Party with 10. And there we have it. After nearly 7 hours, I think it's about time to wrap up Singapore Votes.
Thank you, Telly. Absolutely. Wonderful job. And thank you, of course, to our guests. We have to say, you guys powered through. Eugene Tan, Mustafa.
Can I just make one quick point?
10 seconds. Okay, if you have to.
The real winners are the voters. The real winners are the voters. Let's not forget that. I think they have spoken today and they are the real heroes.
Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. And of course, what a night it's been. Thank you for your company right through the early hours of this morning. Your insights have been much appreciated.
And here at Meet the Co-op, there are many of us working. Some 1,000 people have been working as one to ensure seamless and complete coverage of this general election. Those are the guys in our studio. And of course, they ensured you were provided with the latest developments as they unfolded, in addition to screaming in our ears.
And while our colleagues over at our Nerve Center also put in the work, yes, there we are. Finally, big waves to ensure a smooth broadcast. Great job, team. And of course, our teams on the ground as well. They've been kept busy all this time. And, we've been keeping them busy. They've been keeping us busy. That's it from us.
That's right. That's it from us here at CNA. Of course, log on to cna.asia for any more updates you'd like. And through the weekend, join us as well for all the latest reactions. We're going to leave you now with all the sights and the sounds of the night.
Yeah, this has been Singapore Votes 2020.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you all doing? Hello.
Good night. Have a good rest. Thank you.
Thank you.